And there we are. We are live and we are welcoming you to Reboot 2020. Yay! So we got some people watching from all over the world, and we've got with us none other than the amazing, the awesome Lily Lau. How are you, Lily?
Well, thank you, Arthur, for bringing me in. It's indeed, this is a big day for DC psychology to have this historic event that's going to be held for 5 days. Yes, Arthur. So, how are you?
I am absolutely awesome. And, you know, because we are helping organizations and people to basically find out how they're going to recover after COVID-19. I mean, we've all been hit by this. And in some cases, we've found some opportunities. And in some cases, there are a lot of people that have really, you know, are really having a difficult time, and a lot of organizations that are having a difficult time. So this is, you know, part of service to the world.
Exactly, and this is our purpose of organizing this event, that we are able to gather world top thinkers, global expertise to come to this platform and share their opinions and comments and how we can help one another and the world and the corporates and the people like you and I who are working. How can we re-engineer ourselves, you know, that we can go through this post-COVID, even coming out stronger?
Absolutely. Hey, you know what I'd like to do? I would like to ask the audience right now, okay, whether they have found opportunity or disruption in this COVID pandemic. So, hey, for the audience out there, just type in opportunity or disruption. Okay, whichever one you found during this pandemic, because a lot of people have found a lot of opportunity and have really created some amazing things for their businesses, and a lot of people still haven't. So which one is it for you, opportunity or disruption? Why don't you just let us know in the comments, And that way we kind of have an idea of what's going on. Okay, we got some comments coming in, I think. Okay, probably somewhere there. All right, so we got a lot of comments on here. Everybody is giving us all kinds of stuff. We got people from YouTube and from Facebook. Nice. Okay, and Penny Lau says both. Awesome, Penny. Okay, because the disruption often comes, with the need to, well, basically create an opportunity. Awesome, Penny. Okay. So let us hear from the rest of you. Okay, what do you got? You got disruption, okay, something that, well, maybe is not so good, and or opportunity that you have created. Okay, and we've got we've got opportunity, we've got Mahesh, disruption, Zeus, disruption. Okay, and that's why we've got a lot of people that have, again, we've got Saf, us, okay, opportunity. So for those of you that found disruption, hey, this 5 days is filled with experts that are going to help you how to get out of that disruption and basically change everything into something, well, like an opportunity. And for those of you that did find opportunity, well, that's we're going to help you to kind of come up with some even better ideas to improve and expand the opportunity. What do you think about that, Lily?
Yes, exactly. And that's what we are here for, to create this platform, to create even more opportunity for everybody, right? And we have like 3,000 people who already signed up, and I'm sure they're going to get something back from us, at the end of each slot, at the end of each day.
Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, hey, like Joey says, COVID-19, okay, makes many things that we can learn, okay, and also give opportunity. Yeah, this has been an amazing learning experience. So thank you for that, Joey. That is very true. Okay, it is definitely a new way of thinking, and we've got over here. Sharma basically says that it has redefined purpose. I mean, isn't that true? Sometimes, I mean, you're just so busy doing all this stuff, and you find out, wow, maybe my purpose is something bigger. I mean, it's brought us closer to our families. It's changed the way we communicate, even the way that we treat people. I mean, that's really great. Okay, so we have a lot more comments coming in, but we're going to have to start pretty soon, Lily. So you had done some research on this and wanted to share that with us.
Yes, thank you very much, Arthur. Now, what we would like to say is that as at today, right, there are 221 countries that are affected by the COVID, and 3 months ago, I'm from Malaysia, and Malaysia was equally affected, and we have a lockdown, and it's like overnight, business have to shut down, schools have to be closed and all that. And I can say people was confused and they don't know what to do. And we have over 9 million people who are affected with the virus. The good news is that we have more than 4.8 million people who are cured. But anyway, that comes along, right, with many other sad stories. What we want to say here is that, as what Sharma Kumari has said, COVID has brought changes to our life, to the country, to the economy, in fact, to everything, the way that we have been doing. And this is the time, right? In the past 3 months, I went through lots of reflection, and initially it was confusion. And from there, now what we are creating is the opportunity. So that's what we are here for. What is the new purpose, for you and I? And we are also talking about the new normal, right? Not, it is not only about work, even about our lives. We have to wear masks every day when we go out. We have to sanitize ourselves, and it's like, it is essential, and you have to do it, right? Right? And
yeah, I actually have to wash my hands more than once a day now.
Yeah. And we have all the social distancing and all the big gatherings, parties, and all those stuff is still not allowed. But when, will we ever come back to have that? Well, it's a question that we all still would like to find out. And we don't know
the thing is that
coming, going to be discovered. Yeah, Arthur?
There are so many different facets to reboot, right? I mean, because, it's not just about improving the people's mindsets. I mean, it's also about marketing. I mean, how do you get people to buy your stuff, right? Okay, how do you, what are the new elements of marketing that can be used? How do you sell in, a COVID and post-COVID type situation? It's also about, how you're going to find new opportunities to affect big business. I mean, we have actually been working with a lot of larger organizations because now there are new opportunities, since they were less busy, to actually improve their organizational culture. And all of that has happened because, things have changed, and change also creates so many new opportunities.
Exactly. And in fact, there's a comment by Joey, and it is written, COVID-19 forced Gen X and Gen Y to learn about online technology. And if not have COVID-19, Gen X and Gen Y are lazy to learn. Wow, thank you, Joey. I like your comment because
Nice.
about this tomorrow, because the session, it is my study on how COVID has impacted the different generations in different ways, and at the end of it, what's the impact to your new office, or to the new normal, and how you're going to get work done. Fantastic, Joey.
I mean, honestly, even Lily Lau has gone into technology and doing online programs. I mean, wow, I've been trying to get her to do that for the past 5 years. And finally, COVID makes it happen.
Thank you, Arthur. Exactly. And this is the external force that compelled everybody. It is no longer an option. In the past, it was an option. And it is true. Arthur Kamazi has been trying to get me to go online, more into social media and all those stuff. I always have excuses, right? And during this COVID, what happened? I signed up a course. I signed up how to conduct training online, and I can tell you now I am confident in doing it, and here I am talking to you live too. So to me, it is truly a huge step, and I believe, right, whether you are Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z now, and even the baby boomers. And by the way, based on my research, baby boomers are the one that has the greatest leap in this COVID.
Wow, there you go. That must be you. Okay, so speaking of learning how to do things online, okay, one of our sponsors, the Global Trainers Federation, is actually having an online trainer certification, an international certification for online training. I think it's on the 27th of this month. And guess who is going to be training it?
Dun,
Me!
dun, dun.
Okay, and so we've got myself. We also have Ray Phoon and a number of other high-profile trainers that are going to be in doing that program for the Global Trainers Federation. So for those of you that are looking at that, okay, do look into these our sponsor, the Global Trainers Federation, for their online trainer certification.
Okay, let me just walk through a little bit of what's going to happen in the next 5 days. This Reboot conference will happen from today, starting at 1 p.m. in Malaysia, Hong Kong, Singapore, Indonesia, and China, those time zone.
GMT plus 8.
Exactly.
GMT plus 8.
Yeah, and it will happen at this hour every day from Monday to Friday, and we have lined up 28 speakers from 13 countries to give you 37 presentations. Wow, that's a lot. And I can tell you, maybe you'll be overloaded, or you want to take all this, and you can get all these recordings from us if you have missed any of this by clicking in, to upgrade, right? Yeah, there's a fee to pay, but definitely I can assure you it's worth it.
But Lily, you know how much other conferences are charging? Okay, I just did a conference the other day, the Recovery Conference, okay, where they had all these people. They were charging $250 €137 for the recordings. Okay, and and how much we're charging? Only 49 USD. I mean, that is probably got to be the cheapest of all the conferences, but we wanted to make it inexpensive because we want everybody to be able to have access to this, even if you've been having some issues.
Yes, it's only 49 and it's so affordable. Please sign up. And you stand a chance to win a spa vacation in Bali. Well,
oh yeah, that's right. At Avalon Resort, my place. Come visit me at Avalon. It is awesome.
Right.
It is
and after it's valid for what? 1 year?
It is cool.
It's valid for 1 year, right?
It's valid for 2 years.
Wow. Okay.
Just in case, you never know, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So you have no worry. So that will be the day that everybody can travel again. Yep. Okay. Let me just continue a little bit. Today we have 7 lineups, and the theme for today is challenges and strategies by corporation on how to survive, revive, and thrive in making business sustainable. I'm sure lots of businesses, CEOs, senior management, this has been a big issue. So how are we going to thrive post-pandemic? And we have 7 speakers, and they are covering various topics from design thinking to internet to sales during crisis and many more. So I hope you will stay tuned and you will follow through and do not go away. Yeah. Okay. So we'll be starting soon. And Arthur, do you have any more things to add?
Well, we've got like 4 minutes before the first speaker. We should probably talk about the first speaker, don't you think?
Okay.
But
if you want to bring the moderator in.
We got a few comments. Okay. Mahesh, okay, is also saying how, okay, as a baby boomer, I mean, he basically started to go online. So he's very grateful for COVID. And Parag also, okay, instead of restructuring, I mean, he basically now has opened up to the global market. And, I've seen some of Parag's stuff on Udemy, and he's got tons and tons of sales. Good job, Parag.
Yep. And that's what I meant, right? To all of us, right? Depending on what generation. The key thing is all of us.
Parag is old.
Yeah, we reacted differently. However, we can convert it into opportunities.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there are lots and lots of opportunities here, especially through this conference. So we are ready to introduce. Are we ready to introduce the next speaker?
Are we getting the moderator to come in?
Oh, there he is. Awesome. But he's not the next speaker.
Yeah, he's the moderator, Professor Murali.
He's going to moderate. This is Professor Dr. Murali. It sounds kind of like a person in a Sherlock Holmes movie.
Arthur, that is so you. Hey guys, how are you both doing?
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
We're having a good time. So
okay, yeah, we are awesome.
Thanks
so,
a lot
Dr.
for the.
Murali, you're going to be moderating. Tell us about why are you excited about today?
Well, Arthur, the title says it all. It's about reboot, right? So when we look at reboot, it's about restarting. And what do we restart? We got to restart, firstly, our mindset, right? Mindset, the body, the emotions, the physical aspects of ourselves, and as well as the companies that we work for or the companies that we run. So what an appropriate title, Reboot, and Reboot 2020. The time is now. The change time is now. The reset happens today, and it happens here. And I'm truly proud and honored to be part of this DC family, a very beautiful family. We hope that many of you listening out there can become part of this global family. Yeah, and it's not just any sort of training or any sort of certification. The whole network and the sheer power of connectivity and connecting ourselves from a cultural perspective, from a very diverse background perspective, it's there. Become part of this DC family, and it's wonderful. It's truly a wonderful experience. And Arthur, we thank you as our seafood.
Okay.
And of course, my seafood Malaysia, Lili Lau.
Oh, thank
Honored.
you. Okay.
All right, so Dr. Murali, you are going to now take over, and you are going to introduce the lovely Elle as our next speaker. Okay, and she is going to
Will
be
do.
talking about some really cool stuff. So, everybody, we will see you later. Lily and I are going to go off and have some lunch or something. And meanwhile, okay, we're going to watch the next speaker and enjoy and learn for ourselves, because we're also constantly learning.
Okay.
It's an honor to bring on board Elle Rasif. Elle, how are you today? Such a wonderful smile, Elle.
I'm doing fine, Professor. Thank you so much. How are you,
It's
Prof?
really, I'm great. I'm doing really great, and I'm really honored to have you as our very first speaker. Yeah.
I'm
So,
very
Elle,
honored to be the first speaker for Reboot 2020.
yeah, I'm sure you're going to really blow us away. And very quickly, Elle, if I may just talk briefly about yourself, just to introduce you and who you are and what you do. Elle has an outstanding CV. So if I were just to read Elle's CVs out, it'll probably take the whole 5 days, yeah, of the conference, which I shall not do. And let me just sum up her passion rather than what she has accomplished in life. She's really a passionate speaker. She's an entertaining speaker. She has deep passion for psychology, motivation, and human behavior. And to reboot and to reset our thinking for today, as the very first speaker, she's going to be talking about something really, really important for CEOs and companies alike, yeah, across the world: market shift. How integrated digital marketing is the ultimate adaptation that can save your business. So, Elle, I don't want to steal your thunder. The floor is yours. I'm going to remove myself from the screen. Over to you, Elle. Good luck. God bless you.
Thank you, Prof. Murali. Hello, everyone. Very good afternoon. It is such a pleasure to be the first speaker for Reboot 2020. Actually, it's quite nerve-wracking, to be very honest. And today, with all the many lineups of speakers, I will focus on a topic today that I'll be sharing with you, titled The Market Shift. So we've been hearing it, but do we truly understand, and do we truly know how to navigate ourselves in this market shift situation that we have found ourselves in currently now? Hi, everyone. I'm Elle. A very good afternoon. I was informed that we have close to 5,000 participants registered to Reboot 2020. And if you are not able to be online, do not worry, because you'll be able to access the recorded version of this conference from our team, the Reboot 2020. So find out how. For those of you who are able to be online, please be engaged in the comment section. Prof. Murali will be moderating and see which question that we will be answering at the end of the session. So before we begin, just a friendly reminder, if you haven't already prepared with your journals or your paper and pens, please do so. Take a moment, grab it so you can jot down some important points that you can take away from today's session. Because from the great Imam Shafi'i says, if you go into a learning session without your pen and paper, it is an equivalent of going into a battle without your weapons. So you wouldn't want to not have your weapon with you at this moment, especially now that we are finding ourselves in a new territory for many of us, right? Okay, now going into market shift. Today I will talk digital marketing is the ultimate strategy that can save your business. And why so? Well, going on to the next slide, we have to first understand that the market has been shifting. If you can imagine how we now see the Earth as a globe, and you see all the map on the atlas as it is today, you can imagine, and you from our lesson in history, how the plate of the Earth has been shifting for millions of years. If we are to look past a few 100,000 of 1 million years ago, it wasn't the way that we are perceiving all the continents on the atlas as we are seeing it today. And all this shift has now become what we come to know as our reality. Now, for the business aspect, it has been shifting. And now the whole thing that we talk about the future and what we have to do to tackle it, to be able to be relevant in it, it has now become the reality that we are in now. And if we are not able to address, to navigate ourselves, we will find ourselves soon be irrelevant in this new marketplace. And I'm not trying to scare you or try to paint a very dark picture of the situation, because, as rightly pointed out by many of our viewers out there, there are many opportunities that is arriving in the moment of shift. Many millionaires will be born. Many will be their place will be taken. And so, if you are in this landscape, and we find ourselves with all these changes, the fastest to adapt are those that will be taking the upper part of the portion, right? So now, despite you being a Gen X, Gen Y, baby boomers and whatnot, those for me is pretty irrelevant, because what distinguish each of us apart are the eagerness and the ability for us to really go into the changes and take actions to be able to adapt into this situation. So if you're watching and you think like, oh my God, now you're talking about integrated digital marketing, that sounds so foreign. I'm a digital immigrant. How do I go about that? Don't worry, because if you have if you have the grit to sit down and learn about it, you will be able to navigate through this course. It is not just enough for us to learn how to do things in this on this digital platform, but also how to market what we have prepared. Okay, now next. Before we go further, I would like to ask you, what is your current state? How are you doing? How are you? How's your business? Because how we are right now is the direct reflection of what we have been doing for the past 3 to 5 years. And if you have been navigating yourself and your business with the digital technology as it were introduced 20 years ago, you would find yourself in a position of reaping all the benefits. Because if we are to say that if many of the businesses that are saying that the buying power has been reduced, this is not an accurate representation of the current situation. The buying power is not reduced. However, the buying power is shifted to those who have equipped themselves and their business to thrive on the digital platform. So it is more like, if you imagine having the money, instead of flowing into our pocket, our business pocket as per usual, pre-COVID, it is now moving into other people's business that are more adaptive to the current landscape. Now, if we are to if we go further into what Mr. Gates, the founder of Microsoft, says, he said that if your business is not on the internet, then your business will be out of business. Yeah, next on my slide. And you can see that when Mr. Gates says this, he didn't say it recently, pre-COVID. He has been saying this since the founding of the internet technology more than 20 years ago. And everyone who has not been listening carefully on this, who still are very comfortable on the way things were, are currently probably those who are suffering the most under the current circumstances. And I'm not saying this lightly, because I am first an entrepreneur and then a consultant and trainer. So as an entrepreneur, I'm very in tune with how my business in their respective business. And many has reported such a downturn to a point that it brought their business down to their knees. They have to not just lay off staff, some of them have to unfortunately close down business. But for those who have the at least the basic understanding on how to adapt their business on the digital platform, they're able to diversify and be adaptive and still serve their clients and accommodating new clients on the digital platform. I will be sharing with you on this, and as Prof. Murali says earlier when he was with Art just now, he did mention that when it comes to reboot, we need to first reboot our mindset, and we need to first reboot the way we see things around us. If we fail to do this, then you can go to as many classes as you want, online classes, learning digital, Facebook ads, and everything. Those are all the refineries of the actual strategies that you need to understand first. And by understanding this fundamental strategy, then it will be made effective of all the other skills that you put on, such as the advertising, the integration, the funneling, etc. Now, next. So for for the past years that we have found ourselves now in this situation, have you been preparing or have you been avoiding? Many times when I met my friends who are not native to the digital landscape, who are doing very comfortable business in the sense that there's many they are making millions in revenues in their business offline, and they are very comfortable doing so, that even if I insist on them starting to grow a digital arm, they will be very reluctant to learn this new skill. Why? Because they have been very comfortable making all this money all this while. Why change the strategy of something that is working? Well, it's working then. Now the same friend, when I talk back when I talk to them about how their business are currently doing, indeed they are suffering. The sales are suffering. They have to lay off people, and imagine the sheer size of the corporation that they are running. They spends 1 million ringgit in salary per month. So you can imagine the number of employees that they have, the kind of operation that they are running. But without their digital strategy in place, thinking that 2020 will be their peak success in business, they are plummeting, and even worse, they are now looking at the possibility of closing down their businesses and laying off the many people that have been relying and working at the corporation for many years. So this is not the point that we can afford to avoid anymore. For those of you who have been tiptoeing or dipping your toes a bit into the digital strategy, congratulations. There will be more that I'll be sharing that hopefully can benefit you more. But for those of you who have not do so, avoidance is the story of the past. Now we have to look forward into the future and acquire our digital passport. We cannot be a digital immigrant for any longer. For digital native like me, the COVID-19 has truly been a testing ground, a litmus test for what we have been building for the past years. And my team and I are very blessed to be reaping the rewards of the implemented integrated digital marketing strategy now. Next, before we go into that, we have to first understand the two planets that we are living in. Now, the planet that we know as planet Earth, the one that has the physical facade of that we understand, the three-dimensional world that we lived in, that have all the monuments, the kind of celebrities that appears on televisions, the kind of news that has been delivered on television, magazine, newspapers, and also the kind of experience that you want to acquire by getting yourself from point A to point B physically, right? That is the world that we know, and how we make in the morning, opening their shutter door, and then open for business. And by the end of the day, they close sales, and that will be the revenue they're making for that day. For many business, the retail industry, this has been the format. What about the one that is offering services? Those who are offering services, they set appointments, and then they accommodate the appointments. They confer the services physically, right? Going from either from their office or going to see the clients. For insurance agents, real estate agents, for many of the service-based industry, including training consultants, this has been the format. And for those who are working, they will clock in the morning and then clock out in the evening, 9 to 5. And that, and at the end of the month, they will be getting their pay. And this format are the very format that are currently being threatened. When we hear that of all the businesses that is being shut down, people being laid off, etc., it is because of this current format that is no longer workable and adaptive for the current new normal. And I would like to stress on the new normal. This new normal is not a trend. This is the reality, the new reality that we find ourselves in. And when we see on the online planet, right, the other planet that coexists, and for many of us, to see whether you are either on a physical or online planet is very easy. For those who live on the online planet, the kind of celebrity, the people who are famous, the influencers, we call it, these people are probably not known at all to those who live on the physical planet. Isn't it true? The kind of watch and tune in to see their contents on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter. These could be people, they are completely unknown to those who doesn't clock in their screen time, right? So if we look into our screen time, we can already identify whether we are this digital native or the digital immigrant. And to all my fellow digital immigrants, it's time for you to get that passport and join us on board on this online planet of and be the digital native along with us, right? Because the strategy is completely different on this online planet. Well, on the physical planet, if you want to acquire an asset, like a real estate, you have to fork out all this money and take all these funds. You have to probably acquire loans from the bank, right? But if you're on the online planet, this is not necessary, because if you are to build a real estate on online planet, say your website, your blogs, or other assets such as your social media even, these are all real estates that you can build and claim your space, your place on the online planet. And this doesn't cost you to take loans from banks. It takes you the time from you to build on the content, to contribute to the marketplace in this online planet. And this can be built from scratch. I can say that confidently to you, because when I started on this journey in this online and navigating the online digital world, I was just a student in a hostel room in my university. And when I first started my brand, it was in 2012. And what I can say for sure is, even if you're nobody, nothing to your name, but if you navigate yourself intelligently and strategically on the online planet, you can build your fortune. Because, guys, the business that was built, that kick-started from that hostel room, has grown to be making millions, even six figures in a day. And these are the possibilities that can be adaptive, not just for the fashion homegrown business that I made, but I reapplied the same strategy to the goat's milk, the newfound goat's milk brand that I made, and it yielded the same result, which goes to say that strategically it can be implemented to basically any businesses and genre and segments, so to speak. If we look into the segments of insurance agents who are being severely affected, and many has even have persistency issues and has even been terminated despite their flying colors performance previously, the reason is being they are not adaptive to the current climate, correct? I would like to share with you one of the one of the client that I coach is an insurance agent. She went from a total nobody, newly registered, because she's looking to find opportunity and navigating. So the moment she completed the course, I coach her on how to place herself and claim her real estate on this digital planet. And she's able to go on and become number one in her agency within a matter of 2 months, 60 days. But the consistent work that you put on literally doesn't cost you money. You can work with what you have, your handphones, your laptop that you're watching the conference right now. These are all the tools that you can leverage. It is a matter of understanding how these two planets work. Now, for the physical planet, you need to take out a lot of money for you to strive on this planet. But for this online planet, it will take you a good content that are impactful and relevant to your segment. Even if you look into this, they are starting to call it the expert communities, and then some of it they are providing the retail businesses, the kind of shopping malls that are famous on the physical planet and on the online planet. If you see it, it's completely different already. So you can find your place that is best suit your profile, your talent, your set of skills, which one is more fitting that you can capitalize and leverage on this online planet. There is no time for you to wait and see. If you are still waiting and see, trust me, my friend, this is not a trend. This new normal is here to stay. This is our new reality. And if you if you are not migrating to the online planet, you will find yourself in a very difficult financial situation sooner or later. Next, now, one of the fundamental strategy is to build a brand. Some of us are blessed, even prior to COVID-19, they have built a massive following through personal branding. I always feel that although personal branding is a great booster, it is not a fundamental strategy because not many people are as diligent in posting their selfies or in posting their personal life, or not as comfortable doing that, right? So personal branding, while it can be a booster, it is not a primary strategy in my opinion. It is always branding. And if you focus on branding, it is a game where everyone can apply, regardless whether you're famous, you have no name, whether you're a celebrity, a commoners, a student, whatever. As long as you have an idea, a business idea that you want to build, you can then go on and build the branding for this. And when I say branding, don't misunderstood it to mean a name and a logo and a color scheme. That is not branding. Those are just the business name, right? The business image. The brandings are the activities that you do to position that service or that products on the marketplace in such a way that you will gain the followers that believe, because they understand what you stood for and what you are offering, and therefore your business are able to grow from there. If you are not a brand and you're not building your business around the implementation of branding strategy, then you become a commodity. You know what happened to commodity is that you will always be trapped in the race to the bottom kind of a pit. So if you find yourself in the situation whereby you're offering the Me Too product and the other shop is on the online planet are offering the same thing at a lower price, then you immediately lose in that race. However, if you are building brand, they are even at a slightly higher market point price, you will be able to thrive in that climate. And this is the beauty of branding. Everyone who have an idea that they want to position in the market are able to do it step by step. Next, when we look into the selling, the retail business on the online planet, and even the service base, like consultant providing coaching and trainings, or even providing service, right? Consultation service, like my client does in insurance business. The question that I always ask is, have you been brand building or have you been selling? Many of us, without realizing it, find themselves actually a seller, not brand building. Therefore, you're not actually on the business, you are in the business. And being trapped in the business means that you just found yourself a job that you have to do and run. And if someone else offer better price point, the same thing at a better price point, you lose out to them. But if you understand how the brand, how positioning of your brand can be the ultimate advantage for your business, it is in communicating what you stood for, what is the purpose, and what is it that give the added advantage to your service and business that others are not able to provide, even at a lower market point. It could mean security. It could mean a guarantee. It could mean expertise. These are the primary things that most businesses are not focusing on. They are focusing on selling. Here's what I have. Here's what I'm selling. Buy. And if you continuously go into this loop, even if you're on the online planet, you will soon find yourself out of business from a more savvy business player employing branding strategy. Now, if you leverage on the branding strategy well, remember how I started in my hostel room at the university as a student with no titles, no followings to my name. Many people thought that the brand that I built, Elzada, is such a huge company with so many people in it, right? Because the idea that the late Steve Jobs shared in 1996 is that even a small company will look big on the internet, right? That's the gist of the idea. And if you understand it, it means what? It means the pictures that you share, it means the videos you share, is the kind of words you communicated, the kind of purpose that you share on your platform, on your real estate, right? This ultimately will be the reflection of your business, and it does not mean that you have to pay people to have it professionally done, because one of the current trend is to make it as relatable as possible. And if it is too professionally, too poshly done, sometimes people have distrust over it. Like, you're really trying to sell something to them, right? So these are the elements that you have to look into when you're curating your branding strategy. And back then, even when we are replying to our clients, I remember it was just myself and I with my husband running the whole operation A to Z, literally. And when we have a client coming in and asked, hello, have you shipped my order? My order number is such and such. And I said, okay, give me a moment. I will check it with my operation team. With operation team, which means my husband, right? And then if there's a confirmation on payment, and then he will say, okay, thank you for the payment. I will confirm your order upon confirmation from my account department. You see, all these are literally two men's army kind of a deal, but because you are able to communicate this trust and understanding, and the whole operation is run in such a way that you depict what will be, you are able to gain more trust from our client base, right? And you will grow to that state eventually. And that business grew to have more than 1,000 independent distributors. We have 27 executives and 60 labor worker with us, grown literally from nothing, leveraging fully on the digital platform. Next. So what can you do now? Okay, one of the, I couldn't, in this short span of time, I couldn't give you so many, but these are the two primary things that you can look into immediately right now, right? The first thing being the digital marketing arm. If you don't already have it, have it. This is for you to be able to leverage on this fully automated mechanism of the digital marketing as a solution where you share the solutions of your business and services online. When I say this, it's not just about knowing how to conduct training online. For example, if you're trainers, it's not enough to just take good photography of your product online. When that's done, the next part is about selling it, to be able to put it in front of as many eyeballs as possible. And if you are to attain and to achieve that, then digital marketing is a solution. Literally, you can make money even while you are sleeping. So you need to have to start looking into building and reinforcing your digital infrastructure. Many of my clients, when we are consulting on this digital solution, when they are so comfortable replying orders from WhatsApps, for example, right? These are not sustainable in the long run, because they will always be a bottleneck. So when we go into building the digital infrastructure of either e-commerce, and e-commerce doesn't only mean for retail business, it could also be for your service-based business. And this infrastructure will come with a cost, but it is at a significant, not relative, but a very significant smaller portion compared to the physical planet counterpart. You can, if I have an experience, I have the experience of maintaining a 21,000 ringgit per month boutique for 3 years. And when I compare the sales of this physical boutique with my online boutique, the online boutique is maintained at a mere 3,000 ringgit per month. And yet this goes on to make millions, 6-figure in a day. Whereas the physical could not even cater, because this is the game of square feet, remember? So you can accommodate only to a number of people. If those customers decided to drive and park and go to your boutique, right? Even so, you could not cater to that many people. Imagine 1,000 people. How do you cater 1,000 people on a physical boutique? And now with COVID, it is not happening because of the social distancing, all the fears of contracting the virus. People are more cautious now. So your next thing that probably you've been putting off would be on your digital asset platform, which can cater even 10,000 people in one go. And if you are not investing properly on your digital infrastructure to be able to not crash, to not go down every now and then, then you will be the market leader for your segment. So you have to look into your digital marketing arm, because just having the product display is not enough. You need to be able to have it offered to as many eyeballs as possible. If you can imagine it, is the ratio is in such that if you want to achieve, for example, 100,000 ringgit sales in a month, right? And say your product is at 100 ringgit. So that is about 1,000 people purchasing, correct? So if you want to achieve this, you cannot just have the product visible to 1,000 people, no? You need to play at a ratio of 1 to 10 or 1 to 20 if you're new. As in to say, your product needs to be offered to at least 1,000 people or 20,000 people if you're new, before you get the 1,000 conversion. And then you can play the next great thing, which is the data technology. And about that later, much later. But for now, let's focus on the market shift, right? So this when you design the business funnel from start to closing, the primary thing that will distinguish you from the other people offering about the same thing would be your customer experience. So more about that later on my following slide. But the second strategy that you can apply is to leverage an influencers collaboration. Like the thing that I shared with you just now is that not everyone have that large followings. Many of us that found ourselves in this post-COVID reboot situation are those with just our friends around us, and friends are not the best people for you to sell your things or your service to, right? Because they'll be the one who will be asking for discounts, etc., and your business couldn't grow. So what you would want to do is to leverage on relevant influencers and work with them to advance your brand further, because this is one of the fastest way for you to be able to put your brand into in front of as many eyeballs as possible at the lowest cost available in the market. So you will find that the recommendation of real people, not celebrity, the real people that are actually using your brand or subscribing to your services, these are more powerful than paid brand ambassador. Paid brand ambassador is a story of the past. People are still using it. You're just wasting money. Billboard, wasting money. So now it's more about acquiring your brand visibility through all these available platforms on this online planet. Okay, next. So one of the fundamental concepts when you want to go into integrated digital marketing is the thing that you can do for free, right? On this next slide, I share with you these 3 steps of know, like, and trust. I've been sharing this with many of my friends, even among the trainer circles, the entrepreneur circles. Sometimes you think you are doing it. You think you're doing it, but technically what you do may not be accurate in a sense that it will bring you to a point of conversion. And if you just newly want to transition into digital platform, just a heads up, this may take you about 6 months to build, right? Because this needs your consistency, your presence. You need to show up every single day on your platform, on your real estates, right? Either your real estate be your website, your YouTube, your Instagram, your Facebook, your Twitter, whatever. So you have to show up every single day on your real estate, and letting it's either your service, if you are communicating as a brand on your brand platform, or as yourself, if you're a trainer, which is more recommended for you to build your personal branding, right? So the kind of content that you would want to share is not necessarily the kind of content that is so on the dot with your product or your services. It must be something shareable. And I cannot stress on this enough. You have to be alert on the kind of things that's going on around us, and touch on that. Give your input on that. Improvise. Give your perspective on it. Give your input on it. Contribute your comments on it. And if that is being made in such a way that agree and disagree with, the best kind of input is where you have a group that agree and disagree, because this will give you the edge of, well, some people might not like it, which will then content you on it. Go by, if you use this method consistently, what you will gain is people will know you. Either they agree or disagree with you, and then those who support you and follow you, they will like you. And if as you consistently turn up on your real estate every single day without fail, no holidays, right, you will gain the trust, and from the trust then come the conversion, because people don't just buy product, they don't just buy services, they transfer the money from their pocket or their account to you because they trust you. And in this, even more so in this current climate, those who have the most trust of the people move the more money into their bank account, move the more money into their pockets. Next. Now, if you are building a brand or you have a business or services that you want to share with people, it is almost like online dating service, right? You have to make them fall in love with your brand, with your service. You know, if you imagine how people can fall in love online, like not meeting each other and then just chatting, words, pictures, videos are able to make people feel that they are very connected. They want to spend their life together. It is similarities in that same idea and strategy in place for online dating is what you should be implementing through your brand platform, real estates, and your business. Make the clients that agree with you fall in love with you, and those who disagree with you feel like, I can happily agree to disagree with you. You see, they because those around us that are reading and watching to the kind of content we provide, it came from many walks of life. It does not mean that, now digital Facebook ads is in trend. Now I want to offer the same service. Now everyone is suddenly an expert in digital marketing. No, we can even start, something that is more attuned to ourselves. Could be you're sharing recipe on a daily basis with your followers, and that could then convert into a paid class of cooking a certain in a certain way or method, that is foolproof to work every single time. So the line of conversion can work by you going through and be present every single day to acquire know, like, and trust. Okay. Now, before I conclude my session, I would just like to share with you the parable of the pipeline. Many of you have. The parable of pipeline is very simple. At a village, there are two men who's working. The work is to fetch a pail of water from a higher ground in the forest and bring it back to the village to sell. So one man always go up to the mountain to pick up the pail of the water with two pails. Every day he will go there with two buckets, right? So he will always be able to bring back 2 buckets water. While the other guy, he always go there bringing other tools and only 1 bucket. So every time when they return, the first guy will be able to sell more, correct? Because he has 2 buckets. While the other guy, he only be able to sell 1 bucket of water. But every single time the second guy went to go and fetch the bucket of water, he will build his pipe from the water source, and each and every single day he's been building until one day he's able to build from that point of the water source up to the village. Yes, he only is able to sell 1 bucket each day thus far, but the moment that the pipeline is ready, then he's able to just open the faucet and not even have to go a single day back to the mountain, and the first guy is out of business. Now, my question to you is, have you been building your pipeline? Maybe maybe, just maybe, 2020 is not cancelled. Maybe 2020 is the right push that we need to do what we have been putting off all this while. It's just the right push for us to bring our business and ourselves to a greater height. In this market shift, we cannot afford to just wait and see. We have to do. With that, thank you, and I'll be taking questions.
Wow, Elle, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Amazing. I really love some of your points. Yeah, so I'm just going to probably pick up some of the sharing that was actually
Thank you,
coming
Prof.
through Facebook and YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
First, you have people congratulating you from different parts of the world. So well done on the Elle Zara brand. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Kashi Balki says, hi, Ka-El. If you want to say hi, you can say that.
Hi.
Johan, we had Johan. Johan is an outstanding speaker. He'll be on this segment as well, I believe, one of the days. He totally agrees with the whole concept of building a brand versus selling. I think that was very well put. But very quickly, Elle, let me just ask you a simple question, since there were no
Sure.
questions, but rather comments. The Elle Zara brand, how has COVID-19 impacted you? You've mentioned it has impacted you positively, but probably a bit more honing in some of the positive aspects of COVID-19 in relation to your role as CEO and co-founder of Elle Zara.
Okay. Maybe I will bring just briefly into the aspects of the business I'm running. Right. So for the fact it is currently in the we are experiencing issues with the trademarks. So that one is on the final round. But
Right.
for Elle Zara Academy, right? For Elle Zara Academy that we are running, which is the output of the Elle Zara brand, and from the success of this brand, we receive requests from our fellow entrepreneur and friends to then share with them about the techniques and the strategy on how to better adapt in this digital marketing landscape. So for Elle Zara Academy, because this is more like a hobby to me, I will then, I think it's better to answer your question by using the example of my other brand, which is the goat's milk brand. Yeah, Prof? So that
Okay.
when we think of goat's milk, it is something that, that people might want to have taste first, and then maybe not buy online, right? But
Yeah.
with the digital marketing solutions done correctly with a funnel that we've been building from the very beginning in 2018 when we first introduced the brand at a pilot stage, we are able to gather more than 10,000 people that is putting our brand in front of 100,000 pair of eyeballs, and 10,000 converting to people that are interested to try the product, right? Now,
Yeah.
from having this funnel, then we are able to optimize on this database to then give them the opportunity to try our product, and ever since convert them to become our repeat clients until today. So the idea is to never stop doing your marketing, no matter how the market is. It's always to just change the model or the mode of the marketing in terms of the theme of the campaign, but never stop the marketing. Because the moment you stop running your marketing, stop doing your branding activities, that's when your customer will stop coming as well. And because the nature
Right.
of goat's milk is something that people use on a daily basis, they consume it, so it will be finished and they will repeat it. We come to a point, Prof, that we have to stop our marketing completely, not because we don't want to do it, but because we cannot cater to the demand anymore. So
Wonderful.
we have to send the message to all of our agents, all 1,000 plus of them, and telling them to please stop doing marketing. And then we have to inform our influencers partners, stop doing any form of marketing, stop shouting up about GotMac, because we are not able to cater to the demand anymore at that stage. And we need to be able to cater our existing client. And that arrived to the point that the customer experience is very important. It is better for you to serve the client that you have, because you'll be able to have consistent business relationship with them, because they trust you to always be able to deliver.
Right.
Instead
Right.
of because the marketing is always a solution when you need to increase your sales, right, and to ever
Excellent.
grow your brand. Yeah.
Thanks, Elle. Another question that has actually come up is, this is in relation to how can the digital platform, this is from Mahesh, I believe from Sri Lanka, from Colombo, I think. How can the digital platform support to change the customer priorities? Probably in about 30 seconds, if you want to share that.
How can the digital platform support to change the customer's priorities? Okay. First, we have to admit that we cannot give excuses like, this thing is not important. For example, fashion. People no longer buy fashion. They prioritize only on the important thing like food, other essentials in life. Because if we start to believe this, then the whole marketing dynamic that we are building for our business will completely change and probably stop, because we think that the market no longer needs it. To stress on the point that I shared earlier, that in this kind of game-changing climate is where many businesses will come on top, are the kind of business that don't stop repositioning their brand value and their offerings to the marketplace. So if you don't change customer priorities, you create a need for what you are offering, because trying to change their priorities will take you a whole lot of muscle and marketing money for you to pour in. But if you reposition what you have, in terms of acquiring a dress, is not just for a dress, it is something that will keep you happy at home, for example, right? So you'll be able to convert more sales this way. So reposition it.
Fantastic, Elle. We've run out of time. I'll thank you once again for joining us and for being part of REBOOT 2020. We really admire your brilliance in terms of not only running the academy, but you're CEO of a very successful brand. And thanks for sharing your valuable insights to us today. So, Elle,
thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
God bless you again. With the power given to me, I would like to now bring on board the next moderator, who will be moderating my session, by the way. This is, again, another very powerful, influential speaker, and it's all the way from Italy. So I'm going to bring him on screen right now. This is Khalid. Mr. Khalid, my brother, how are you? Over to you. Khalid, you got to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. If you could kindly unmute yourself. Thanks, Khalid.
Good morning, Professor, and good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you here today.
Likewise, Khalid. Fantastic having you on board.
All right. Today we have a great speaker. I'm looking forward to listen to his talk for today with the presentation titled "Design Thinking and Design Spirit for Post-Mock Recovery Effect." Our speaker for today is Professor Dr. Murali Raman. He have his doctorate in management information system from California. He obtained his doctorate degree in 2005. He is currently a professor at the management faculty at Multimedia University. He has published more than 85 papers in international journal, conferences, and book chapters, and he has written and edited several books in the areas of information management. In general, he currently train and consult with several leading companies in Malaysia. He is currently the director of Multimedia University Business School, focusing on executive training and consultancy. I'm looking forward for listening to your talk for today and get more knowledge about your talk.
Thank you, Khalid. Thanks for the introduction. So let me share my screen with you guys. Once again, thank you very much, the DC family, for letting me to play a minor role in this fantastic conference, which will be held over the next 5 days. My topic for today is design thinking and design sprint for post-MCO recovery efforts. So I think it fits very nicely with the theme of the conference, Reboot. I think as humans, as humanity, we're experiencing this significant pandemic. And in fact, I was talking to my son, who's only 12, and he said, "Appa, I discovered something new in life." I say, "What?" "This is going to go down in the books of history." And I was part of COVID-19. and I've learned quite a lot. So this is coming from a 12-year-old boy, which is, so to me as a father, is very inspirational as I got talking to him more about this issue. So I'm here to quickly give you guys, the audience today, the distinguished audience that we have in front of us in the online world, on what design thinking is and what's the relevance of design thinking in the context of probably rebooting ourselves personally as well as from a corporate standpoint. Be it if you're running our own company or we're part of a company and organization that we work for. So key lessons, the session goals, I hope to cover 4 points in about, say, 35-40 minutes. The lessons from COVID-19, fundamental design thinking concepts briefly, and understand how design thinking can help us, as what I mentioned, and some of our prior experience in working in this area in design thinking. Let me skip the life lessons. World War I. So if we look at World War I, casualty 40 million. World War I, 40 million. And at the end of World War I, humanity froze for a while, and humanity made a pledge. And they made a pledge that there wouldn't be World War II. Guess what? There was a World War II. 75 million lives lost. Humanity set the reboot button again and told itself, we are not going to go for another war. Guess what? There were other things that happened, and we hope that we do not get into World War III ever. Thank God for that. It doesn't happen. And let's talk about disease. Spanish flu, 50 million dead. And humanity set the reset button. It rebooted itself and saying that we got to be better prepared for the next pandemic. Guess what? SARS came, and there were lives lost as well. Again, we were not prepared. After SARS, we had the MERS, which is again another significant pandemic for the world, and lives were also lost there. So what I'm trying to say here, at every significant milestone that humanity has been through in terms of a catastrophic event, we have tried to reset ourselves. We had tried to reboot. But are we dead serious about rebooting correctly? Are we dead serious about really turning off the old switches and really rebooting and rewiring the entire organization as well as ourselves to ensure that we are able to face the next pandemic? I think that is where we are at. And guess what? I was reading a recent paper in a journal that published, and it says there are many more man-made and natural disasters that are linked to climate change that's about to happen. And if we are not serious about rethinking how we do business, if we are not serious and not committed to this whole concept of things like sustainability and climate change, more challenges can be anticipated. And of course, we can see these are opportunities as well. Yes, definitely a challenge bring forth opportunities, but we have our role to play as humans. We have our role in this whole massive creation, and how we reshape and ensure that we actually play a vital part in ensuring Mother Earth is still there and is still around for a long time to come. So let's pause and reflect on that for a while. Will we ever learn? So will we ever learn? COVID-19 has taught all of us many lessons, and we could look at it either negatively, and some of us really dread COVID-19, we really dread pandemics, and we could see that it has really brought significant issues to the economy. In Malaysia alone, the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research reports there could be almost 1.5 million people who are going to be jobless in the next 6 months. Some already are, close to 900,000 do not have jobs. So it's definitely brought a negative impact on the economy, negative impact on the lifestyle. I mean, who likes putting on masks and conducting seminars? Who likes putting on masks and queuing up at a mall before we buy a loaf of bread? We don't like that, I'm sure. However, we could look at the pandemic positively. Agility, some companies have become more agile. Elle Zada is an example I shared earlier, how she has become much more agile in terms of a thought process, in terms of the whole governance structure of the company, in terms of the whole procedural framework of the organization, doing things differently. Positive lifestyle changes as well. My lifestyle, I have a very busy lifestyle, pre-MCO, very busy lifestyle, pre-lockdown. When I come home very late, by the time I get up and go to work, I hardly spend 10 minutes with my boys and with my wife. So I'm blessed to actually spend very long hours really getting to know who my family members really are, truly, how much they mean to me, playing the role of a father. So it's positive on the lifestyle as well. It's taught me how to balance work life in a much more constructive manner. Environment, we could look at this. The environment. I'm sure you've seen pictures of bluer skies, greener sceneries. Finally, animals are roaming around freely in the lockdown period. These are all lessons that we want to preserve post pandemic. How can we ensure that we live equally with other inhabitants of this planet? And it's brought a lot of innovation. The pandemic has, like it or not, it's brought tremendous amount of innovation. People who just shifted overnight, they've pivoted their business models, they've pivoted their mindset, and they've pivoted the organization culture to ensure that they survived. Not only survived, they thrived. So we'll talk more about this. So therefore, two points that I hope to convey through this presentation. Number one, will corporations resume business as usual? Let's hope it doesn't work. And let's hope that companies, as we speak, as we conduct thousands of seminars around the world, as we conduct numerous presentation sessions in the online world, or now slowly in the physical world again, are we really rethinking our strategies? Are we really rethinking our organizations and our companies? Yeah? And what role can design thinking, secondly, play to support such efforts? Quickly, what design thinking is. Some of you might be familiar with design thinking, and I'm happy to and very proud to announce that I'm part of the Stanford University Faculty Fellows Program, where I'm affiliated with the Stanford Design Thinking, affiliated to the Stanford D School at Palo Alto, where we do some work on design thinking as we speak. Many projects actually ongoing, and including some in Malaysia. Yeah. So the methodology that I'm going to be quickly drilling you guys with today is based on the Stanford design thinking approach. And of course, there are other approaches as well, but this is what we subscribe to. So just a caveat there. So design thinking, if you look at what Elle talked about, and there was a question on, do we actually shift the consumer's priority? Yeah, I totally agree with Elle. It's not easy to shift their priorities. But design thinking, what it does is it's really asking us to put ourselves into the shoes of the customer. So it's essentially a user-centric and collaborative approach to foster innovative solutions. And most of the times, if you look at successful companies, they build products, they build brands, they build solutions for the market and not the other way around. So they don't build a product and say that I think this is going to work. Rather, they understand what the market is, who the consumer is, understanding the consumer journey, the consumer lifestyle before they say, I think this is going to work because the consumer has endorsed this, the market has endorsed this. And design thinking is just a very simple approach which teaches us how to actually position ourselves in the shoes of the customers. So it's like old wine in new bottle, nothing new. It's nothing totally groundbreaking or earth-shaking, or earth-shattering, what they say. Nothing new. It's been there. It's old wine, new bottle. But the difference between design thinking and probably other methodologies out there before this was actually invented by the IDEOs at Stanford is probably a systematic and a highly simplified approach to understanding the market and coming up with innovative solutions. Yeah. So it's a 5-stage process, starting with empathy. Then from empathy, I will quickly walk you guys through the steps, yeah, for those who are not familiar. From empathy, we get down to define, and the third stage is ideation, followed by prototyping and testing. Step 1, empathy. What does empathy mean? So empathy is the ability and capacity to understand or feel what someone else is going through. Yeah, and it starts with ourselves. Do we actually take 5 to 10 minutes a day asking ourselves very important questions? Who am I? How am I feeling now? What's my emotional state? Why am I behaving this way? How can I shift? How can I make that personal pivot to ensure that I actually succeed in life today, tomorrow? Yeah, based on lessons that I've actually captured from my memory, yeah, in the past. So how are we empathizing with ourselves? And as well, more importantly, from a business perspective, how am I empathizing with my market, with my customers, with my consumers? So let's think about that. And what's the relevance of empathy and rethinking our post-recovery efforts, post-pandemic efforts? Yeah. MCO here stands for Movement Control Order. For those of you for other parts of the world, in Malaysia, we didn't call it lockdown. We call it Movement Control Order. So MCO stands there. The acronym Movement Control Order is MCO. What's the relevance of empathy and rethinking our efforts here as we rebuild our business and ourselves? I'll just share a quick story with you guys. During the lockdown period or during the MCO period, the first 3 days was very difficult for many of us in Malaysia because there was no bread. People started panic buying. When you start panic buying, the food doesn't get to the shelf. And for me personally, I love bread, and my family consumes a lot of bread, breakfast, lunch, even dinner, sometimes sandwiches and so on. Bread was no longer found on the shelf. So I really missed eating bread. And there was a point where I used to just wait in my car. And as the moment I saw the Gardenia truck approaching one of the bigger retail outlets, I would actually follow. And there was an instance where I followed the truck and I waited for the driver to park his truck. And as soon as he got down, I parked and I got down. I rushed him and I told him, "Thank you very much." He said, "What's happening to you? What's wrong with you?" I said, "Brother, thank you. I've taken you for granted." I was basically trying to do a quick empathy with him and say, you've made my day today. And I followed him all the way to the mall. He was shelving the shelves at Giant, which is a hypermarket. And I waited for him to do it. Thanked him again, picked 2 loaves of bread for my family and went back. And I said, "Hey, thank you. You mean a lot to me." I didn't do that before. It's just another guy driving another truck, shelving another loaf of bread. Didn't matter to me as long as I bought it. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say here is, when you do empathy, we really got to reboot ourselves, and we really got to rethink and say, how do people matter? So here, question to think about in our role as corporate players and corporate thinkers. Yeah? Do we empathize with our stakeholders as part of the overall corporate culture? Do we take our people for granted? If you're a CEO of a company, yeah, are we taking our staff for granted? As a professor at a university, am I taking my students for granted? As a trainer, am I taking my participants for granted? Yeah? So empathy teaches us how to position ourselves into their shoes, and it's very powerful. It's very important, yeah, when we do this as part of our training. Yeah? Do we listen to them? Are we listening? So empathy is about listening, and listening with the heart. You could listen from your ears, or you could listen from your heart. Successful companies, they've shown us time and time again. Successful corporate leaders have shown us time and time again. Don't think with your ears. Don't listen with your ears. Listen from your heart. If you listen from your heart, that's when you really know what people are saying and what they want, and what they expect from our brand or from our product. Do we really care for them? So empathy is about listening, it's about caring. And last but not least, are we sincere in putting ourselves into their shoes? So that's what empathy actually teaches us in a design thinking session, design thinking training, and it's totally relevant for post-pandemic recovery, because the market has shifted, as what Elle pointed out. We need to ask, are we ready for the next pandemic? Khalid talks about that. To be ready for the next pandemic, are we actually listening to the people who have been impacted by this pandemic? What are their requirements? Yeah, what do they want to see us doing differently, and how can we reciprocate and respond differently given the current situation? This is a simple picture from a failed proton model. I think it was called Proton Jago, if I'm not mistaken. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but this is one of the biggest failure, because they didn't go to the market. They didn't ask every Malaysian, hey, would you guys buy this car? And when it actually came out, it didn't do well, because the major feedback that the market said was, it looks like a refrigerator that had 4 wheels. And many people didn't subscribe to this brand, didn't subscribe to this model. Yeah. And it was a failure in the market. Again, to reiterate, whatever rebooting or rethinking that we're doing, keep the end person in mind. The recipient of our product, the recipient of our service, keep them in mind, keep them in our hearts. And then we change, and then we reboot, yeah, internally. My favorite actor, Will Smith. So when we do empathy, I learned this from Will Smith in one of the interviews. He said this: the best way to play a role is to immerse yourself in that role. There was a classic movie where he played this Kenyan doctor. I think the movie is actually called Hemorrhage. It had to do with brain hemorrhage in the NFL, where he actually played the role of a Kenyan doctor so beautifully. And guess what? He spent almost 1 year trying to learn how a Kenyan would speak English. And he spent another 6 months trying to understand how doctors actually led their lives and how they lived, the stress that they go through in the mortuary and so on. So a very beautiful movie. Yeah? So Will Smith, and he taught me a very powerful lesson in relation to design thinking. When we do empathy, it's like the best way to play a role is to understand that person better. Yeah. So the best way to produce a product or a brand or a solution is to firstly understand what do they want, and how best we can deliver that. If we don't do that, the whole customer journey collapses, the whole journey mapping collapses, the whole stakeholder engagement collapses, yeah, and becomes pointless. And we have, and one of the things that we really love doing this activity. I did this activity with all the time in the classes. We actually train people to become blind, and we actually take them for walks, sometimes a few hours, to really understand what it feels like to be blind before we get them to do solutions for the blind. Yeah? So coming up with a product that can actually simplify the lives of a blind person, we get them to walk and behave like a blind person. And we even played this when we brought in actual blind people to actually guide someone else how to be blind. So how can you feel me as a blind person? So once again, empathy is about understanding the market. And so in a typical design thinking class, we train on how you conduct empathy sessions, how we develop personas for the customers, and are there similar personas out there for which we can find a common solution that the market actually needs. So from empathy, the next stage in design thinking, design sprint, is actually a concept called define. So understanding the core issues faced by the customer, or the core issues faced by a particular group of interest for which we are solutioning for, or we're coming up with solutions for. This is when we make the Mario leap. Some of you are very familiar with Mario. If you're not, you need to play more online games. This is the time. Okay. So when you make the leap, you really have to understand observation. What are we observing from the people in which we have empathized with? What are they trying to tell us? Through interviews, through focus group discussions, what are we trying to do? What are we trying to gauge? And from there, what's our interest? So in academic terms, what's the hypothesis? I hate the word hypothesis, sounds very academic, but what are we wondering? What do we wonder? What are they trying to tell us? And therefore, from there, how can we come up with solutions that solutions or products or ideas that are actually meaningful for the people that we've empathize with? So under define, we go through a stage where we observe, we infer, we come up with possible solutions or hunch or insights. And sometimes we call this, in the classic design thinking lingo, we call them game-changing statements, which are basically actionable learning about people. A classic project that we worked with Stanford, Dak Dyer's guy who the designer for GE, he felt extremely sad because he felt that each time a child goes into an MRI machine, the child actually basically is not happy, that the child is actually not a pleasurable journey. And I'm sure even as adults, if you're asked to do an MRI, the whole episode is not a pleasurable experience. The sound, just being in there. And some of my friends say that I just felt that I came back alive after being dead for almost 1 hour, 40 minutes being in the MRI machine. We don't blame them for them because it's just how the design is. So when Dak Dyer saw this, he engaged a bunch of design thinkers. Say, guys, can we look at how do we do things differently? How do we change this? How do we make something much more pleasurable, especially for a child? So the project was initiated. Empathy visits were actually done to hospitals, and at the end of the empathy, one of the most powerful persona through an interview was it read as follows. Yeah, this is actually a toolkit that we actually present at the end of a definition exercise, stage 2 of design thinking. And this is called a point of view. This point of view read as follows: we met Jessie, a 9-year-old child with leukemia. We were surprised to notice that she was more worried that her brother was having fun in the park. Remember, when parents take their kids to hospital, probably the mom takes the one child who is the child with the illness into the MRI room for the treatment, and the father probably takes the other child to, there's usually a very nice playground. So the child in the MRI was actually crying, not because of the machine, but she was crying. Jessie was actually crying because her brother was in the park having fun. She said, I'm missing out on the fun. I'm missing out on the ice cream. Where's my ice cream? Where's my fun? That was what she was missing out. That was the surprise element from the empathy and from the reading of the empathy interviews that we actually done. And that led us to something called the wonder, the hypothesis. We wonder if Jessie would be much more happy if you could really reposition the entire experience for her, make it more fun, make it more cool. Can we actually simulate the park in the MRI procedure? So that led us to stage 3, which was coming up with a bunch of ideas, a bunch of solutions, a bunch of possible implementation that would actually be much more palatable to a child. There were 13 prototypes that actually developed, 13 prototypes that were designed, and the winning prototype was the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. Soon we found this hospital had a different issue. The kids who were in the park didn't want to be in the park. They wanted to be in the MRI room, which is a good problem to have at that time. Yeah? So we started experimenting with them. How do we get them to actually say, hey, the MRI is something that you actually need. It's a medical process that you have to go through, but let you have a good experience. Of course, this was not done with the magnetic resonance imaging yet. This is the prototype of the what it will eventually look like. Yeah. So phase 1, when the project was concluded, we just redesigned the hospital to ensure it was made a lot more user-friendly from a customer, which is the child's perspective, the child's standpoint. The machines were still same, but how we coded the machines and made it a lot more fun, a lot more, palatable, as I mentioned, to the average child coming in there. So from defining the problem, defining the root causes and so on, stage 3 in the design thinking class actually talks about ideation. When we look at ideation is a fundamental step. It's not really brainstorming. It's more than brainstorming. Some people say that, what's the difference between brainstorming and ideation in design thinking? Remember, you could actually do an ideation session right away. So these are a bunch of possible solutions that we actually have. But one thing that you'd be missing is, I haven't really empathized with the person that I'm actually building this for. I haven't really defined what the core problems are or what the core issue is before I create a solution. So my point is, why bother trying to come up with a million ideas if you're not sure what the person you're ideating for is actually feeling, or what do they actually want? Yeah? So we need to think about that. So again, it's not just solely brainstorming. It is related to brainstorming, but it is not brainstorming. And it evolves based on a change of statements that we have developed, the game-changing statements that you actually develop, derived from the empathy and derived from the deep root problem definition stage that we actually go through. So again, why is ideation important post-MCO recovery effort? Well, let's link it to corporate culture. Let's link it to organizational transformation. Others may have an idea, yet they might not be in a leadership position. Think about this. How many times we've heard of a situation where somebody who is probably a no one in the company, probably way below the corporate line, I'm talking about large-scale corporations with a totally bureaucratic structure. This might be employee number 9,447 who's sitting in a teller somewhere in a bank, has this brilliant idea, and he says, look, I think if we just switch one process here, we could actually save a lot of costs, and we could actually improve customer service. By the time that idea gets up to the CEO and to the board of the bank, this guy has probably left the company. He's probably he's probably joined his own startup or started his own startup company as well in that process. What I'm trying to say here is ideas need to actually be escalated up front. And it's very difficult if the company is actually very large. So one important aspect as we are rebuilding and rebooting our companies post-pandemic is to actually ensure people have a voice, in the organization, regardless of who they are, regardless of color of skin, regardless of religious belief, regardless of education background, regardless of where they're coming from, regardless of background, regardless of whether you like them or not. If we are leaders, give them a voice, because they may have very powerful ideas that actually meets the requirements of people that we've empathized with or empathized for. They might not be in leadership position. Ideation is done to allow everyone to approach a problem, which we call design thinking challenge in a design thinking class beyond seniority level. So again, as I mentioned, it's no room for, I'm more senior than you, and this is part of the corporate culture where the seniors speak, the juniors just execute. It's not like that. It's a free flow for everyone. It's a brainstorming session, as I mentioned, guided by very good techniques in the form of empathy and define. So ideation is also vital to ensure you obtain a diverse set of people to look at the same problem differently. Again, most of the time you have a technology issue. Companies tend to, based on my experience as a consultant, as a trainer, as an academic over the past 20, 22 years, most of the time there's a tech issue, they call the tech boys and girls in. So the tech boys and girls in, they're good, but they're looking at the problem from a tech perspective. Now, when you bring a finance expert into a tech situation, probably we're going to say, what value can this guy add? Let's not bring them in. But you never know. They may have very powerful ideas and they may look at the tech world differently. And that is when the amalgamation of different thoughts, the collective thought, the cohesiveness of differences coming in together to achieve a strategic goal or strategic outcome of a company becomes very beautiful. And that is the beginning of cultural transformation if it's done properly, in an organization. So ideas are vital, ideation are vital in design thinking. We encourage the cross-fertilization of ideas throughout the organization to ensure we solve the problem for the market, and address the shift that Elle was talking about in the first segment. So ideation also sparks an innovative culture. So no ideas, no innovation in an organization and in the individual as well. I love this picture for a few reasons. Number one, this chap was born in a state that I was born, Negeri Sembilan in Seremban, my hometown. And there are people complaining. There were so many people complaining during the pandemic. I've lost my job. The government is not helping me enough. I don't have enough money. My family is suffering. NGOs need to play a bigger role. But this guy said, I'm not going to complain. He was a factory worker. He said, yeah, okay, I've lost about a few thousand ringgit a month as a factory employee. But let's look at what's happening. He had no idea of e-commerce. He had some insights of how digital technology would actually work. Quickly learned how to actually set up an online store. As what Elle said, the cost is very, very effective to actually go online today. And he connected himself with delivery companies. And he started selling almost 60 kilograms of fish a day, starting with his neighbors, and then expanding it to the community, expanding it to the entire state. And today he's a successful entrepreneur selling fish online. So using online channel as a medium to actually get big into this business overnight. So for him, if he can do it, what about all of us? And eventually he's going to be a very successful entrepreneur. So all it takes is for us to reboot, firstly, the mindset. The paradigm shift is actually required. We can complain and do the same thing all over, or we can start all over and do something differently. The choice is with us. The choice is in our hands. How to play this game, So in ideation, we do a lot of examples. We get my favorite thing. I'm just trying to give you a glimpse of what happens in a DT class, a design thinking class. We put up pictures of vegetables, and we actually bring in vegetables to the class. And just ask the participants a very simple question. Do your kids like eating vegetables? Trust me, 99.99% of the time, parents would say, oh, they do not like to eat vegetables. Then we say, why? Why do kids hate vegetables? You get a bunch of reasons why. Then we try and find solutions, try and do ideation. So we teach them to ideate from a very simple example or simple case of kids eating vegetables. How do we get them to do that? 51 different ways of making children love vegetables, all the way to the company problems that they actually put forward in the research. Yeah? So this is what you could probably expect. And we go through this session called, there might be 51 different ideas or 51 different solutions. What's the next thing that we actually do? We train them on QBDs. Q are ideas that are impactful, quick to implement, quick to create. Yeah? These are quick wins. So companies, remember, if we are thinking about corporate leaders who are out there, think about this. There might be many ideas. And sometimes you say, oh, this one we can't do. There's no cost. There's so much of cost involved. Too difficult. We need board approval. We need regulatory authorities. Yeah, these are. We admit there might be issues with this, but look for quick wins. This is what a Q idea stands for: a quick win, quick to create, quick to implement. This is not confrontational with the overall or the overarching organizational procedure, process, or technology, whatever else. Quick to implement. Breakthrough are ideas that are unlikely to work, but if it did, it would take the company, will leapfrog the company to something extremely powerful. This is ideal. So think of the Elon Musk of the world. Think of the guys who invented Google, Teller, Google X, head of Google X, and so on. Think of this, breakthrough ideas. Unlikely to work, but if they did, boom, you've created massive impact to the world. Yeah? And last but not least, ideas that classify themselves. The D category. The D category stands for ideas that are delightful. They delight the people for whom we are designing it. So you may be wondering, what's the difference between Q and D? Time frame. Quick wins are easy to implement. Quick. I could get my son to eat vegetables. You eat this vegetable now, or I'm going to spank you. That's a bad father. Happy Father's Day, by the way, to fathers. Belated Father's Day wishes to all of you yesterday, and to Arthur as well. Lovely children. Quick win. Or I could say, if I build an app for you and you can track your daily consumption of vegetables, and if you hit 100 points of consuming the right vegetables that gives you the right nutrients, I'm going to get you an iPad. Yeah. Now we're talking business. Yeah. So that's what might be the difference between a Q idea and a D idea. But again, sometimes what we coach people is to look for the breakthrough ideas. Teller, in my interview, this is the head of Google X. When I met him at Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, we had a discussion. And my question to him is, Astro, how do you guys do this? Why is X different? Why is Google X different? Well, we thrive on failure. I'm not saying that failure is good or we should invite failure, but the issue is when we thrive on failure, it's a culture where you're actually learning from something that happened and we're taking it positively. Think of how many Malaysian companies, I'm speaking from Malaysia, how many Malaysian companies allow their people to fail. Yeah. And we give them the green light to say, I'm giving you 5 million. If it doesn't work, fine. Just come back and tell me what have you learned. How many of us are like that? Or how many of us say that I'm giving you 5 million? Your life is on the line. Your neck is on the line. If you fail, you're out. So when we see thrive on failure, it's whole seamless culture of actually learning from each other, learning from why things actually didn't work in order to improve and get better. And they're saying it's better to fail in-house than failing in the market. Go back to the Proton example that I gave you, that model. I'm sure they've invested so much money to actually produce that version of that prototype, that version of the car. And by the time it got to the market, it failed because they did not empathize with the market in terms of what would be a good look and feel for a car out there. Yeah. So the culture that promotes striving on failure, and this is what Astro also told me. He said, we don't believe that there is a bad idea, but the idea, they either survive our test or otherwise. So X and Google, they really work on, they have what you call the killer teams. Yeah, you could actually look at how ideas can actually be killed in-house. And that's good. That's a lesson learned. So if the ideas survive the test, then it's worthy of the market. So think about that. And I relate to relate this statement to a very powerful movie. Yeah? A lot of lessons from this movie called Kung Fu Panda. Conversation between Ogwe and Sifu. Sifu says, Sifu is Ogwe. The Ogwe talks to the other guy, the smaller guy. Forget his name. He says, there are no bad experiences. These are all lessons. Today is good. Forget the past. The past is history. The future is mystery. Live in the moment. Very powerful. I'm not saying Google practices Kung Fu Panda technology, But essentially, it's about creating a culture where people are allowed to experiment. And this experimentation culture, rebooting culture, rethinking culture is totally relevant during crisis times, crisis moments. It's the best time to do it, guys. So look beyond ideas, we go for breakthroughs. So what they say again, the QBD, the classification of the grouping of ideas, they are not happy with just quick wins, but they're looking for significant breakthroughs for society. Yeah? So once we finish ideation, we get on to the stage called prototyping. Prototyping is one of the most happening stages in the design thinking class because we introduce something called scenes, roles, and props. So this is a classic experiment. We did this with an airline company. We bring in the airlines into the classroom, not a physical airline, but the participants. There's a stage where we create a drama, a role play, quick role plays, which sometimes they even use scripts, scenes, roles, and props. How do you want to bring a particular prototype to life before it goes to the market? How do we actually bring in actual customers into the training room to experience a mock-up prototype? So there's a lot of material that's actually used, and it's very fun-based storytelling. Actors play their roles, and to get to a point where we ask the customer, does this make sense? And if the customer says, yes, great, then we try and work on an actual prototype. If the customer says, I think this is bad, guys, we get back to the drawing board. So scene role props, very powerful technique that we do in prototyping before we actually work on an actual prototype. So remember the case that I shared with you about the MRI machines. Some of these guys here, if you see, they are doctors and they are nurses and they are actually playing their scene role and prop. We get them to wear costumes. They come in and they actually are demonstrating how they would actually use an MRI machine, and they start behaving like children. Yeah? So they had roles, the scenes, and the props and so on. Okay, that's prototype. Last but not least, once you finish, this is the final stage of design thinking. When you finish prototyping, it's the time to test. And what are we testing? We're trying to see if the product achieves positive validation in the market. Is it validated positively? Is it received positively in the market? So you could do testing in a different way. You could actually use the Shark Tank approach, get in a bunch of VCs or potential investors. But in my experience, most of the time we get the C-level people to come into the class during the Shark Tank days, and the prototypes that have been identified are actually pitched to this group of C-level people to get feedback. Yeah? And sometimes this is a very interesting session because the participants get grilled, and how they defend themselves is very nice to see. But the point is not nice watching people grill, especially if they're participants. But the whole culture of Q&A, the whole culture of questioning, the whole culture of debate, the whole culture of exchanging ideas, very beautiful. That's when you find the seeds of transformation actually planted. The seeds of rebooting are actually embedded into the core of the organization. Yeah, so we do that. So testing is a stage where people rating our ideas, they rate our ideas, they give us the good and the bad. What you need to improve, how you can improve before we actually test it with actual stakeholders. So some of the examples, these are probably my concluding slides. Some of the examples that I'm actually working on currently, and some projects that I've actually completed in design thinking sphere in Malaysia and other parts of the world, as follows. Yeah, these are examples from other parts of the world before my own work. Yeah, so design thinking is part of Airbnb's culture. So Airbnb has embedded design thinking philosophy as part of its culture, and design sprint as a methodology to execute that philosophy. So they came out of what you call a trough of sorrow. They were down at one point of time, and they, when they tried to reboot themselves, they used this as an approach. Karen Campbell, this is called a pill pack concept. Now, pill pack was actually acquired by Amazon in 2018 for $1 billion. So Karen Campbell, a team of husband and wife, that actually built a very simple prototype of how to actually help people, especially who used to carry a lot of what do you call medicines or supplementary items when they traveled abroad and so on. How do they help them pack their pills, pack their tablets in a much more consistent manner, in a much more predictable manner when they're consuming on a daily basis? So they invented this, and PillPack became an overnight success. They used design thinking to actually build how the packaging should actually be done, how the containers actually develop, and how the pills are actually structured into the packs. And Amazon picked them up for a cool $1 billion in 2018 because of their success. Design thinking not only helps for commercial purposes, it's been used by certain NGOs around the world to actually look at how we can actually even build hygienic toilets. Yeah, and this is actually a case of the Clean team using design thinking to actually build toilets in Ghana for the urban poor. in-home toilets. And why, you may be wondering, why do we need design thinking to build toilets when resources are scarce, when scarcity exists? It's not much to do with the given environment. That's when we need to be highly creative. And to be highly creative, we went back down to actually, how do we talk to the people who are impacted by these issues, by these challenges? Yeah. So the Clean Team project in Ghana, Stanford, I've given you the example. Again, closer to home, we did this with TM before they launched Unify Mobile, to get the TM staff to actually talk about what do the millennials, what do the generation, the connected generation, Generation C. Now we're talking about Generation C, the connected generation. My boys, 15 and 12, they are connected most of the time. Yeah. What do they want from a product? How do they visualize a phone? How do they utilize? How do they use a phone? What is this phone for? What did they think when they think about a SIM card? What is the meaning of mobile connectivity to them? Getting down to deep discussions with this group before we actually launched Unify Mobile, which had very good results. In the first week, they had many downloads as well. Project that's actually ongoing, and we started this before the MCO. Now it's on hold because of the MCO. And this was actually published by the local newspapers, but helping teachers through design thinking. So how do we actually create more and foster more innovative teaching and learning in classrooms, not only through use of technology, but it's more use of creativity, using design thinking. So we piloted this with teachers nationwide in the country. They actually we had a 3-day beautiful workshop in a very nice venue at TM1, where we spent 3 nights and 2 days and 3 nights talking about how can we make teaching more engaging and more fun for students out there who use design thinking, which is actually picked up by the media. And I'm just going to leave you with this. If you want to read more about me and my journey in design thinking, you just Google my name, Murali Raman, Leadernomics. There are two articles that I've written on design thinking. Firstly, how design thinking can actually help us reboot in the context of digital economy. And secondly, the role of design thinking in the work of Carol Dweck, and how it creates a growth mindset. Again, to me, we may have the best policies, we may have the best processes, we may have the best culture, we may have the best leaders, we may have the best people. But if all of this is not done with the willingness to transform the mind with an open heart, reboot will probably be another exercise. So, dear rebooters out there, let's begin with the end in mind. Thank you. I'll be happy to take a few questions if there are any. Thank you so much. Back to you, Khalid.
A really wonderful session. I really enjoyed every slide that you have there present today. We don't have questions as yet, but I would like to ask you in regards to the design thinking. I just found out, and we know it from our, let's say, articles that we read about you, that it's one of the main or one of the important scenarios when people want to implement solutions for crisis. And during design thinking implementation, there will be challenges. So can you just enlighten us how you can overcome the implementation challenges when you apply design thinking for crisis?
Fantastic, Khalid. Thanks for the question. I think one of the major impediments of successful implementation of a design thinking journey is culture, and I keep coming back to that. So to be very honest, I've worked with design thinking for companies, and I've done it with companies that have failed miserably with this, and there are companies that they're thriving on this. And the key word there is leadership. So each time when leadership says, I am buying in on this, and when the C-level puts the money and says that I want to train my C-level first to understand this and look at the value before they cascade it down to the junior level staff, it becomes very beautiful. There are a few banks in Malaysia that have worked with this on this, and they've really done extremely well. But of course, you have the other group of leaders who would say, design thinking, we know this. We don't need to spend 3 days in the design thinking class. My juniors need to do this. So just train my junior executives, it'll be fine. And then it becomes a training. It doesn't become a whole approach. So one of the key challenges is actually commitment from the top, commitment from leaders, and are leaders ready to make it as a part of their entire reboot strategy and cultural transformation? So I hope you've answered your question, Khalid.
Thank you very much. We got now lots of comments appreciating your presentation, so thank you. We have a lot of them. And there is a question, where can they find accreditation or the certifications for design thinking?
They could actually write to me, Khalid. We can take it offline, and just look up the MMU Business School, and we can actually get in touch with them.
Great. I don't have further questions for you. There is another. What is the best techniques to collect before you engage in the process? Yeah, someone is asking a question. What is the best techniques that I think to collect data before you engage in the process?
Okay, there are many techniques of collecting data. If I'm reading the question correctly, Mahesh, you could write to me personally as well, Mahesh. Yeah? But the best way is to actually ask yourself, what data do I need and from whom? So once you answer that two questions, what data do I need and from whom, and that will actually specify what you're going to do with the data that you actually collect. And most of the time, we use either surveys for large-scale data collection or market validation. And I actually prefer one-on-one engagement with senior leadership to really understand the cultural requirements of the organization, yeah, before we engage in this session. So there's that. Khalid, it's my honor now to introduce you.
It's my great pleasure, Doctor, and I really enjoy your session.
Thank you, Khalid. Let me quickly move on. It's 2:46. So to quickly introduce our next speaker, Khalid Al-Koud. I hope I pronounced his second name. Khalid, I hope I pronounce your last name correctly. I'm going to call you Khalid. And who is a CEO, speaker, and consultant. Khalid is an international speaker, entrepreneur, a leadership expert, and a business consultant. He has expertise over 20 years and has been invited on several occasions to speak, not only in the online platform, but also in the physical world. And he has developed characteristics that make him an effective coach. He's an effective coach, and he trains companies and conducts sessions on across topics, a very wide array of topics, including CSR, corporate social responsibility, public relations, public speaking, event management, motivational speeches, as well as voluntary services, and also how to volunteer yourself in service, especially in this time of need as well. So he's talking to us today about, are we responsible and ready for the next wave? Khalid, over to you.
But wait, because Khalid doesn't actually start till 3 o'clock, and we don't want all of his fans that are coming over and waiting for Khalid to, it's like they're going to come exactly at 3 o'clock, and then if we start now, they might miss it, and that would be tragic. Okay, so what we do have is we've got an intermission because some people have to pee, and they don't want to miss any of your stuff, right? So like, can go out, you can just kind of relax for a little bit, go get some water. Meanwhile, we are going to be playing some ads, and of course some very important ads, because they also have information and content related to learning and our sponsors, and different things that are going to help you to basically achieve higher levels of awesomeness during and after post-COVID. Okay, so we're going to come back at 3 o'clock because Dr. Murali, Professor Dr. Murali, you have already introduced Khalid, and maybe we just do one small little extra introduction when he starts at 3 o'clock. And meanwhile, okay, are you ready, Khalid, to come back at 3 o'clock?
I'm ready.
All right. Okay.
Let's do that at 3.
All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and get some messages from our sponsors. Dun, dun, dun.
Hi, this is Arthur Karmazzi, best-selling author and currently ranked as one of the world's top 10 thought leaders in organizational culture and leadership. So everybody's going to be using DC psychology to explain the solutions to overcoming the COVID-19 situation. But what is DC psychology? So we're going to share with you a whole bunch of little excerpts from the video of why you need DC psychology and how it works and what it is. So this is an infographic video, and let's get to part one.
are ready to start again. And of course, we've got Professor Dr. Murali, who gave an awesome presentation on design thinking, and the one and only Khalid from Bahrain, coming to you live right now on Reboot 2020. Take it away, Dr. Murali.
Thank you, Arthur. Once again, welcome back. Hope you had a nice break, short break. You managed to grab some coffee, ease yourself, and we're back with Khalid. Khalid is an outstanding speaker. Shall not take his time. He will be talking to us about, are we ready? Are we ready for the next pandemic? Over to you, my brother.
Thank you, Doctor. And good morning to everyone from Bahrain and to the world as well. Today, we will be talking about the real readiness of, are we ready for the next wave if it happened? Are we ready for the next change if it happened? And let's be very honest that whatever happened to the world in the past 6 months, something wasn't expected. So it was just like a big shock for everyone. And it, in my personal opinion, it did change even the definition of what this crisis is all about. So if we move on to our first slide, Doctor. Next, Doctor. The general, let's say, definition for a crisis, first, go back, Doctor, please. If we go back to the definition of crisis, now the general definition says that crisis is which the trend or a future event, especially for better or for worse, it determine or turn into turning point. Now this is in general, but when the COVID-19 have arrived to this world, we see that the definition have been tremendously changed into saying that the crisis is to be the point in the course of a serious disease and in which critical change occur, leading to either a recovery or death. Now, that make us understand that crises, whenever they appear, they were going to have different shape. We had financial crisis in the world. We have natural crisis that happened. Now we have a disease crisis that's happening, and many other disease crises that happening. Every single thing that happened and affect the world in a different way, in my personal opinion, it will have a different definition. So what we have to do by today is to get ready to how to identify this crisis that's going to happen. If we move on to the next slide, in the past 6 months, the world have witnessed a big, tremendous change. Let's talk about the effect of COVID-19. More than 8 million plus people have been confirmed as of yesterday. 8 million plus people have been affected by the COVID-19. Nearly 500,000 of them is dead. Countries which is affected is more than 200 plus. Confirmed recovery, if you compare it even to the numbers of cases that is in the world, it's almost half of it. So we're not even there yet. Economy, as of yesterday, 76 billions have been lost. And when you talk about the social, our life, our lifestyle, our career, many things that is related directly to us, 100% we have been affected. That's make us understand that things can happen in a blink of eye. So what we can do is to get ready for those things. If we move on to the next slide, Doctor, the current pandemic have affected us in the social and the culture. Let me share with you the normal things that it's happening nowadays with us in our life. And we used to wake up in the morning, go to work. We're not doing this. We used to have a gathering with the family. We don't do this. Even in our holiday celebration, we're not having a holiday celebration anymore. By gathering with the family, have a nice dinner or lunch, due to only a virus which have changed our culture, communications, and the social communication. Economy, we know how countries is affecting. Education, some countries is not ready even for the online courses, for online education for the students. University is trying now. Those countries who is not ready with the system is nowadays suffering from this. Health-wise, we know that the focus now is on the numbers of citizens and people who is affected by the COVID, and there is a lack now in providing a good health care to the others who have different diseases or different sickness. Government policies, closing off airlines, and many other things that is happening just to prevent the expansion of that disease. So if you notice, a lot of things have been affected, while the core things of our life depends on the social, economy, and the environment. Now, the environment, as a statistic says, that it's getting better, but not in all the aspects that it can build a sustainable living for everyone. But when you look into those aspects that it's been that we talked about today, what can we do to improve this, the social and the culture within the current, let's say, force that is happening to the world? What can we do to come up with a good economy and good businesses that can generate good funds for us? How can we improve the education and the training online? How can the health sectors have a way out? Let's say maybe the medicine will work. That they're trying to find a good medicine to help the infected people, but at the same time, how can we get ready from now if something else happens? Government policies as well. We can look into how the countries will build their new strategies to overcome the national crisis. Let's move on to the next slide. Now, this situational thing, when it happened, it made everyone panic in a way. Let's say there was an urgent needs of information, and it's have to be provided at the spot. Those things now, it was a problem, but if you look into it in today's world, businesses can start by gathering information for governments, for economy, for private sectors and government sectors, and make those information ready for them from now. And also some of the corporates that we have communicated with, they started to realize the importance of making data resources ready for them, so they can build up their strategy and their, let's say, plan B strategies to overcome the challenges that they're facing. Decisions required urgently, and those decisions cannot be taken when the crisis happened at spot, because they need to go back and get the information, which is a demand things at the spot. Time is short to take action, and resources is not there for them, and that was also another thing. Specific threats are identified within the process of implementing solutions. So those matters that happened made people realize that they're not ready for taking the right decision to overcome this big challenge that they are facing. That's making us move on to the next slide, Doctor. Now, for you to build an effective things, you have to put 4 elements, and those elements will help you for proceeding and making your crisis management team have tools in their hand. The consequences that affected your organizations have to be clear. Specific threat to your organization have to be identified. General, let's say, threats in a high level that surrounding your organization have to be noticeable, and you have to be clearly about the effect that is directed and undirected to your organization. That's maybe the safety of your product. Some of the organization, the health affected them very well. I know one of the organization which they're on the construction line, and the effect when the crisis happened to them, more than 10,000 plus employees globally have been affected, and the businesses was stopped. What happened after that? Employees didn't get paid, so families was suffering, accumulating of loans, fixed and unfixed payments was delayed, lifestyle was changed. So if we gather those 4 things, including the key features of a crisis, if we gather those 4, let's say, elements, we can move on and provide a good data, a good information to the crisis management. Let's move on to the next slide, Doctor. Now, crisis management, when you want to plan the exit or to minimize the damage of that crisis management, first thing you have to do is to assess the risk. And your product or plan that you want to put, it have to be, first of all, we have to put realistic plans. And realistic plans have to work on the current situation based on a real data. The second thing, you have to draw up a communication plan. Your communication, first, you have to have an effective communication internally with your crisis management and the higher level managements of your organization. And also produce contact and organizational chart for those who's gonna process the implementation. And they have to follow the communication line effectively and do the implementation, which will gonna bring solutions to the assessment which was carried on the first page. Define roles and responsibility. It's very important because you are in a very critical situation. You have to define the roles and responsibility, not to have, let's say, waste of time, clashes of duties, and many other things, which end of the day will delay the solutions or might also add more to the problems that you're having. Appointing crisis management team is very important because they will gonna be the implementers, also the ones who's gonna feed the upper managements with the right information about the process. Promoting the organizational culture, and this is very important because during what we say the crisis management, the culture sometimes gets very affected in organization. It's get affected in a way that everyone is panicking, emotion impact is there. It's reached to 80 and 90. People don't know what's their directions. They don't know where they're gonna go. If their job is secure or not, if they're worried about their family and many other things. Organizational culture have to be secure. Publish a plan and conduct a training for your staff. Makes them aware about your direction that you want to implement by the crisis management team. Make sure that everything is smooth. Once those 4 elements, let's say plans is on the right channel of implementation in your organization, make a test, review, and share what you find. Because that is, see, we always put the most beautiful plans to overcome challenges in our life, in the corporates and government sectors. But if you don't run a test, if you don't review the process of your test, if you don't have a feedback, if the process is wrong, it is going in the right way or in the wrong way, the whole plan that you did, including the assessment risk that you did in the beginning, won't be worth it. So it's very important to do the test review and the share of the feedback. Let's move on to the next slide, Doctor. Now, communication, when it comes with your internal or external bodies, have to have 5 ways of communication, or let's say 5 implementation when you do the communication. First, identify the internal audience, your employees in the corporate, the people who works with you. Identify their interests. During crisis, we find out that when you send messages, people is not focused with you. People is in a different world and you're talking to them about your world. So you have to identify the real audience that is going to be loyal to you, to your organizations, to your corporate, and really want to work with you. They won't leave you because they're facing a challenge. And communicate with who we are communicating with and how we are communicating with them is very important. That's what going to make us move on to, now we identify the people, we identify the message, we have to identify the communication channel and with that. Where are we communicating with them and when? If you have something that happened to you out of a sudden, your mind is not with you. If you come and address somebody about an exit plan, at this particular moment, he won't be with you. So you have to prepare him for your message before you send this message to them, especially with your team that will be leading this crisis management solutions. And very important things we find out of our research that we will share with you also, that many organizations fail because they don't measure the impact of their process. Now, it's very important at the first stage when you communicate your message with your employees or with the corporate or with the private sector or government sector. After you send your message, measure the impact of your message. That can be through the progress. Progress achievements can be one of the drops of measuring the impact. The core process is active and two-way communication between you as the sender and the receiver by measuring the impact of your message. Let's move on to the next slide, Doctor. Professor, next slide. Thank you. Now, moving on to this slide, it's very important to know that there is 4 steps, which is very important in our channels of continuing our businesses. We will start with the human capital, the people who worked with us all this time and made us have a very successful businesses. They come number 1. Because without them, you cannot even move on out of the problem, out of the crisis that you are facing. Now, having a plan and securing those people and making them continue their task or their work and their loyalty and their commitments to your work is very important. So first thing is plan the safety, plan the plan for your human capital. They are number 1 in any organization. Now, the second thing that you should focus on is the business itself. You need sometimes to reshape your business. You notice that a lot of businesses moved online. Now, those people who moved online, it's because the problem happened and made them think about solution. Most of the innovation on the world, most of those new invention happened due to problems. They wanted to find solution. They wanted to find services that can have a satisfied method for the needs of people. And because of that, they came up with these new ideas. Now, COVID-19 as a crisis that hits the world teached us that lesson, made people move on from their ordinary business line into let's say the online, and moving their businesses to the cloud. And that makes them move on to the channel, which is more profitable for them. On the third line, we will have the stockholders, or those people who will gonna be believing on the plans that coming out of this crisis in our corporate, and they will gonna continue giving their support. Now, we have to give them security as well. That's our plan is very much, let's say, in line with the outcome expected. And last but not least, we have to look into the regulations surrounding us, the policies. Because lots of countries, we notice that they have support policies for the corporate, private sectors, and some of the government sectors as well, for them to continue their businesses. And for that, it made them move on to the right channel. Now, let's move on to the next slide, Doctor. Now, I would like to share with you those steps that can make us overcome the corporate crisis, or the crisis which can hit the corporate. First of all, we have to understand, let's say, to take the time to understand the real problem, the real crisis. Now, when COVID-19, I will take it as an example. When COVID-19 happened, people thought that's just a disease and it will not gonna be, it won't affect many sectors in our life. Quickly they will find solution, they will find medicine, and things gonna be so fine. Now, that wasn't let's say a good analyzing to understand the problem that was, we're gonna say the problem who reshaped our lifestyle in the world. And due to that, not a good, let's say, precautions happened and led to lots of losses. So for that, the first thing we have to do is to understand and have the real define, as we said on the first slide, each problem, each crisis have a different definition. And for that, we have to identify the problem clearly. Let's move on to the next slide, Doctor. Now, we have to have a plan with the clear objectives. Now, if you would like really to come out from a problem, or from a crisis, or from a loss in your corporate, the objective have to be clear and understood to everyone. Now, this is not an easy channel when you want to have a clear objective communicated to other people, because you are the one who built it up, and we notice it as well. It's one of the things that build uncomfortable culture within organization. If you don't have a clear plan, clear objectives, you will not going to succeed in moving forward and build that strategy to overcome the challenges. That's going to make us move on to the third thing, and the third element to overcome the crisis on the objectives. Doctor? Thank you. Internal communication with a dedicated team. Now, during crisis, you have to know exactly who is your dedicated team, because if you're going to communicate with a team that you will find out later on that some of them are not committed to implement your objectives, your directions, solutions, guidelines, you will gonna end up going back to square one, or they will delay you from going out from this crisis or the problem. Now, I'll give you an example that happened in one of the smelters that we worked with. This smelter had an overhead expenses, although they have six figures dollars, let's say millions plus dollars projects in one of the countries. They are in charge of construction and road services, plus financing for vehicles and atmosphere, and they have around eight channels of businesses. Now, due to the to when the problem happened within their organization, that one of their major line of services collapsed due to we will call it unclear circumstances, and that was basically family businesses interferes. When they wanted to overcome this challenge, they did understand the problem. They put a clear objective with their consultant, but when they came to communicate it with the team, they found out that some of those team members wasn't committed for that. And because of that, what happened is the outcome was worse than the problem itself, because the direction of commitment wasn't there. So the time was against them, and it reached to not meeting the deadlines and having more problems coming up with this. So when we talk about implementing, we have to have the dedicated team. And that's going to make us move on to the next slide, which is understanding the potential impact. Doctor? Doctor, now in this slide, and to everyone, understanding the potential impact, because during your process, you're sorting out a problem. So there will be things that will come, and it's not something that you're expecting it to come, because it's similar to the crisis that you're trying to go out of it. Maybe new rules going to come up. I'll give you an example. If you are into the cargo services, and in the cargo services, your major line of business is to transport goods from countries to another. And while you are putting the solution, a new rules came and which says, you know what, we have to stop the import and export. Now, this is something which you are not expected it to happen. And due to that, your whole plan needs to be reviewed again. So always have, let's say, ideas for unexpected potential that can be added to your problems. And this will going to make us understand where are we standing. And the next slide, I will talk about how you can position yourself. Now, positioning yourself is very important, because you are in the center, surrounded by the information that you had it in the first line, which is knowing exactly the problem. The second thing, you have put your clear objectives. You have the team with you. You have the expected for the unexpected. And now you're in the middle. You're in the middle of the information flow, the activation flow, and the manpower flow, because they are the one who's going to, let's say, the human capital flow, because they are the one who's going to do the implementation. And because you're in the center as a decision maker or a follower for the crisis management team, you are in a position where you're going to be, let's say, sometime overcome or overloaded with the activation plans. And due to that, you might miss some of the quality of qualities which is very important for you to stand out of the problem itself. So positioning yourself with going back to the right team, going back to the plan B's and C's and all the way to Z, going back with the clear objectives. Once those are surrounding you and you're positioning yourself in the middle of those in a clear follow-up methods, you can move on easily out of the crisis. And that will make you identify a multiple position, let's say, possible solutions. In the next slide, you will find out because of what you did by positioning yourself in the middle of those positiveness selections of knowing the clear information, having the clear objectives, you having your clear team, having your understanding the potential impact, and you're positioning yourself in the right place. Now you can see the possible solutions coming from different places, because the commitments that you have toward the solution is high, and that itself will gonna make you understand how other solutions can be on your way in the easiest time. Now, all what we have said is beautiful, but we have to get to know one very important thing. Again, failures of organization and overcome crises and problems and challenges is that they don't measure the impact. So in the next slide, we would like to talk about the importance of measuring the impact. And to take measuring the impact in a very detailed matter, I will explain it in the next slide. So in the next slide, the 7 things that I talked about is we have to have clear identifications for the problem and clear understanding for the problem. We have to have clear objectives, good teams, the right teams with us, understand potential impact, positioning ourselves in the right place, and identify the possibility of more solutions and measuring the impact. But when we come to measuring the impact, I have 4 things to share with you today. And that's in the next slide. Defining your main objective and what exactly you would like to measure. Now, let me share with you this example about misunderstanding what is the measure of impact of the solution. Let's say a very simple example is when let's say the governments have a budget to sort out an issue, which is the traffic in one road, and they decided to build a bridge. And this bridge, when they build it, as per the studies that they did, it will sort out the traffic issue. Less flow gonna be in that particular road. Other, let's say, vehicles will be directed to another new route, and the problem will be sorted out. That's the impression. Now, the budget has been allocated. Once the budget is allocated, they give it to the contractor. The contractor take the budget. They go and they build the solution, which is the bridge. And within a couple of months, they do a beautiful opening for the bridge. They cut the rope, and guess what? Everybody is happy. Now, the solution was there, but they find out after 8 months or 1 year or maybe 2 years, the traffic went back again, and it was worse. So they go and they check, they say, okay, we did the right thing, but why the problem appears again? Because they did not measure the impact after the accomplishments of the project. Because after the accomplishments of this project, which were taken as example, a new community came, built their houses next to the bridge area. A new commercial buildings started to operate next to the new bridge. So people started to go to work, people started to live there. So the population in that particular area became more. And for that, more people started to use the new way. So because there wasn't a proper measurement for that particular solution, the problems appears again. So it's very important to define our main objective of that solution. If we want to measure the impact of the solution, the first thing we have to define our main objective. Once we define our objectives, we move on to develop a theory or a case to assist and recognize the driver, the driven of our objectives. That's what's going to make us understand that are we in the right channel of checking our objectives? The objective that we have built up to measure the impact, is it in the right channel or not? So this is going to act like, let's say, a teaser or a test for us to understand, are we measuring it right, or we are in a different direction? Through this, we will identify the specific activities that employees can do to help achieving the main goals. Now, that will make us, we'll move on to the third element, or the steps. Here we will get to know the outcomes that it's come from the activities that is implemented by the employees that we have selected, or the measuring impact team. Now, the activities is the first result of the final report. So we identified, number one, the objectives. Second, we have built up the scenario. Third, we have tested the employees' activities as an outcome for the report. Once those three things is in our hand, the impact will be accomplished in a right way as a report by evaluating our statistics. So in the last slide, we have to evaluate our statistic that came from the three directions. The first direction is the objective was met or not. The second is the theory that we have implemented as a test worked or not? And the third thing is the outcome from the implementation through the team that we selected met or not? The statistic that comes when we evaluate them, they will measure if the impact of the main subject is correct or not. So we go back to, we go to the second slide, which will gonna give us the full picture. Doctor, next slide. So in the next, in this slide, we got to know that we have to define the main objective, develop the theory, check the activities through the teams, and evaluate our statistic. Nowadays, any impact that comes, any crisis that comes, any problems that comes to our corporate, if we use the 7 steps and follow it up by measuring the impact of our implementation steps, will make us understand, are we ready for the next wave or not? And for you to get to the next wave, you have to also cope with the changes that it's happening into the world. The world is moving to the cloud, so you have to be in the sky and be available with your corporates. See how beautiful is this conference, and I will take it an example. For today, we are communicating from different countries and all over the world because of a problem that happened to the world, and it's called crisis of the COVID-19. We use the cloud, we are communicating, we're sharing solution, and we would like to become a better thinker. The internet, you have to be visible in the internet because you have to be also available. Every single person having the device in his hand, connect to the world and be available. Once you are available in those channels, you will be connected, updated, and also know exactly how to move on to the next challenge that it can appear in your life or in your corporate. I really have a beautiful time with you all today, and thanks to Professor for moderating my session. I'm looking forward for any questions, and looking forward also to learn more and listen more to the outstanding speakers throughout the days of this conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Khalid, for your presentation. I just want to
You're
look
most
at
welcome,
some of the.
Doctor.
Thank you. I just want to look at some of the comments here. Yeah. So, yeah. Before general comment here, yes. Be careful about the time domain to ensure that you get access to all the material that's covered online here. So, Khalid, a quick question for you. You have very clearly articulated several steps that especially the 7 steps to actually manage crisis a lot better for organizations. Yeah. To what extent are these steps actually also relevant to different types of crises? For example, man-made or natural disasters, things like earthquake, things like fire, things like. Are they also applicable?
It's applicable. You see, when you want to sort out any problems, first of all, even in normal problems, you have to identify what is the problem.
Okay.
If you don't have the right identification of the problem itself, your solution in the second and third and fourth steps won't be right and won't be clear.
Exactly.
So the first thing is implemented for both. Having a plan with objectives, that's also applicable for all, because you cannot just know the problem and say, I have the solution, I know it. Yes, it might be a practice that you used long back, but it's not implemented in the current situation.
Exactly. Well said.
So you have to have a clear objective for the same. The third thing, no one can work by himself. And we have seen a lots of organizations falling apart because of that. It's only me or the highway. So you have to establish a very committed team to work with you, because you're not there every time.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's implemented as well in our life, in our corporate, and also into other sectors. Understanding the potential impact that we talked about with number 4. Now, if you don't understand what's the impact can come through the implementation, you're not moving in the right way. What do we say in sorting out the normal problem? Know the problem, identify the solutions, have alternative solutions, select the first one, test, and then evaluate.
Sure.
So now, through this method, if you look into it, we have to think about solution and put alternative solution in the implementation. Because that, if you don't have this in your plan, end of the day, you're going to stop. And you have to you have to go all the way to identify the problems itself.
Exactly.
If you move on to positioning yourself, that's very important. If you don't position yourself to look around into the progress, which will lead you to have a very clear measure of the impact of the solution,
right,
which is applicable for any problem with any stage. As I said, our failures in the corporates, and also in, let's say in professionals' life, that we do implement a lots of things, but we don't measure the impact of our implementation.
Yeah.
And we take it for granted that it's going to be only a timely thing. I will do it, and once the problem is done, my job is done.
Yeah, true, very true.
It's very important. If you will tell me what is the most important step out of the 7, the first 1 to 6 is implementation. And that I'm going to give them 70%, but for all of them, for the 6 steps. But I'm going to give the remaining percentage goes all the way to measuring the impact.
Sure. Thank you, Khalid. Sure. We have about 1 minute. Probably just a quick question for you. Based on your experience, especially in your work in relation to crisis management, how would you rate organizations currently? Are they really prepared for the next pandemic? Are they doing well? Should they do more?
If you looked into the economic effect on the slide number 3, that was the reading of yesterday. Okay. And that was the reason why I didn't send you the things before yesterday, because I wanted to up to date effect on the corporate. If you look into this number didn't come from only major businesses wide world. There is big numbers of small and medium businesses which really affected, and a lot of number, a large number closed their businesses. So the effect is there. Now, if you are not thinking of how you can twist your businesses into a real opportunity, and this is a great platform that we're having today. This platform will going to give solution for a lots of corporates and private sectors into how they can redesign their business activities.
Okay.
Yeah. If yesterday the training was being in a class and delivering the talk to your delegates, today you have to be online and ask everyone to be ready in their locations and deliver the same. The world is accepting this now.
Yep, definitely.
Because this twist is now not a choice. It's a must.
Yeah, we have to embrace this. Yeah.
And
Thank you, Khalid.
This is only one of many examples of the corporates.
Okay. Thank you so much, Khalid, for your time and for your sharing today. I'm sure we have all benefited from how and why we need to prepare for crisis and the next pandemic. Thank you so much, Khalid. Afiq and Agus, but Agus, do we now go for a break, or am I handing it to Lily or Arthur? Thanks once again, Khalid, and to the audience. I hope you've enjoyed our first segment. We've talked about 3 major aspects in relation to post-pandemic recovery. We started out by Elle, giving us a short discussion about rethinking the markets, market shifts. And then I talked about design thinking and its role in actually crafting our business strategies way forward. And Khalid ended by a very important point: in order for us to be ready and be more prepared for the next wave, are we ready? So on that note, the first group for the 2020 Reboot Conference, we would like to sign off. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much for your time. Please stay tuned with us for the next series of presenters that will be joining you shortly. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Arthur Karmazi, best-selling author and currently ranked as one of the world's top 10 thought leaders in organizational culture and leadership. So everybody's going to be using DC psychology to explain the solutions to overcoming the COVID-19 situation. But what is DC psychology? So we're going to share with you a whole bunch of little excerpts from the video of why you need DC psychology and how it works and what it is. So this is an infographic video, and let's get to part 1. Now behind me, I've got an infographic, and this kind of will give you a brief overview of, well, why you need DC psychology in your organization. So let's look at the global statistics on organizational health, all right? So these statistics are around the elements of human capital, but affect how human capital is affecting everything else: innovation, profitability, expansion, having competitive edge, sales, everything, literally. All right, so let's look at one of the elements that a lot of people don't really take into consideration, and that is basically people value ROI. Right? So let's just say that you hire somebody and you pay them $10,000 a month. All right, now this person, obviously you're hiring them at $10,000 a month because they have the experience, knowledge, wisdom, and ability that is worth $10,000 a month. Well, apparently, most people in an organization, okay, are actually performing at 68% of their actual potential. Now, in the beginning, of course, when people first start working, they don't really know the organization, they don't know the systems very well, so they're not going to be as competent, even though they may have the skills. Now, once they get the skills, if they understand the organization, if they're excited and still as passionate as they were when they first started, they're probably going to give you 100%. The problem is that most organizations don't support people maintaining that high level of passion and excitement. And so therefore, most organizations globally are on an average losing about 32% of their employee salary value, which means that basically out of $10,000, you're only getting $6,800 worth of real value for that specific employee. And if you add that up times all of the employees, well, that can be a lot of money. So let's look at the next one. Skill implementation. All right, so only 13% of employees are actually applying the full scope of their skills to solve problems and achieve results. Now, how does that work? Well, okay, let's look at this. Okay, you may have a skill. You may know how to do something. You may have some great ideas. You may be super innovative. But if you're not in an environment that supports you using those skills, oftentimes it's like, oh, why bother? Or, oh, I'm already too busy. Oh, it's not my job. It's not really my place to say. So these are some of the common factors that you will hear in organizations. In fact, only about 13% of employees globally, okay, based on various studies, are applying their full scope of their skills, which basically means you've got a lot of human potential that is not being utilized by your people if you don't have an environment, or for that matter, an organizational culture that supports it. Which takes us to organizational culture. 51% of employee performance can improve with the right organizational culture, which basically means that right now, if you're paying that $10,000 a month for each employee, or let's say for a group of employees, which means you could get over $15,000 of actual value based on the mean and the norm of employee ROI if you have the right organizational culture. So, how do we develop the right organizational culture? Well, that's why we're here, to apply directive communication psychology.
Hi, a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Raymond Foong and I'm the moderator for the next speaker who's a very prolific and well-known speaker in India. And he is none other than Mr. Virendra Rado. Mr. Virendra Rado is the co-founder of Challenging Horizon, which is also the leading professional training and consulting organization in India. He has trained and worked with more than 200 multinationals and also in 19 different sectors by empowering all the people with effective learning solutions. So without wasting time, I would like to invite Mr. Virendra on the floor to share his interesting topics on learning and managing in time of crisis and uncertainties. Mr. Virendra, all yours.
Thank you, Raymond. Thank you for a wonderful introduction. Let me just quickly share my screen and yeah, I hope it's visible. Yeah, here we go. So thank you, Raymond, for this wonderful introduction, and I'm very thankful to present in front of you. And special thank you for the entire DC team to organize it. And it was a month of preparation, a lot of dry runs we've been doing, and here we are today, live with all of us, watching from different part of the country, different nationalities. And thank you, Arthur, for creating this wonderful platform in this time, which is much needed for various leaders, various individuals, various trainers out there. And special thank to Lily for coordinating this and making this thing completely seamlessly. And I've been seeing various speakers coming from morning and sharing that insight. I'm sure all of you who are watching today have got great insights, and coming days you'll find more and more to take. So I'll be sharing on my topic called leading and managing in time of crisis and uncertainty. But before that, let me just quickly share about the organization I represent. I represent Challenging Horizons, and at Challenging Horizons, we believe that creating a positive transformation in individual and organization and enable them to reach their true potential for the benefit of the society at large. And we believe that each individual comes with a tremendous amount of a potential, and if that potential is guided correctly in a right direction and in given a right path, all of us can excel to any kind of or beat any kind of uncertainty or any kind of a crisis. And I personally also believe there are like two kind of individual. One, the normal individual, and second is those extraordinary individuals. And what is the key differentiator between these extraordinary individuals and the ordinary individual is ability to learn. And by seeing all of you watching today, this truly shows the true potential you carry for learning and making things happening, making things right for yourself, for your organization, for your country, for your community. So thank you, everybody, for being there. And as an organization, what we do, we are a training consulting organization. We work in three areas. Number one, we provide training solutions at different levels in the organization, which is leadership, managers, individuals. We work with entrepreneurs and help them to set up their businesses, and also help them to make business strategies which excel them in their own field. We do a lot of consulting practices, specifically with large corporates in L&D space. We do a lot of business consulting. And also we have recently launched our platform to manage various learning solution, which is called Carry On. It's an LMS which is currently available for various corporates to manage their learning program. And soon we are coming with all the teachers, trainers who are out there, to give them the power of reaching out to the world through that platform. And so this is as an organization we do. And being 10 years into training and consulting, we've been work with 200 plus organization, thousands of entrepreneurs, and 100,000 of individuals we impacted through our services. Our team consists of very senior consultant who comes with a rich business background and a very, very rich facilitation background, along with people in research, people in content development, and all these services we provide to our client. And these are the few of the clients where we've been working from past 10 years, ranging from and typical e-commerce to a manufacturer, 200 plus organization trust us as their preferred training partner. Moving forward, let me come to the topic: leading and managing in time of crisis and uncertainty. And I'm sure I don't have to explain the gravity of uncertainty, what the uncertainty and crisis mean to all of us. All of us have been impacted by the current situation we are going through. And in this current challenging situation, what I believe that leadership is in this leadership in crisis is a critical survival skill for any organizational team leader or a business leader. And in this VUCA world, there's hardly any other skill which is as valuable as leadership skills. So we found that even the most senior and mid leaders struggling with questions like, what does it take an organization to lead in time of crisis? Now, how do I manage my anxiety? How do I manage the anxiety of my people, my team member? And overall, how do I keep organization motivated and working to manage the post-crisis world? Now, all these questions, while we were interacting with various our clients, we thought, why don't we create a specific solutions to help leaders to take decisions in a more strategic way? And we came up with a program called Leading and Managing in Time of Crisis. So today, what you are going to witness is a small preview, small snippet of the larger programs, what we are doing with a lot of organizations and business leaders from past 3 months. Extensively we are supporting them. So in this program, what we have created 24 powerful tools, and you are going to witness few of the tools which we are going to share, which can help you to create strategies around you to manage in this time of crisis and uncertainty. And in end, I'm also going to share how you can get associated with us if you wanted to continue in this learning journey through our program. We'll be starting our next batch on 29th of June. So moving forward, what will be the agenda for my session would be, I'm going to share you some rapid infusion of our beliefs and tools about managing in times of crisis. I'm going to share some of the powerful tools which can give you a guideline how you can utilize and first gauge which stage you are in and what are the corrective actions you can take right now. And also how you in last, I'm going to share how you can partner with us in the larger journey if you wish to. Also, let me take this opportunity to introduce my colleague. So whatever the tools I'm going to share is an outcome of the rich research work of my colleague Sai, who is driving this session along with me. And most of the tools which has been created comes from his rich exposure of working with various leaders in different nationalities. And the best part is making these tools available in a more simplest way and more easiest way, and more important, rapid to deploy. So Sai comes with 22 years of rich experience. He's a part of Challenging Horizon team and leading various business intervention, various leadership interventions he facilitates. So a lot of content I'm going to share comes from his research work. So let me move forward and let me start with this quote. Now, everything is created twice, first in the mind and then in the physical world. Now, I'll repeat, everything is created twice, first in the mind and then in this physical world. So I'm going to, so you need to make a visual image of your thought process that it becomes so strong that it becomes a reality. So a lot of tools I'm going to share will encourage you to think in that direction, and which becomes a part of the reality. Now, how do we get here? So all you are going to see today comes from our rich experience of working with various organizations, working with various teams, whether it is about business practices related to management by objectives, OKR, theory of constraint, our business consulting approaches. So whatever we are going to experience in next 30 minutes is from our rich experience while working with all these organizations where we have been part of. So let me start with the thing. What do we mean by the word crisis? Now, I encourage everybody to use your chat window and just share what does a crisis means to you, right? Some might be saying about it's an opportunity, some might be saying about disruption. But when I was looking at the actual definition of crisis, and this is what comes to comes as a definition from Merriam-Webster dictionary. It's an emotionally significant event or radical change of status in person's life, the decisive moment. Now, this is very important, and this is where we need to focus more on our leadership capabilities, and specifically people who are forefronting. It's very important to be emotionally very fit during this time of a crisis, because whatever decisions you are going to take will result in some outcome. There could be a positive outcome or there could be a negative outcome. But if your emotional state of your mind is not correct, the possibility you take the right decisions will not be there. So this is where I wanted to highlight from this definition. And second, another point where I wanted to share with you and encourage you to make a note and thought process is that all of us are a part of a complex system. All of us are a part of a country. All of us are a part of some community, some religion. All of us are a part of a system. And in this complex system, the availability of resources might be large, but equally we need to first highlight that we are part of this ecosystem and we are not separate from the ecosystem. Just to give you a reference, around almost 60% of individuals are either immobile or because of illness or lockdown. There are very few countries or countries have started opening up for man and material, but in this way we are also getting affected because we are a part of that ecosystem. And this is what I wanted to highlight, and this will become more clear in my next slide. Why I want to refer to this is, and it is because the response in the complex system has a multiple constraint, right? So when we are a part of a complex system, we cannot avoid ourselves outside from the system. We are a part of a system. And in my next slide, it will become more clear what I'm referring to. So this is, again, I want to make a note. It's a very, very important thought process where I want to encourage all of you to reflect on. We all are together in this crisis. We are not in our silos fighting. We are all together in this crisis. And more important, the second most important, which I want to rephrase, is our collective problems are much more bigger than our individual problems. Again, I'll repeat, our collective problems are much bigger than our individual problems, right? I'm not saying that don't focus on your individual problem, but what you have to highlight and reflect on that, since we are a part of this large complex ecosystem, we cannot ignore that. And we need to look at that we are a part of this system, and where our collective problems are much more. What are the collective problems? The economy need to get revived, right? We need to make sure that people, at least the daily wage earners, do they have enough food to even survive? Do we have enough medical supplies for elderly? Now, these are the problems where we need to look at above our own individual problems. I'm sure each one of us might be having some or the other challenges. Some might be having a challenge of financial, some might be having a challenge of customers, some might be having a challenge of people. But all over and above, this is the time where we also need to reflect that our collective problems are much more bigger than our individual problems. So I encourage you, to wherever you can support, extend your support in the larger community wherever you're a part of. And third most important part is we need to choose our battles. We need not have to fight for the petty things, but we really need to reflect on the larger part. Now, this slide will make it more clear. Now, if you look at this slide, now there are availability of the resources are much higher in a complex system than an individual. So the availability of the resources might be less at an individual level, but at the same time, the level of exertion is very high at an individual level. And the point what I want to reflect in the organizational context, since we are talking about the organizational revival, organization is somewhere in between. where the availability of the resources are also not so great, but equally the exertion is very high because the individuals who are there are bringing that exertion within the organization. And this is where now the overall model evolved, that your leadership, the ability to lead in the crisis becomes more important part, because you are forefronting it. And this is where I need to highlight, because the organization is somewhere in between. Now again, some data I was looking at again in the Indian context, is around 120 million workers have been impacted through lockdown or low in business. Around 45% of businesses have been affected in exports. And again, the second data, which was highlighted by McKinsey a couple of months back, if lockdown continues, it will create a lot of ripple and negative growth in overall GDP. And the most interesting part I wanted to have a look at is this data. Now, where you might already started seeing that various industries are getting affected through negative gate and negative growth, and most badly affected are the ones airlines and hotels. Now, this is where I wanted to reflect that if we continue doing the same things, we'll continue to get the same results. Now, the data speak for itself. Like now, the people who are into travel business, people who are into this is going to take time to get back into shape. You really need to think on what you need to do, and I'm going to share some of the tools which can help you to take some decisions around that, and specifically if you are leading those organizations. Another set of data where I want to highlight, we did our own since from past 4 months. We are extensively doing a lot of preview webinars. We are doing programs for senior leadership team in different organizations. And when we were looking at the data, this came across that around 70 to 80% people said that they are facing a lot of challenges in terms of recovery. They are also facing challenges in terms of ability to respond. But most important part, again, people who are at leadership position, people who are coming from the consulting background, this more important data which is coming to you is that 50% of people said that they need help. They need external help. So all of you who are out there have been part of some crisis and comes with a rich strategy background, you need to extend your support to the various organizations, small organizations, large organizations, in terms of providing right guidance and right strategy. And equally, it is an opportunity, business opportunity for you to go back and go and extend your support to these organizations. Around 23% people, 60% people said that it will take almost more than 6 to 12 months to get back into the shape. Now, this is the important data I want to highlight. Another set of pointers where I will encourage you to make note. If you have pen and paper, make notes. This is a very important reflection which I came across, and I would like to share with you. From readily available to scarce resource, adapt whatever is available. Share what you can. Borrow if you get. And I'm talking in terms of organizational context. Yes, I'm talking about borrowing at an organization level. For some of you, it might sound funny that how a large organization go and just extend their hand in borrowing. No, this is not the time. This is the time to, if you borrow if you can. Right, there are various conglomerates where have inter-exchange of services are possible, inter-exchange of resources are possible. So go ahead and extend your support. Don't work in your own silos. Go back to my point where I mentioned your collective problems are much more bigger than your individual problems. Right, there are organizations within the organization. We have been working with a lot of organizations, and a few of them have the interdepartmental conflict, and they're not able to share the resources, although they have plenty of resources. But just because they are not getting along, they're not able to. This is not the time. Put aside your ego aside and borrow if you can get shamelessly. Right. Two more important point is think of collective success. You cannot think of your own success. Think of a collective success, and in the entire process, be a champion. That's more important. So I hope these are the points which will guide you towards some reflections and also guide you towards taking some actions. So moving forward, this is another important quote which is very, very relevant in current context, and specifically people who are at leadership position. and it comes from Shelly Sandberg, she's a CEO of Facebook, and she says, "It is the hard days, the days that challenge you to your very core, that will determine who you are. You will be defined not just by what you achieve, but how you survive." It's a very, very important reflection for leaders out there, and very correct in the current context. And I'm sure a lot of you are already taking actions in this direction. And moving forward to the main content of today's presentation. So whatever I'm going to share is an outcome of this program, which we have been running from past almost 3 months with various organization leaders. So we have created a program specifically for leaders to develop strategies in current context, and because all those leadership models which are there are not going to work. Maybe some of them might going to work, but you need to really think in terms of your strategy also. So what we have done is we have created an exclusive program around that, and whatever I'm going to share is some of the snippet from this program what we have created. Now the program helps to answer these of the questions for various leaders out there. Now what we do, what is the format of it, that we do a preview. We have a preview. Whatever you are seeing today is a small preview out there where we share information, help you to guide, to take some reflection, and post that if you wanted to engage with us, there is a entire program around there. And then if your organization want us to go more deeper in terms of consulting and coaching, definitely you can reach out there. So the first part, what I'm going to share with, again, before even starting, there's a second important quote where I wanted to highlight is, morale is an expression of work group's emotional health. Right? Go back to my definition of a crisis. And again, this quote, right? Your morale is an expression of work groups, your emotional health. So it's not only your own emotional health, but people around you, people who are working with you, not only people who are working with you, your suppliers, your vendors, any stakeholder which is associated with you. The entire morale is an expression of work group emotional health. So it's very important whenever we are taking these decisions, we need to be in a correct state of our emotional health. Now, the first set of tool which is coming for you is from these two modules, and this is the first tool. What we call is a leadership response system. Now, what is a leadership? In our leadership program, what we guide leaders to create a leadership response system. Now, let me explain what leadership response system means is, imagine if you are a fighter pilot, right? And something goes wrong and you have to use emergency exit system, right? And fighter pilots are well trained to use that emergency exit system. Now, the point what I want to highlight is, the survival of those pilots is not dependent on the training which they get on the uses of emergency exit system. It depends on the response they give when they land on ground. Hope you are able to relate it to it, right? I'll just repeat what is the response system. Taking an analogy from a fighter pilot, so it's not his understanding or knowledge of that use of emergency exit system. It's more important how does he respond when he land on ground. With the similar analogy, we have created a leadership response system where a leader needs to define what are the responses he's going to take when he's a part of some crisis. Now, it has these 4 stages, and these 4 stages, these 4 stages called as resilience, survival, revival, and reshaping. Now, more important, resilience is mostly done when the situations are favorable. You don't do resilience when you are in crisis. And I'll share in my next couple of slides where it will completely become absolutely clear how you can use these models. Now, rest 3 stages are used actually during the crisis. First, to gauge where do you stand, and once you gauge where do you stand, what are the actions you need to take. So I'll be sharing the tool. You can do that exercise, and also invest some more time in explaining this tool so it becomes absolutely clear while understanding it, right? So yeah, so as I was mentioning, that resilience is mainly done when things are favorable. Now, resilience is done usually while building your crisis management team, communication plan, and most easiest example to understand is fire drills. Now, fire drills are done usually much more before to train what people need to do, where is the exit, how they need to respond if in case there is a fire. So you don't do a drill when a fire is there. We actually you practice is much more before in case of any crisis. Excuse me, any crisis happen. The most important part, what I want to share with you, is what do you do when you are in crisis. The stage one, where you need to where you need to gauge your business, is where do you stand in terms of either you're in a survival mode, or you're in a revival mode, or a reshaping mode, right? Now, in the survival mode, the first thing what you have to do is see that you have enough cash and funding. And why I'm referring to cash, I'm talking majorly in terms of organization context, and also at an individual context also, which is very much relevant. That first gauge, do you have enough cash and funding to even survive? If not, what is the plan? How you're going to are you going to borrow from a bank? Are you going to get some collateral? Do you have enough cash to at least sustain your system? Now, do you have an ecosystem which at least maintain? Do you have enough suppliers who are going to still give you supplies when you are not able to pay them on time? Do you have resources? Do you have some kind of an arrangement which you have done with your team members around that you're not able to pay the salaries on time? So this is a stage where you need to reflect on what are your survival actions. Second is revival. Now, when you are in a revival stage, what you need to reflect on is you need to revive your sales plan, because whatever the way you are selling is not going to work, because there will be budget constraints, and specifically if you are in a B2B kind of a scenario, there will be budget constraints. And leave about B2B. In fact, for B2C also, the people are going more for only essential services, right? So you need to revive your sales plan, make what sells. And we've been part of an organization. They manufacture tire. They started making hand sanitizers. There's no link, but they need to do it. They have infrastructure. They had infrastructure. They have knowledge. They have capacity, and they started building it up. And that was a wonderful action. It started generating some revenues for them. Third most important is making what is needed, and changing your orientation towards your people, your customers, your suppliers. And the fourth stage is when you cross the revival, you actually sit down and go in the reshaping. You and do in the restructuring of your team, products. You do work on the innovation part. You do the repositioning part of that. So these are the four stages where you need to the first reflect and see where do you stand. And now this is the tool which is created. It's a very easy tool which has been created for you to check your score. And I will just spend more time in explaining how you can use this tool. Is first, what you have to do is on a scale of 1 to 10, you have to rate. Forget about the resilience part right now. You have to focus on the three stages, which is survival, revival, and reshaping. Now, you have to mark 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. Now, first, let's pick up the survival stage. Now, do you have enough quantity of resources, right? You have to do the marking. Do you have enough kind of quantity of the resources in the survival stage? Now, do you have quality of the resources? Not only the quantity, but do you have enough qualitative resources around? It could be in terms of man, material, machinery, anything. Third is what you have to gauge is on what is the availability of the resources. Now, a lot of organization, they have quantity of the resources. They also do have quality of the resources, but a lot of workforce has gone back to their hometown. They're not available, or maybe there's still a transit constraint is there. So the availability is a challenge. Again, your score will change. Now, you might have a high score in your quantity and quality, but availability, again, you need to reflect on. Second is, do you have enough skills to use the resources? And what do I mean by skills? In the current context, in the current business scenario, you need to upskill your workforce. And specifically in the manufacturing sector where we were working, people are still not comfortable for doing things online, managing their team online. But There is no alternative. You have to adapt. You have to learn the skills. You have to learn various mechanism of which is relevant in current context. And this is where all people from the learning and development, there's a huge opportunity for you. A lot of organization, we say, we interact and they say that we have slashed our training budget. No, they have not slashed their budget. They have been selective in where do they want to spend their budget, right? So you can't go with a traditional approach. Let me do a communication skills training program. No, you have to be very, very specific how it is going to help that organization in terms of reviving their own business. So this is where I hope you're able to relate it to the example which I'm referring to. And second is, do you have a control of these resources? And fourth, last is protocol to use these resources. Now, what you do, once you do this scoring, it will take some time. So I'll make sure that or you can take just a snap of this screen and do this activity. Take a screenshot or maybe just take a photo from your phone if you're watching. Take this sheet and do the ranking with your department, with your team members around, and see where do you stand. Now, a healthy stage for any business will be somewhere between 7.5 to 8. This is a healthy stage to be in. But anything below that, where it will, you need to take actions. Now, so hope you like this tool, and comment in the chat box if you like this tool, and it's useful for you. So second part is the second set of tool which is coming for you is from these modules which we have created. And the more important part, what you need to highlight is, and what I'm going to share is, in crisis, don't create chaos, right? Going back again, referring back to my definition of, or the definition which is available for crisis, and again the code, that it's very important to have your emotional state of mind in place. And a lot of time, in time of crisis and uncertainty, people, very, very senior people at leadership positions, take certain actions and which create a chaos, right? So it is natural in a crisis. We tend to create a chaos. But more important, if your self-awareness is very high, how you can avoid creating a chaos. And again, this is a very simple tool which we have created, which will help you that you don't go and create a chaos during the crisis. Now, what this tool is called? This tool is called as a Repair Square tool. And again, a part of our program where we work with a lot of leaders and plan their strategies around, but it's a reflection where you can work yourself also with this tool. So the first stage of the Repair Square tool is rapidly reflect and connect with your stakeholders, connect with your customers, connect with your employees, connect with your vendors also, very important. Now, a lot of time at times what happens that we start not taking calls of people whom we owe money, right? It's as I mentioned, that we all are together in this problem. It's not that you stop interacting with them. It's very important you start interacting with them. But how do you interact with them is more effective in a more engaged way, right? The first step is rapidly reflect, connect with all your stakeholders, employees, vendors, partner, customer, everybody who are associated with this, and keep that communication open and keep that engagement very effective, and create a team around that. Have a positive, prepare positively all the resources, aggressively rearrange things and take decisions. More important is you need to take decisions, and you need to take decision fast. You can't take decisions, and the second last stage is you can't take decisions in a sequencing way. You have to take parallel decisions, right? Because there is an uncertainty. Certain things will work, certain things will not work, but it's very important you take decisions, and you take decision fast and parallel decision. And last and most important part is restfully respond and have a completely undistracted actions, right? So this is again a tool which can help you that you don't create chaos while dealing in the crisis. And yes, it might be a little bit overwhelming, but consume it right now. Take this information, and you need to reflect back when you are working with your teams, and when you're creating strategies for yourself. So this is the tool, second gift of tool, which is from our side, specifically for leaders who are forefronting. And once you define your actions, it's very important that you be very selective in your actions. You can't be taking actions in all direction. You need to be very selective. So this is another set, and this is the last tool which I'm sharing with you, uh, which is called as selectiveness is effectiveness. Now, what this tool does is, first, what you have to define, what is your core purpose during this time of crisis? What is your topmost agenda, which is there? And what are the three focus area? I'll be sharing an example for you, so it becomes absolutely clear what I'm referring to this through this slide. Third part is you need to create enablers to achieve the focus. Fourth is, you need to define what will be my primary actions. There will be certain constraint when you are taking actions. You need to do man marking. Who is going to own that particular action, particular response? What could be the possible outcomes? And last, more important, what could be the irrelevant distractors in the entire process? Now to understand this tool in more effective way, let me take you an example of, let's say, an organization topmost priority is to create a financial velocity in the organization. Let's say, again, I'm talking in terms of organizational context. For any organization at this point of time, it's very important, do I have sufficient amount of fund, right? So assuming this becomes your core purpose, how do you get funds? So what will be your top three focus areas in this area? First is respond to your customer, respond to the leads, respond to the inquiries which are coming, respond. So this is the response system where we need to be very active in terms of responding to any inquiry which is coming to you. Started engaging with them, right? And third is creating or providing product or services which are relevant. Now, what could be the enablers for this response? It need to be need based, it need to be value based. Engagement, how the engagement need to be there? It need to be the rapid engagement and meaningful engagement. Product, again, to serve current needs, and it should absolutely value for money, right? Now, these are the things where you need to focus on, and in the interest of time, I've kept the rest slides vacant, but it's quite a self-explanatory part. So this is what all I have to share with you. I hope you like all these tools. Going ahead, what we have discussed is, we have discussed the response system, where a leader need to create. First, gauge where do you stand. Second is, once you know where you stand, I've given you three set of tools. The first one is the repair square tool. How you can avoid that you don't create chaos in your organization or while taking decisions. And then once you decide, the selectiveness effectiveness tool, this you can work, and you can just put any core purpose there and start working towards that, and you'll find answers and strategies to take the next course of actions. So if you wish to engage with us, this is a program which we have created specifically for the organization, and specifically for people who are watching this live and registered for DC Reboot conference. We are giving this course at a very, very subsidized price, and you'll be getting mail from the DC Reboot organizers for this. And in this course, what we have done is, these are the 6 set of courses which has all these tools, different tools, 24 different tools. Again, I've shown you a couple of tools. So we work with leaders around there and help you to create your own strategies, how you can manage and take decisions. So the stage 1 is preview, then you become a part of the program. Then if you wish to engage more deeper in your organization, work specifically to the challenges which you are facing, we work in more of a business consulting and a coaching mode with you. So what does this playbook will have? It's have a rapid learning, right? It will have a rapid implementation. Of course, it will be virtual and it will be focused, right? So this is the program for you. And how we are going to do, there will be 6 sessions, 1 session per day, each 60 to 90 minutes. And we are starting our batch on 29th June. If you wish to join, most welcome. And if you want to do this program exclusively for your organization, also that is possible. So this is all from my side. I hope I'm on time, and a lot of learnings were there for you, and we are all set for any question answer questions if if there are any questions out there, I'm more than happy to answer.
All right. It's great. Thank you, Mr. Virendra, for your very valuable informations. Now, there's a question from Mr. Jorat Chong.
Yeah.
He asked a question is, how do we address when something disrupts our plan, which we are not prepared and with no solutions on hand?
Exactly, and it's a very, very good question, and also very relevant in your current context. So the first thing what I will recommend is first gauge where do you stand, right? So I spoke about the revival, survival stages. The first where you need to gauge, assuming that you are providing XYZ services and somebody disrupted the plan, right? And there's no solution out there. The first thing is that how you are still going to survive. What will be your actions around there? Then start your plan for your reshaping and revival. So that's the tool where you can reflect on, and this is where. But the most important, the first thing what you have to focus in and accept. A lot of times, it's very difficult to accept that I have already invested so much time, I have done this, and now I have to start again from new. Accept. That's all you can do, and start working on that. So this is where I will personally recommend to use that tool first, gauge and have the acceptance around that. Then go for the selectiveness, effectiveness tool. Define your core purpose, what you are going to when you are starting again. What is your core purpose? What will be the enablers towards that? What could be the possible distractor? Who will own the process? And then create a roadmap around that. And I'm sure when you're creating that roadmap, it needs to be more robust, which can help you to again get back into shape. I hope that was a convincing answer. And if you need more detail,
Jorat Chong has asked. Yeah. Okay, one more question is, how do you suggest organizations solve their problem collectively? As you said, it would be effective than individual, taking into considerations that organizations often face repeated problems among their departments. And most of these problems happen, they are not new, but actually repeated problems. So how do you address the issues?
Correct. The most important is when I shared that the acceptance is that our collective problems are much more bigger than individual problems. So when in an organization, when let's say assume that there's a finance department, there's a maintenance department, there's a production department, marketing, sales department. Now in that moment, they need to first accept, and it's very hard. It's not easy. It's very hard to accept that our collective problems are much more bigger. And if you are able to surpass and keeping aside your own egos aside and accept that, the solutions start coming. And again, the beautiful way already explained the design thinking by Professor I think Murali. He explained in morning. I think it's very much relevant. Start going back, and once you accept, then start working on the solution. And design thinking is one of the best way to find solution to challenges, and that's what I recommend.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Virendra. I hope that will please the audience in listening this wonderful and insightful, valuable informations. So thank you.
So before the next.
Hi, this is Arthur Karmazi, best-selling author and currently ranked as one of the world's top 10 thought leaders in organizational culture and leadership. So everybody's going to be using DC psychology to explain the solutions to overcoming the COVID-19 situation. But what is DC psychology? So we're going to share with you a whole bunch of little excerpts from the video of why you need DC psychology and how it works and what it is. So this is an infographic video, and let's get to part one. Now behind me, I've got an infographic, and this kind of will give you a brief overview of, well, why you need DC psychology in your organization. So let's look at the global statistics on organizational health. All right. So these statistics are around the elements of human capital, but affect how human capital is affecting everything else: innovation, profitability, expansion, having competitive edge, sales, everything, literally. All right, so let's look at one of the elements that a lot of people don't really take into consideration, and that is basically people value ROI. All right, so let's just say that you hire somebody and you pay them $10,000 a month. All right, now this person, obviously you're hiring them at $10,000 a month because they have the experience, knowledge, wisdom, and ability that is worth $10,000 a month. Well, apparently, most people in an organization, okay, are actually performing at 68% of their actual potential. Now, in the beginning, of course, when people first start working, they don't really know the organization, they don't know the systems very well, so they're not going to be as competent, even though they may have the skills. Now, once they get the skills, if they understand the organization, if they're excited and still as passionate as they were when they first started, they're probably going to give you 100%. The problem is that most organizations don't support people maintaining that high level of passion and excitement. And so therefore, most organizations globally are on an average losing about 32% of their employees' salary value, which means that basically out of $10,000, you're only getting $6,800 worth of real value for that specific employee. And if you add that up times all of the employees, well, that can be a lot of money. So let's look at the next one. Skill implementation. All right, so only 13% of employees are actually applying the full scope of their skills to solve problems and achieve results. Now, how does that work? Well, okay, let's look at this. Okay, you may have a skill. You may know how to do something. You may have some great ideas. You may be super innovative. But if you're not in an environment that supports you using those skills, oftentimes it's like, oh, why bother? Or, oh, I'm already too busy. Oh, it's not my job. It's not really my place to say. So these are some of the common factors that you will hear in organizations. In fact, only about 13% of employees globally, okay, based on various studies, are applying their full scope of their skills, which basically means you've got a lot of human potential that is not being utilized by your people if you don't have an environment, or for that matter, an organizational culture that supports it. Which takes us to organizational culture. 51% of employee performance can improve with the right organizational culture, which basically means that right now, if you're paying that $10,000 a month for each employee, or let's say for a group of employees, which means you could get over $15,000 of actual value based on the mean and the norm of employee ROI if you have the right organizational culture. So, how do we develop the right organizational culture? Well, that's why we're here, to apply directive communication psychology. Hi, this is Arthur Karmazi, best-selling author and currently ranked as one of the world's top 10 thought leaders in organizational culture and leadership. So everybody's going to be using DC psychology to explain the solutions to overcoming the COVID-19 situation. But what is DC psychology? So we're going to share with you a whole bunch of little excerpts from the video of why you need DC psychology and how it works and what it is. So this is an infographic video, and let's get to part one. Now behind me, I've got an infographic, and this kind of will give you a brief overview of, well, why you need DC psychology in your organization. So let's look at the global statistics on organizational health, all right? So these statistics are around the elements of human capital, but affect how human capital is affecting everything else: innovation, profitability, expansion, having competitive edge, sales, everything, literally. All right, so let's look at one of the elements that a lot of people don't really take into consideration, and that is basically people value ROI. All right, so let's just say that you hire somebody and you pay them $10,000 a month. All right, now this person, obviously you're hiring them at $10,000 a month because they have the experience, knowledge, wisdom, and ability that is worth $10,000 a month. Well, apparently, most people in an organization, okay, are actually performing at 68% of their actual potential. Now, in the beginning, of course, when people first start working, they don't really know the organization, they don't know the systems very well, so they're not going to be as competent, even though they may have the skills. Now, once they get the skills, if they understand the organization, if they're excited and still as passionate as they were when they first started, they're probably going to give you 100%. The problem is that most organizations don't support people maintaining that high level of passion and excitement. And so therefore, most organizations globally are on an average losing about 32% of their employee salary value, which means that basically out of $10,000, you're only getting $6,800 worth of real value for that specific employee. And if you add that up times all of the employees, well, that can be a lot of money. So let's look at the next one. Skill implementation. All right, so only 13% of employees are actually applying the full scope of their skills to solve problems and achieve results. Now, how does that work? Well, okay, let's look at this. Okay, you may have a skill. You may know how to do something. You may have some great ideas. You may be super innovative. But if you're not in an environment that supports you using those skills, oftentimes just like, oh, why bother? Or, oh, I'm already too busy. Oh, it's not my job. It's not really my place to say. So these are some of the common factors that you will hear in organizations. In fact, only about 13% of employees globally, okay, based on various studies, are applying their full scope of their skills, which basically means you've got a lot of human potential that is not being utilized by your people if you don't have an environment, or for that matter, an organizational culture that supports it. Which takes us to organizational culture. 51% of employee performance can improve with the right organizational culture, which basically means that right now, if you're paying that $10,000 a month for each employee, or let's say for a group of employees, which means you could get over $15,000 of actual value based on the mean and the norm of employee ROI if you have the right organizational culture. So, how do we develop the right organizational culture? Well, that's why we're here, to apply directive communication psychology.
Hey, welcome all. Welcome again. Hey, Ray, you are there? Hey, my buddy Ray. Good to see you.
You too. Good
So,
job on your previous
welcome.
section. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So good to see everybody. I hope you are getting a lot of learnings from since morning to a lot of sessions, and this is where the collective power of all the DC trainer from across the globes comes into, and where everybody is putting efforts to give you maximum learning in throughout all these sessions. So here I welcome the next speaker, Raymond Phoon, better known as Ray, and he is a sales ninja. Right. Ray's profile, if I have to share a little bit about Ray, Ray is an author and international business speaker and organizational transformational expert. Ray is a founder of the Power Up Success Group. What a name, Ray. this is amazing name you have come up with, Power Up Success Group. Right, one of the Asia's leading talent development expert and creator of various assessment tools and learning development models that are widely used by leading organizations around the globe. And he has extensive consulting background within technology, automotive, FMCG, financial sector of MNC giants across the globe, and has developed countless robust talent development strategies for his client. A well-sought after speaker in HR and business conference, Ray traveled extensively, helping organizations around Asia and realize higher performance and greater growth. His business has now reached 17 countries as a result of his published work and proven methodologies. His practical leadership insight delivers in a dynamic and engagement style has won him accolades among 80,000 attendees and participants, and he has worked with. So all roll into one. We present Ray for the next session. Ray, let's. I'm sure you will mesmerize everybody watching this session through your insights and your knowledge. So all over to you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Virendra, for the wonderful introduction. Yeah. So before we begin, I want to make sure that we are able to engage with one another with a little tool that I want everybody to be able to use. Yeah. So let me get everybody to be able to use a tool. And let me share the screen so that we can actually get online. Let me just get there. Okay. All right. Let's get the screen shared. Okay, are we streaming now? Can we see the screen? Okay, wonderful. So today's topic is going to be on sales conversion in crisis, guys. How to win deals in the new world order. Now, I've been traveling the globe virtually over the past many months on a few topics that I've seen to be really, really powerful. And one of them was this topic called sales conversion in crisis. And I'm very thankful that I've been able to make an impact to people around the world with some of the ideas and strategies that I share in sales conversion in crisis. So what I want to do, because we're going Facebook Live, I want to make sure that we're able to engage one another other than the comments that I see and other than the messages that you type on chat. So in a short while, I'm going to ask you to download an app on your phone, or at least to go to a browser to something called the Slido app, okay? I'm going to ask you to get to the Slido app. Okay, so let's get going there. All right, so in our Slido app, let me just get you there. Okay, and then I'll come back there. Okay, so go to Slido and use the event code 2125. Okay, 21215. Go ahead to Slido to 21215 and just put your phone on there. Keep it there for now, and I'll tell you what to do in a short while. I just want to make sure that you actually have that app. Okay? So you have done so, go ahead and give me a thumbs up in the comment box so that I know that you actually heard me and it makes sense. Okay, go ahead. 21215, okay? Cool. All right, so let's get going. So, you know, today we are in the new normal. The world that we have lived in has changed tremendously over the many months. And just as my colleague, my co-speaker Virendra shared earlier, organizations, professionals, entrepreneurs, they are overwhelmed with challenges of today's times. They are adapting, they are scrambling, and they are trying to redefine their business models. So it's actually natural for us to actually fall into some kind of a victim mindset because the issues are no longer isolated by gender, by race, by industry, or by region. This is a global situation. So in the context of sales conversion in crisis, I would like to actually help you find the much needed mindset and the actionable strategies to actually help you win deals in times like this. So to do that, I would like to contextualize that as great sales professionals and business owners and professionals in general, we cannot leave anything to chance. We create our own opportunities. Opportunities don't come by themselves. We have to do something to actually make opportunities appear, make opportunities be available. We have to take control. We have to take charge. And that's exactly what we are trying to do here today. So I'd like to share basically two key things here. One on the idea of a winning mindset model. And then the second one on the idea of winning in crisis. Strategies to help you actually win in crisis. Okay, so two key things that I want to share. And hopefully through these key things that I've shared, it will be able to help you in your business and your future undertakings as well. So let's kickstart with this idea of the winning mindset model. And so to do that, I like to share the context of what I call a responsive mindset perspective. So just like Idu shared, right? Idu shared that the mind is like a muscle. The more we exercise it, the stronger it gets, and the more it can actually expand. So what is currently occupying your mind? What are you thinking of? What contextualizes your day-to-day engagement? So I'm going to ask you to vote now using Slido, and I'm going to switch my screen. Make sure you actually have the code because I'm going to switch screens right now. 21215 event code. And right now, in switching the screens, okay, I want you to be able to see and vote accordingly. Okay? So go ahead and vote accordingly. What has been occupying your thinking? Some have said that it's lots of opportunities. Okay. What else? What's the context? Is recession coming? Is it all about survival? What are some of the thoughts that are occupying your mind? Okay, slowly we're having some votes there. So let's keep them going. Okay, I'm just going to give another minute or so. All right. Okay, very good. All right, so I'm going to end the poll, and you will see that in the results that people have shared, they have shared mostly that they see that there's great opportunities around. Lots of people in this call are focusing on the idea that yes, potentially recession might be coming. It might be survival right now, but actually there's still lots of opportunities. So kudos. If you chose lots of opportunities, go ahead and give yourself a high five. Yeah. So there's lots of opportunities. Okay. That's what some of you are thinking of. But besides what we are thinking of, right, I like to challenge you as to what are you feeling. So back to the slides again, I'm going to ask you, what are you feeling? What have you been feeling recently? Have you been feeling discouraged? Have you been feeling worried? Have you been feeling energized? Okay, let's go ahead. Give you a minute there to engage in the votes. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to end the poll right now, and so that we can contextualize that most people actually chose between energized and the idea of potentially even worried, right? So what are we going to do with these feelings? Now, remember, what are the thoughts that we have so far? Opportunities versus recession could be coming. Energized versus some feelings of being worried as well. So what's next? What's next that we need to be sure of as well? Well, now I'm going to ask you one final question. And the final question is, no matter what you're thinking, no matter what you're feeling, actually, what have you been acting? What have your actions been? Have your actions actually been really cautious? Have your actions been desperate? Or have your actions truly been productive? Okay, I'll give it another minute. Okay, we've got 67, 50% on cautious, 50% on productive. Okay, well done. Well done. Okay, so mostly acting cautious, somewhat acting productive. Okay, now the numbers are really going up. I'm going to stop it right now. Okay, so we have 50-50 on the idea of acting cautiously, and we have 50-50 on the idea of being productive. So now we kind of know what are the statistics between the various people who are kind of participating in the poll. The context of what I've just shared comes with the idea of how we're thinking, how we are feeling, and actually how we are acting. You know why that's so important? Because our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions all add together to get some specific results. So the results that we get today, if we're not happy with it, think about what are the things that have been occupying our thoughts. Think about what are the things that have been occupying our feelings. Think about what are some of the actions that actually is contextualizing our results as well. So at the end of the day, mindset is everything, because thoughts, feelings, and actions equals to our result. Now, if that's how we respond, how are we going to tackle this? Now, we're going to tackle it with something called the adaptive mindset. Okay, what is the adaptive mindset? Adaptive mindset is the context of being aggressive, being positive, and being active. Now, remember what I said earlier about being, what was the responsive mindset, right? The responsive mindset was the idea of how we respond. Our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions bringing to our specific results. But after we have responded to that, now we have to adapt to that. So how do we practically adapt to that? I want to share with you 3 key things. The first thing is the idea of being consistent, of being aggressive. Now, the idea of being aggressive is defined as being bold and assertive. And then the second thing is about having the right positive mindset. And positive mindset means looking at the good, keeping things simple, and then controlling what you can. Now, being active means not waiting and hoping. Okay, so what is all this? This is not just a mindset, because in a short while, I'm going to show you how this works as a tool as well. So we call this the APA mindset, used as a daily tool. Okay, used as a daily tool because we want to engage daily with more victory than being a feeling of being a victim, right? So we want to be able to engage in this adaptive mindset. So what is aggressive? So being aggressive means that we are being bold and assertive. Okay, it means that the definition of someone who's aggressive is someone who's able to be prone to be competitive, someone who makes strong attempts to win. Now, this also means this. This means that we have to be persistent, okay? And we have to overcome the odds and push through any barriers. It also means that when we are aggressive, we assert our influence, meaning we don't leave anything to chance. We manage our outcome. And at the end of the day, we want to be moving things forward, always be moving things forward. If you're a sales professional, if you are a business owner, if you are a professional in specific industries, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we all know that in order to get things done, we must be able to assert our influence. We must be able to keep that perspective in mind that we always want to manage the outcome, which is always be moving things forward. So if you're a salesperson, you're thinking, we won't be able to close, in the first engagement that we have. Obviously not. But the idea here is that what level are you in the sales cycle? And the idea here is always be moving forward in the sales cycle, because every step further in the sales cycle takes you one step closer. Okay? Now, the next thing about after being assertive and after being aggressive is the idea of being positive. And being positive, right, is actually a mental outlook. Being positive is situational, but being optimistic is hope. Okay, someone who can be positive throughout time is someone who is optimistic, because even the most positive person can sometimes fall into negativity. Why? Because situations can be overwhelming, just like in today's times. But the idea of being positive, right, goes against this idea of negativity. Why? Because optimism is a sense of hope. Even though we don't see it yet, we have a sense of hope. And when you have a sense of hope, a keen eye of what can be possible, good things start to happen. And when we expect good things to happen, our positive attitude becomes that strong mental outlook. So we become positive by looking into the potential future. Okay, so that means never giving up, because we know that every step towards failure is a step closer to success. That's how we remind ourselves to be positive. And it's about keeping the good and throwing away the bad. And for me, keeping the good means not to entertain negative thoughts. Because negative thoughts, when entertained for more than 10 seconds at a time, really becomes something that generalizes your overall posture and actually affects your overall view of optimism. So do not allow or entertain negative thoughts for more than 10 seconds, okay, in the context of what you're doing every day. So make sure we keep the good and throw away the bad. Okay, so the next thing is the idea of watching your talk, because what we talk affects how we think and how we feel. Remember, we're speaking about responsive mindsets versus the adaptive mindset. Okay, and then finally, the idea of being active. And now what active means is not waiting and not hoping. Because being active is someone who does not wait, is someone who takes action, is someone who's consistent, is someone who is disciplined, is someone who is moving things forward, who is committed to the idea that the right kind of activity, putting in the right kind of hard work, presents the right kind of opportunity. And to that context, right, action is about high sense of productivity. When we focus our energies and our effort wisely and correctly, we become more productive. So my friends, there you have it, APA, right? So if you get what I'm trying to say, if this resonates with you, right, go ahead and click on your comment box and give me a thumbs up so that I know that you're engaging with what I'm saying. Okay? Go ahead. All right. So going back to this idea of going. Okay, that's a double feature going on there. All right, going back to APA, the idea of APA is the ability to be able to not only turn it to a mindset, but also to use it as a tool. Now, how do we use it as a tool? Every day when we wake up, we're going to give ourselves a reminder. We're going to ask ourselves on a scale of 1 to 10, what's our aggressive level going to be moving forward? On a scale of 1 to 10, what is our positive mindset going forward? On a scale of 1 to 10, how active are we going to be today going forward? So you've given yourself 1 to 10 on aggressiveness, 1 to 10 on positivity, and then 1 to 10 on activity. If you can give yourself the context before you start the day, okay? And then ask yourself the same question after you end the day, right? Depending on whatever results you get in the day, you will realize that your day's result actually equates to how aggressive you were, how positive you were, and how active you were. So what is our target? Remember, scale of 1 to 10 in aggressiveness, scale of 1 to 10 in positivity, scale of 1 to 10 in activity. Now, once you've put that all together, you're going to go for an average of at least 8.5. Okay? Why 8.5? Because results and research has shown us that people that have context of 8.5 on average on their APA index tends to get going ahead, tends to be able to overcome their challenges, tends to be able to drive actually more results. So here you go, my friends. This is a tool for you so that you can use it not only to start your day, but something to help you reflect your day as well. When you come back, when you do the right kind of reflection, and if your scores and your APA index is actually lower than 8.5 for the day, next day, commit yourself to ensuring that those areas that were low, keep focusing on it, being more assertive, being more positive, and being more active. And when you can do that and your scores average up to 8.5, my friends, I guarantee you, you are going to have a winning strategy. Okay? So from the mindset approach, let's look at some practical principles that you can use from a strategy point of view. Okay? From a strategy point of view. So from a strategy perspective, Robert Waterman says this. He says, a strategy is necessary because our future is unpredictable. And you know, if you were to read this quote, it will probably pass you by if you read this last year. But reading it this year gives a whole new meaning to this statement. A strategy is necessary because our future is unpredictable, which is so true. So today, my friends, I'd like to give you a very simple suggestion on 3 powerful strategies in terms of winning in crisis. Okay, so the first strategy is about really understanding what your customers' needs are. And when you want to understand your customers' needs, it's about not making assumptions. It's about reviewing what the current situations your customer is going through. Now, remember, we have all kinds of customers with various profiles. Specifically, classify them into certain profiles. And by understanding what their profiles are, you are going to survey what their challenges and their needs are. Now, why do I ask you to survey their challenges and their needs? Because not everybody is actually going through the same thing. Not everybody is actually suffering. Some people are doing really well, right? So we cannot contextualize that in the pandemic environment, in the COVID crisis environment, things are bad for everyone, because it's not true. And you know that. And because we know that, we need to be able to then ask ourselves, what is the right solution or product that we can offer to our customers depending on their needs? If they don't have the challenges that we assume that they have, we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot by offering a product that we think can help, but actually is not helping, because we are making assumptions of what we think the solution might be. So never make assumptions. In times of crisis, always make sure that we are engaging. We know what is the current situation that's happening in the market. Now, when we have done that and we have got the right kind of data, come back and then describe it in one statement. Why do we describe it in one statement? Because describing in one statement means that you understand what's going on in the context of your market. It means that you can actually establish the right solution that fits to the specific market. So to that context, the insight that I'm trying to say here is that don't make assumptions. Stay connected with your market. Survey what's really happening with them. Collect actual data, and this is key. I have found that for salespeople and business owners, right, being able to have a reason to conduct a survey provides another reason to actually engage their customers, right? You know why? Because customers want to know what's going on in the market, especially in their community of people with similar profiles. Okay, so whatever context of industry that you're in, maybe you're an insurance agent and you're dealing with high net worth clients. High net worth clients want to know what's happening within high net worth clients' community, right? If you are working with L&D folks want to know what's going on with the rest of the L&D in the community. So being able to offer them to do a thought leadership focused survey, enabling them to have the results if they participated in the survey, really would give them a reason to participate. And that's a reason for you to engage them. Now, after you have defined what their challenges are, knowing what are their real needs, right? You are going to define it in one statement, as I mentioned earlier, because clarity through expression develops your ability to actually influence and take advantage of the situation so that you can be a help to your customer. So, not all data are the same. Not all insights are actionable, because not all surveys are the right context of what your customers truly face. So we need to contextualize who our customer is and what is the profile. Now, here's my suggestion. Create a thought leadership profile survey, engage with your customers and send it out to them. Get them to participate by encouraging them to participate by offering them an opportunity to get the results that you're going to share with them at the end. And once you're able to collect all those data, right, offer to actually throw a webinar and bring a whole bunch of people together who actually participated in the survey. You know why? This is a chance for you to do a one-to-many kind of selling. Not only one-to-one, but one-to-many. And what it means that it brings people, the community together, and you're able to then share with them what they have said about themselves in terms of their own challenges. And then once you know what's happening in the market, and once they hear what's happening in the market, guess what? Because you have actually created and drafted up that statement of need, you're able to then soft sell the solution one-to-many while engaging those masses of customers. Okay, so what are you doing? You are educating. And what have you done after you educate? You provide a solution towards a current need, a relevant need. Okay, so a relevant need must be able to resonate. When you resonate, it must make sense. It must be relevant and it must be usable. So in all things to be truly be effective, there are actually two keywords here: relevance and utility. Someone must see as relevant, right? Relevant as in the data, the insight must be relevant. Utilization, meaning that whatever solution you give them must be usable. Okay, so the context here is that it gives you a understanding of what's in your market, what's the opportunity to engage your market, and then have a reason to be able to provide a solution to them. So more importantly, after you have found out all this data and before you re-engage them with some insights, understand how to take stock of your problem, right? So that you will be able to actually come up with a solution for that problem. Okay, so what's the problem that customer is facing? What is the profile of the customer? And what is the problem that this profile of customer is facing? Because once you understand the key profile and the key challenges they face, it's time for you to take stock of your solution. What do I mean by taking stock of your solution? It means asking ourselves, what are you really good at? What are you really good at? Oftentimes may not actually be our passion. You know why? Because you may be passionate at something, but not all the time what we are passionate with is something that we are really good with, really good at. Which means, right? It might be something else that you are selling that actually sells the quickest and is the most frequent and actually brings the most income. Because at the end of the day, what are we trying to do? We are trying to ensure that we understand why that product is good, right? The product and how good your product is doesn't depend on you, on what you think. It depends on what the customers think. So which means that if you are not sure, go ahead and ask the customer. Go ahead and get the context of why the customer feels that way. Okay, so if you're not sure, ask your customers. I think this is a perfect time for us to actually engage with your customers and make sure that you understand why your product is good. Okay, and finally, at the end of the day, ask yourself, then in what situation would I want to adapt my solution? Okay, in this new world that we're in, one of the most powerful words that all businesses are talking about when they engage with their customer is something called the product stack. Okay, so what's a product stack? A product stack is a variety of solutions that you provide that can stack up to one and on top of each other. Now, why do I call it product stack, or why do we call it product stack? Because it stacks from the most basic of what your client might want. And sometimes you might even provide some level of free service or free products. We call it freemium. And you may start with a freemium product and then stack it up with something that could be a low entry point. And once they have consumed that, support them with something with a mid entry point, and then finally support them with something with a high entry point. So in today's context, being able to adapt your solution and understand how to push and pull your product stack is actually very important. But to do that, you must first understand what's the context of what's happening in your market. Okay, so does that make sense? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up in your comments column so that I know that this makes sense to you. Okay, very good. So finally, coming to our final insight. Now you have known what is the context of your customers' real needs. You are going to engage them by providing them the solution and then taking stock what your product is so that you can actually help them. Then you must always remember at the end of the day, what wins you deals is not the solution you provide. What wins you deals is solving the customer's problem. Solving problems always sells. So wherever you are, repeat to yourself right now so that it contextualize and internalize within you. Solving problems always sells. Customers buy the solutions that solve problems. Customers don't buy solutions that your company offer just for the sake of the fact that you have that solution. Okay, but customers want problems to be solved. They want your solutions to solve their problems. So solving problems always sells. But you know, the lack of knowledge that we have on what our customers are facing, the lack of knowledge of what the customers understand about what our product has, right, starts to become a context of becoming an anchor and a barrier of fulfilling their needs. So not having the right kind of knowledge and having unfulfilled needs becomes your biggest enemy. And so we cause the biggest enemy to actually happen to ourselves. Because you know why? We don't contextualize it to the customer and we're not solving problems, but rather we're trying to push our products. So in today's times, pushing products don't work anymore. Solving problems always sells. Final insight I'd like to share is this idea of quickening the buyer's process. Okay? Quickening the way that customers buy by influencing their buying persona. Now, in the context of these 4 buyer types, this has a leverage coming off from DC psychology as well, in case you're wondering. So it has a leverage on some of the context of what DC psychology speaks about. But here we're speaking on buyer types, okay? Buyer types. So buyer types are basically 4 types. There are people who are buyers that just want to have the opportunity to be in the front. Okay, their keyword is seeking for opportunity, creating opportunity. what opportunity do I see? And then there's a second type that focuses on the logic and the cost-benefit analysis of what will work, what will not work, and being cautious and having contingency plans. And then the next one is folks that are gathered together with some sense of herd mentality. Why? Because they want to feel the safety net and the comfort that everyone else in their community are also doing it. Okay. And then finally, the next buyer group is a buyer group who focuses on the evidence at hand. What does the information tell them? What can they derive from that information? And sometimes it's not so much what makes sense or what doesn't make sense. It's about the fact that the data doesn't lie. It's about the fact that there's sufficient evidence. Now, why am I sharing all this with you? Because once you understand the customer's needs, once you have adapted your product by willing to product stack your product range to adapt and provide a solution to solve problems, then you need to understand their buyer types, because not being able to work with their buyer types slows down the entire process. To speed up the process of engaging with your customers, understand what kind of buyer types they might be by knowing that some customers are looking at opportunities, some are looking at the idea of what makes sense, some are looking at the idea is, am I the one doing it? Am I the only one, or the others are also on board? Or the fact that some just want to have the overwhelming proof that that solution works. Now, if you know these personas or you know this disposition of customers upfront, that helps. But what if you are trying to reach out to the masses? So if you want to reach out to the masses, what I'm trying to say here is different strokes for different folks is always good. But sometimes when we don't know who those folks are upfront, we have to come up with a uniform message. What's a uniform message? A uniform message takes care of four things. Number one, there's opportunity to be gained by working with you. Number two, when working with you, it makes sense. It is the risk is managed and there's opportunities ahead. Number three, they are not the only one doing it. Lots of other people in their context, in their community, similar profiles are doing it. And number four, a whole bunch of evidence goes to support it. So when you have a message, right, you're trying to write a message that works with a general group. Having a message that has these four elements in that message: opportunity, contingency plan, community that's using it, and then the evidence, the overwhelming evidence. When you are able to contextualize this message, you start to open up an opportunity for yourself. Okay, hope that makes sense. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. Okay, very good. So I hope that throughout this 35 minutes, you have had a chance to listen to some of the opportunities that I've shared, and you had a chance to be able to connect with some of the ideas and resonate with some of the ideas. Just to summarize, we spoke about the idea of having the right winning mindset, and right winning mindset means to be able to respond with thoughts, feelings, and action, because they all equate to your results. But more importantly, adapt to that thoughts, feelings, and action. By doing what? Being aggressive, being positive, and being active. And the target is to focus on 8.5 as a summary average. Every day, going out, and when coming back, do a reflection, because you want to see where your results are leading you with that 8.5 score and above. And then finally, have the winning strategies, three key insights. Number one, the ability to understand what your customers' real needs are. Don't make assumptions. Get the reasons to be able to connect with them, profile them. And number two, be able to get the focus on understanding what products really sell well for you. And that means selling the fastest, selling the quickest, selling the most, and adapt that for current times. Not making assumptions, but knowing what really is the need that provides a solution to solving a problem, not just a solution because it's your product. Okay. And then number three, understand that there are four buyer persona types. Focus on opportunity, focus on the idea of what makes sense, and that's a good backup plan. And then a whole group of people are also using it. They're not alone. Then there's a safety net there. And then finally, the evidence is overwhelming. Okay, so if you can do all that, having the right winning mindset and apply those winning strategies, I'm very sure that success is much easier and it's just knocking on your door. My friends, my name is Raymond Phoon. I'd like to invite you to actually scan that QR code. You can download the deck for free. But more importantly, because there's so many people in these various industries that we might know of, might not know of, I cannot cover every industry today. I welcome you to sign up for a free industry-specific coaching. If you'd like to join us for a free industry-specific coaching, go ahead and scan that QR code and join me for another session at another time. So be alive with your passion, my friends. Back to you, Virendra.
I think this was an amazing session, and love your energy, the way you were interacting for almost throughout 30 minutes. So we have the first question coming: how buyer types are linked to DC psychology in terms of color, brain, or emotional drivers?
Okay. So this color types is part of this buyer types that we are speaking about here comes from my tool called the Sales Star Inventory, and Sales Star Inventory is 15 years in the making, and 30% of what that profile covers has an anchor from DCI, psychology, color, brain. Okay, why 30%? Because we also have the skills and other types of value drivers that are focused on sales competencies. Yeah. Now the idea here is, how is it different? Is because we focus on sales context. The questions and the scenarios are based on sales context, so that you get the right kind of lens to actually focus on what is a typical response that a salesperson might have in the context of the buyer that they are engaging with. So there is some similarities, and the similarities brings a perspective of how we want to engage the buyer types. Okay, so hope that helps explain that a little bit. Okay.
We have 5 more minutes, and I encourage everybody who is watching, use your chat window. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, write your questions so that another 5 minutes we can utilize to answer these questions. And another question, Ray, which is shared, is: how do I differentiate myself during this time so that the customer will choose me versus another competitor?
Thank you, Virendra. That's a very good question. During this time, I think this is connected to you as well, Virendra, from what you shared earlier about crisis management, right? Being rapidly reflecting and also repairing, R squared. Yeah.
Right.
And now the idea here is that we differentiate ourselves by being different. Right? I mean, that's what differentiation means. And by being different means that we want to add value to our customers, means we want to provide solution to our customers, means that we want to remain close to our customers. So we only can differentiate, okay? We only can differentiate what we are and who we are only when we truly understand what the customer needs, okay? So when we understand what the customer needs and we're remaining close to them and we are remaining close to the market space, we start to differentiate ourselves, because customers see us not as salespeople. Customers see us as people who want to solve problems. Hope that makes sense.
Yes. So, and the first question, just my apologies, I forgot to take the name of the gentleman. Dr. Sanjeev Dixit asked the first questions around how it is linked to DC psychology in terms of color, brain, and emotional drivers. Yeah. Another question, which is how to convince customer when he's not interested.
Okay. Here's the thing. Ashish, yes. Yeah. Thank you for that question. So there is always an interested customer. The only reason why a customer is not interested is because we don't understand the customer, right? Because the customer always has a need. Depending on whether we understand their need or not, then that's the context of education. Then that's the context of actually influencing them. You cannot influence any customer when we don't know what's important to them. In order to even reduce that barrier of an uninterested customer, we need to first understand what interests the customer. So the solution really is understanding what interests the customer in order to have a stronger influence. Now, I'll tell you why. Because the word influence actually stands for being able to provoke someone to take action. And that's a very strong word, right? Influence, the ability to influence someone means the ability to provoke someone to action. Just like how our parents, our teachers, our mentors provoke us to take action. Why? Because we have this high sense of need to actually satisfy them. We have this high sense of need not to disappoint them. So what I'm trying to say here is, in order to influence someone that we have just met or we don't know very well, we must first understand what interests them. Then only we can increase our level of influence. Okay.
Yeah, well said. And I think it resonates well with you shared about its need to highlight, focus on the problems where you're going to solve.
Yeah.
Another question coming from Dr. Sanjeev again, and this is how basis the insights the customer strategy is customized.
How the
Is it
insights?
frustrating?
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you for asking that question, Dr. Sanjay. I'm going to make a simple assumption on what your question is, and I'll try to contextualize it. I guess what you're trying to say is if we conduct a survey, we want to get some insights. How do we make sure that it works to the profile of the customer or the industry that they're in? So I would say that basically it actually follows for three principles. Okay, whatever surveys that we create, right, for whatever profile, whatever community, whatever industry, it basically focuses on three things: need, knowledge, budget. Okay, let me repeat that: need, knowledge, and budget. Your cluster of questions and insights that you're going to gain from creating those questions have to fall on those three things. Okay, what is the current need? How has the current need changed? What is their knowledge about certain subject or lack of knowledge about certain subject? And then finally, how has their budget been affected and what's their future plan for their budget? I think these three things really gives you a perspective of how to engage your community. Okay, so hope that makes sense. Need, knowledge, and budget. The clusters of questions need to be based on that.
Right.
Hope that answers, Dr. Sanjeev.
Yeah, and I think somebody's saying the code. John is saying the code.
Yeah.
Code blocks the comment. I think
if we do this, it will work. Yeah, I think if we do this, it will work.
Yeah, I tried it. This is working. You can directly scan from it. Yeah,
I think he just wanted to see it back on the screen because otherwise the comments are blocking the scan. Okay.
Good. Any more questions? Okay, one more Ashish is asking. I think we have 3 minutes more. We can answer this question.
Sure. Thanks, Ashish. When and what to compromise during selling? Okay, so here's the thing. We spoke about the buyer types. When we want to engage with the buyer types, it's very important for us to understand who our buyer personas are, right? Because then once we understand, then we want to be able to adapt. Sometimes we are so focused on being the opportunity focused type, but then our customers are so engaged on the things. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? And then we keep speaking about the fact that, we're not really proven in the market yet. It's something new. But you know what? There's big opportunity ahead, and you'll be the first one there if you jump on board. When we speak like that, and we speak in the context of something that doesn't fit a customer's buying persona, we are actually not working with the customer. So what I'm trying to say here is that we compromise by flexing ourselves. If we need to flex to fit a certain profile, we try to flex to fit a certain profile. I like the word flex because the word flex means like using our muscles, right? So if I'm taking something heavy, I got a pretty heavy thermal glass here. My muscles will flex differently. If I'm taking 100-pound weights, my muscles will flex differently. So we compromise by virtue of flexing. Now, why we want to flex? Because we want to make the other person comfortable. Why we want to make the other person feel comfortable? Because we want them to know that we understand how they feel and what interests them. So at the end of the day, solution is not only in solving problems. Solution is also about meeting people's emotional drive, people's interests. And so to that context, my friend Ashish, at the end of the day, we actually compromise when we want to flex ourselves and kind of meet and mirror to build that rapport with that customer or buyer persona. Hope that makes sense to you. Okay.
Good answers, and thank you, Ray, for sharing that amazing insight. And I think the kind of questions reflects the how important the session was and how engaging the session was.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, one last question I'm taking from Dr. Anshul. He will be the next speaker also. So what one suggestions as a sales expert you would like to give for businesses in B2C sales post-COVID?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anshul, for that question, and that also sets the perfect tone to go to his topic later. But my suggestion is actually very simple. It's the idea of always remaining positive. You know why? Because being positive really gives you the right perspective of the possibilities at hand. When we are not positive, we don't see the possibilities. But when we are positive, we see the possibilities. Now, what do I mean by positive? Positive means we anchor on the idea of optimism, because optimism is a hope, yet hope of something in the future, not seen right now, but hope in the future. So a really solid sales professional who is positive because they are optimistic, not positive because the situation is positive. So look towards the future, and create your own rainbow, because at the end of the day, being positive creates new possibilities. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you have a great day. Be alive with your passion.
Thank you. So get ready for the next session, and I think we have a short break, and the next speaker, Dr. Anshul Dingra, will be joining, and we'll just log off, sign off. It was great having you. I wish you all the best and keep learning. Have a great learn, and don't forget to share these learnings and in your social network. Let maximum people get benefit out of these sessions.
Hi, this is Arthur Karmazi, best-selling author and currently ranked as one of the world's top 10 thought leaders in organizational culture and leadership. So everybody's going to be using DC psychology to explain the solutions to overcoming the COVID-19 situation. But what is DC psychology? So we're going to share with you a whole bunch of little excerpts from the video of why you need DC psychology and how it works and what it is. So this is an infographic video, and let's get to part one. Now behind me, I've got an infographic, and this kind of will give you a brief overview of, well, why you need DC psychology in your organization. So let's look at the global statistics on organizational health, all right? So these statistics are around the elements of human capital, but affect how human capital is affecting everything else: innovation, profitability, expansion, having competitive edge, sales, everything, literally. All right, so let's look at one of the elements that a lot of people don't really take into consideration, and that is basically people value ROI. Right? So let's just say that you hire somebody and you pay them $10,000 a month. All right, now this person, obviously you're hiring them at $10,000 a month because they have the experience, knowledge, wisdom, and ability that is worth $10,000 a month. Well, apparently, most people in an organization, okay, are actually performing at 68% of their actual potential. Now, in the beginning, of course, when people first start working, they don't really know the organization, they don't know the systems very well, so they're not going to be as competent, even though they may have the skills. Now, once they get the skills, if they understand the organization, if they're excited and still as passionate as they were when they first started, they're probably going to give you 100%. The problem is that most organizations don't support people maintaining that high level of passion and excitement. And so therefore, most organizations globally are on an average losing about 32% of their employee salary value, which means that basically out of $10,000, you're only getting $6,800 worth of real value for that specific employee. And if you add that up times all of the employees, well, that can be a lot of money. So let's look at the next one. skill implementation. All right, so only 13% of employees are actually applying the full scope of their skills to solve problems and achieve results. Now, how does that work? Well, okay, let's look at this. Okay, you may have a skill. You may know how to do something. You may have some great ideas. You may be super innovative. But if you're not in an environment that supports you using those skills, oftentimes just like, oh, why bother? Or, oh, I'm already too busy. Oh, it's not my job. It's not really my place to say. So these are some of the common factors that you will hear in organizations. In fact, only about 13% of employees globally, okay, based on various studies, are applying their full scope of their skills, which basically means you've got a lot of human potential that is not being utilized by your people if you don't have an environment, or for that matter, an organizational culture that supports it. Which takes us to organizational culture. 51% of employee performance can improve with the right organizational culture, which basically means that right now, if you're paying that $10,000 a month for each employee, or let's say for a group of employees, which means you could get over $15,000 of actual value based on the mean and the norm of employee ROI if you have the right organizational culture. So, how do we develop the right organizational culture? Well, that's why we're here, to apply directive communication psychology. Hi, this is Arthur Karmazzi, best-selling author and currently ranked as one of the world's top 10 thought leaders in organizational culture and leadership. So everybody's going to be using DC psychology to explain the solutions to overcoming the COVID-19 situation. But what is DC psychology? So we're going to share with you a whole bunch of little excerpts from the video of why you need DC psychology and how it works and what it is. So this is an infographic video, and let's get to part one.
Okay, and welcome back, everyone. I'm so happy to be able to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Anshul. Now, Dr. Anshul is a man on a mission, a renowned peak performance coach, and high-impact trainer, and an inspiring speaker in the Asian region. Now, he's amongst the elite of DC psychology practitioners. And he is also the first certified coach and trainer in India by the world-renowned Brian Tracy. And he's also recently a TEDx speaker. He was an engineer with an MBA, but with a PhD as well, and has that qualifications at various international certifications to his credit. Now, as an entrepreneur, he is a co-founder and director of 2 organizations, and also an advisory board member to currently 12 organizations. In the last 16 years of his professional work, he has been able to influence lives of more than 160,000 individuals in 6 countries, contributing to more than 100 unique business and over 500 success stories. So, without further ado, let me welcome and extend a warm applause to Dr. Anshul. Woohoo! Take it away, Dr. Anshul.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Ray. Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction and a power-packed introduction. Thank you so much. And before starting my session, I would really like to thank you for a wonderful session. It was really an eye-opener and really an insightful. I'm very sure people take a lot of takeaways from that session.
Welcome.
I really wish Reboot 2020 is going to be an awesome for you.
Looking forward.
Thank you so much. So before I begin, just let me share my screen. Okay. Just a second. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, we can see it.
Ray?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, a very warm welcome to all the ladies and gentlemen watching this Reboot 2020 conference since morning. I'm going to take your next 45 minutes and I'm going to share a wonderful framework which I have created in this COVID time, and I've been able to support more than 300 organizations through this framework. So this is going to be really an insightful and impactful a framework for all of you. And that is the reason I've created a new name called the Art and Science of Humanization. First of all, before starting, I also want to express my gratitude to my guru, Arthur Karmazi, who has been an instrumental person in my life and has been able to support in giving me this wonderful guidance of directive communication psychology, through which I've been able to impact thousands of people across the Asian region and mainly in India. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, I want to start with this first slide. This first slide, which is about, this is the, I would request Ray to just, maximize the screen aspect and minimize my picture, please, if possible. Rafik, if you can do it for me. Yeah, I think now it's better. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So this is, dear friend, this man standing here is not just an individual. This is every business leader, every manager, every business owner across India. The situation was we were moving in one direction. There was one direction in every business owner was moving towards, and there was little challenges, baggages. There were certain, a little ups and downs in the businesses which he was managing. So with one hand, he was managing the past, but there was certain thing toward which he was moving. He was able to see certain things. But suddenly, a crisis came, an uncertain crisis, uncertainty arise, and suddenly he is in this position right now where he's not able to see what is in it for him in the future. He's stuck in between. He's stuck with certain past baggages. He's stuck with past certain payments or employment issues, or there are certain other elements which he was facing in the past, and there are certain unseen, you cannot unpredictable future things which he is not able to see, and he's stuck in between. This is the situation of most of the business leaders and organizations across the globe. They were moving, but right now, how much strength they have. Strength here relates to the people they have within their organization who are ready to support them, the cash flows, the ready cash in hand, the strategy, the agility. All these elements will define how much strength they have and how much they can support or they can withstand with this time. So it's a crucial time which all of us has faced in last 75 days. It's really a tough time. In last 75 days, I'm proud to say within my community of business owners, I've been able to support around 1,200 business organizations through various modes and channels. And I started all that presentation with one slide, because this is the slide which will make them understand what exactly is our situation. Once we are aware of our situation, we can take next leap, or we can go ahead in the next direction. Even if today a business owner comes out of this situation, now what is the next biggest challenge he's facing? Next business challenge with every business leader, with every great leader in this world, is to drive each and every bit and pieces of your organization, be it employees, vendors, clients, every piece of or everyone in this organization towards one direction. If he's not able to align people in one direction, if he's not able to take everybody along in one direction, he might not be able to bounce back from this crisis easily. It will be hard for him. The situation and crisis is already so hard, and if he's not able to align people, align systems in one direction, in one way, he might not be able to support his organization, his dreams, his future in the right or in an easy way. So this is where the critical situation is, and that's the reason I've created this beautiful concept called art and science of humanization. Something I say, it is a non-negotiable framework for businesses and organizations to bounce back. There was a word which is known for standardization. People are talking about processes, systems, structures within the organization. But today, on top of every standardization, on top of every processes in your organization, you need to be a human first if you want to drive the organization. This is my message to all the business owners and business leaders across the globe. Today, we all understand how much human interaction, how much human support and humanization is important. So be it any process and system you want to set in your organization, be it any strategy you want, it needs to have a human angle. If it doesn't have a human angle, your strategy might not work at this time of crisis. You need people along. You cannot go on your own individually. You need people along, and if you want people, you need to have a structured approach where humanization will play a very, very important role. So this is my framework, my dear friends, which I have created to support organizations and businesses, and I've been able to support more than 300 businesses so far with this 9P model. So 9P, where first it stands for perception and position, people and passion, planning and prioritization, personalization, power, productivity and performance, proactiveness and preparedness, partnerships, and finally, provisions and profits. So today I'm going to give you an overview about, looking at the time, I'm going to give you an overview about how in different aspects you need to understand as a business leader. So this is all for the business leader. So first of all, I really want to take the aspect of perception and positioning as the prime most important and the first element of 9P business and organization bounce back framework. Now, why perception and positioning is important? It's how people perceive you. Slowly and slowly, they will be a part of you. This is the time where a right perception and position needs to go in the market. And there are various ways how to get it done. There are certain 4 important elements which I'm going to share apart from other elements. So I'm going to share in every aspect 4 major aspects. If somebody would like to have in detail conversation, we can go in some other mode, some other time. But today, I'm going to share 4 important key elements of perception and position. The first one is lead from heart, augmented by head. Humanization. I hope you are able to relate it. Lead from your heart and augmented, supported by your head. Business leaders are expected to play an intelligent role where on one hand, they are expected to be genuine, sincerely empathetic, walking compassionately in the shoes of employees, customers, and their broader ecosystem, while taking certain hard, rational decisions to protect financial implications that accompanies such kind of disruptions. It happens. People, you have to take certain hard decisions, but you have to be genuine and sincerely empathetic as well. You need to learn this art as a business leader if you really want to bounce back. Second, you need to put the mission first. Very important element. You need to drive people towards one purpose, one mission. If you're able to give them one purpose, that alignment is going to be an easy task for you. Otherwise, there will not be a single element for you to align people to one direction. Business leaders are skilled at triage, able to stabilize their organization to meet crisis at the hand while finding opportunities amid difficult constraints. So put mission first and lead from heart, augmented by hand. Third, very important element in perception and positioning, own the narrative. Whatever it is, whatever, right, wrong, bad, good, you need to own as a business leader. Business leader needs to be transparent about current realities, including what they don't know, while also painting a compelling picture of the future that inspires others. A very critical role we all have to play as a business owner. We need to be transparent, and we need to also paint a compelling picture where people get attracted and drive and work with us in this time of crisis to support us bounce back. Fourth, very, very important element in perception and positioning, which says aim for speed towards redefined vision. The first word important is redefined vision. Yes, it is very important right now for all of us as a business leader to redefine our visions. Once it is redefined, we need to work on values and mission. Finally, as a result of this crisis, customer and their expectations will change. That means organization need to change too, and fast enough to remain relevant to their customer base. If you don't change fast enough, you will be irrelevant. And that's happened. There are a number of examples in the past where crisis has taken organizations out of this world. Business leaders need to take decisive action with courage, based on imperfect information, knowing that the expediency is essential. You need to take actions. You might not be having enough information to take certain right or correct actions, but you need to apply your wisdom, you need to apply your experience, and you need to take actions. If you don't take actions, organizations will not move forward. You can't wait for the right action, right information. At this crisis, nothing is right. You need to take action based on your wisdom. So today is the test of your wisdom. Today is the test of your experience as a business leader. They need to focus on horizon, anticipating new business models that are likely to emerge and sparking the innovation that will define tomorrow. So we need to be very, very focused on all exploring business opportunities and looking at the new future. Now, second important aspect of this 9P model is people and passion. Now, what are the 4 important elements we need to focus while managing our people right now, while aligning our people with our organization and our purpose or our vision? First, very, very important, communicate with compassion and confidence. Right now, as a business leader, I am, or you are, or most of us as a business leader, we are the business role model for people. We are the role model for people. People are looking up to us for solutions, for empathy, for compassion, for confidence that, yes, the situation will be normal in few time. Situation will be okay. You need to calm down. You need to just focus on these activities. People want a leadership right now. So you need to communicate with compassion and confidence. Second, build trust with your people through your purpose. Align people with your purpose and build trust with your people through your purpose. Third, very, very important element, support households, not just employees. As a business leader right now, it's our moral responsibility to support households. See whether our people, family is okay or not. They are in right shape or not. Do they need any help from us or not? We need to take care of our people. It is about supporting households, not just employees. Addressing the deeper need for your insecure workforce. I hope most of us as a business leader understand that our people right now are very insecure. They are in a very uncertain, confused, depressed mindset. And we need to understand their insecurity, that their jobs will be safe, that there will be a future, that we will bounce back. We have a plan in place. We have a strategy in place, and together we will bounce back. We will bounce back. All this communication with compassion and confidence, addressing the deeper need needs to be done as people first. Second, passion. Now, why passion is very, very important and critical at this framework? Because passion inspires others to join and identify with your vision. People also have different vision. People also have different dreams. But when they see you as passionate, they identify with your vision. And then they get connected with you. No one ever been inspired by a leader who is not passionate. And if you want to have a passionate, inspired workforce, it begins with you as a leader. Second most important point for a passion is turning vision into reality requires passion. Yes, we have number of examples, be it in US, be it in London, be it in any part of the world or in Asian countries and in India. We have number of examples where people have turned visions into reality through their sheer passion. So passion elevates productivity, ensures employee commitment to your vision. That's internal part of the organization. Passion is born out of something that is intensely meaningful for you. Your passion influences your daily choices and activities. What you do and say center on your passion. I'm again repeating this powerful statement. What you say and do, what you do and say centers on your passion. Very, very important. Now, next aspect is passion helps overcome fear of failure. At this time of uncertainty, at this time of corona or COVID crisis, there is an atmosphere of fear of failure in most of the people, in most of the business organizations and leaders. If you are able to instill passion in everyone, you will be able to overcome fear of failure. When you have passion, what happens? Positive thoughts are second nature to you. The fear of failure, while always a threat, will only drive you to work harder, to realize your dream. The root of passion is a belief, and belief has always trumped fear. Nobody can ever come in our way if we have a belief that we can do it. And then passion drives it, and passion drives belief. Finally, one more important aspect, and very, very important aspect for business leaders. Investors and clients will find you more reliable if you have a passion. The fact of the matter is that it will be hard for you to build success businesses that earns money if you are not emotionally invested in its success. Investors and clients want your passion to drive you to be the best so that they feel confident that they are investing in the winner. They are investing in the racing horse who will win. The chances of winning this racing horse is far more than anyone else. So this is the importance of people and passion. I hope you are able to align your thoughts with this. So now the third most important element is planning and prioritization. Once the perception is done right, the people and passion is aligned, then what is very, very important aspect is planning and prioritization, which needs to be in focus. Now, four important elements which comes in planning and prioritization, which I would love to share. First, right now, aim for survivability and resilience before economic efficiency. Very, very important. Aim for survivability and resilience before economic efficiency. In the post-COVID world, contingency planning should be built in every link of the value chain to ensure survival. Very, very important for all the business leaders. Instead of structuring partnership based on leveraging, organizations will have much more strategic in choosing which alliances are essential and which are transactional in nature. Very important for us to identify that. Rather than what's in it for me, the first question should be, what if? What if the situations are not in favor? Will you support me? What if this doesn't work? How you're going to react? How you're going to respond? It may be necessary to forego some of the most lucrative partnership. Just listen it very carefully. It may be necessary to forego some of the most lucrative partnership in favor of those that can withstand the missed shipment or delayed payment and be with us in this time of uncertainty. There will be clients who will support you. There are clients who are not demanding at that time. In this time, be with them, because they will help you support survivability and resilience. Second, planning for future ecological and environmental threats. This is the world will not end after COVID. And this is also true that today we are living in a vulnerable world where any situation can pop up from anywhere in the world. A small city, a situation happened in a very small city, Wuhan, has created a havoc in the world and made the world and businesses stand still. So today we also need to, as a business leader, need to plan for future ecological environmental threats. So for example, I want to share, in last century, the world has experienced at least 5 dangerous virus attacks. From the pandemics of 1918 that infected about 1/3 of the global population to COVID-19 in the present. There were also at least 2 devastating nuclear reactors meltdowns, 2 world wars, and several near misses, and numerous earthquakes and tsunamis, countless regional armed conflicts that threatened supply of essential goods and services across the globe. So business should dictate. So businesses should thus dictate more resources, types of threats, although there is no best way to do this. Okay, there's no structured way. Nobody has been able to divine any way. But however, the main goal is not to be accurate, but to train the organization and people to plan for various unimaginable, uncertain events of future. Third, very important aspect, build a strong organizational immune system rather than maximizing short-term profits. So it's all about strong emotional organizational immune system. There could be challenges which will stay for you for a longer time. Organization that can spot problem when this looks small, learn from them, and build preventive measures rapidly possess what is popularly known as strong organizational immune system. We all need to build that organizational immune system within the organization so that any problem which start as a small, like it started with Wuhan, can be controlled, stopped, and should not spread like how it had spreaded. Just as our white blood cells identify and destroy invader cells early before they wreak havoc in our bodies, companies need long, sensitive feelers and hyper-responsive capabilities at all levels of the organization to stay pink in health. Very, very important point. Very important for many organizations, because this time, I believe for most of the businesses across the globe, government is the biggest buyer. Government is the biggest support. And we are relying, a lot of organizations, a lot of business community are relying on strategies of government right now. So homegrown innovation aligned with government plans can be a wonderful boost. Beyond national security, organizations in sectors deemed to be as essentials to national public welfare, covering a wide range of sectors from food, medical supply, machinery, electronic equipment, transportation, and energy, will be the first to feel the pressure to localize. In most of the organization, like in India, it's like the Prime Minister has given a statement from vocal and local. Be vocal, be local. So they're all, most of the organization, or most of the countries will support local because they want to really boost the economy. And in this time, local government these precious supply chain on their own soil rather than exporting or importing things. Also, homegrown innovation capability will be valued by national government. So these are planning, and these are four strong elements which I wanted to share in planning and prioritization. Now I want to come to the next fourth element called personalization. Now, why personalization is important? I want to give you four important reasons for that and how to get it done. So mindset shift should be there from standardization to personalization, as I stated in the initial part, and that is one of the foundational understanding and principle behind the concept of humanization. Standardization creates efficiency, no doubt about it. And that was a fine goal in a world where things were predictable. When things were predictable, yes, standardization created efficiency, but efficiency is not resilient. And resilience requires adaptability, and adaptability requires the freedom for people to be their most individual selves and to be themselves to the fullest. And if you really empower people like this, if you really make a resilience a part of your thought process and in your organization, a mindset shift from standardization to personalization needs to happen. Second, empathy as a strong differentiator. Empathy will create business leaders of tomorrow. Empathy will support business leaders in bouncing back from COVID-19 impact, empowering their people, connecting with their people in the right way. Empathetic leader will always be respected. And that's why this is a wonderful and a strong differentiator. The greatest resource in any organization is people. The more people feel cared for, the more they care and the more they contribute. Everyone understands that there will be tough decisions because this is a time of uncertainty and crisis situation, but empathy by business leader, and they also understand that empathy by a business leader may not change their situation, but by showing empathy and genuine care and concern, the business leader will change their experience of it. A very, very important aspect. People just need you to listen to them, understand, be in their shoes and understand how and what they are going through. Very, very other important aspect is defining the non-negotiable. There might be chances of agility is right. Yes, there might be, agile situation and agile things needs to be there. We need to look at things in a very agile way, but there has to be certain non-negotiables, which needs to be decided in the personalization phase. Which product, service, customer segment, business lines, employee segment, and so on are the most critical to ongoing and future cash flow and should be preserved, and some of them which should be eliminated, needs to be eliminated. That's 100% sure. Although even those non-negotiable may be impacted in future, but scenarios tend to be more severe. Second, believe and create a great change story. My dear friend, I want to give you one different perspective looking at this situation right now. To all the business leaders of the world, I want to give you this thought. You might be having it, but I want to reinforce it, restate it. This is the time to create certain change stories. We need to dig down, create models, create structural strategies so that we all can create the success stories for ourselves and for our organization. This is the time where all of us can do a lot of experiment in the right way, creating success stories, creating the change stories which people will remember, because we will not get this time back. Although in the crisis, we will be able to shine. And this change story make employees and leaders more involved and encourage them to perform consistently because they are also playing a role in that story. If they know that they are playing a role in making of a change story, they will be more willing to work with you with a 100% commitment and honesty. The next very important aspect is power. This is the fifth element of my business framework, bounce back framework. Now I want to give you two very important aspects of power. First, flexible hierarchy and responsibility. Now, what does that mean? The traditional hierarchy of an organization might not be effective in containing or managing the crisis. At this situation, at this crisis, the traditional hierarchy of an organization might not be effective. With the evolution of a crisis, the team leader may need to appoint more decision makers from the network of team or replace the one affected by the situation. Now, if they have a plan to appoint new temporary leaders amongst the network of team during an unpredicted emergency that can perpetrate confidence among the employees and promote the deliberate calm that can keep operations running irrespective of the location. So there will be new leaders coming up. There will be new leaders, new people coming up. And these people will not be given the leadership position based on what they have done in the past, based on what kind of successes they have done in the past. It will be based on what they can do right now. So today, for all of us as a business leader, we need to give responsibility to the people based on what they can do right now, based on their loyalty, based on their capabilities, rather than their success or what they have been able to do. There will be people who are successful in certain situations, but might not play well when it's the time of crisis. We need to understand that we need to align people on what they can do rather than what they have done. Second, bounded optimism. Very, very important element. Bounded optimism comes into action when company leader shows confidence that with the stems of research data, demographics, and temporary company plans and policies that can tackle the crisis. So sometimes what happens, one business leader who will give a lot of confidence to the people, who will say a lot of good words, will be able to do it. But if that doesn't work, people will lose faith in him forever. And there will be another leader who will go and with data, with facts, with figures, with numbers, he will try and understand and create a model and create a research, and then come with the people with the confidence and tell them how together we can survive, how together we will be able to sustain, how together we will be able to take this organization to the next level. The optimism becomes more beneficial for the team and senior executive, and they feel more powerful and confident. Very, very, very strong and important point of bounded optimism. Sixth important element is productivity and performance. After this is another crucial element as well of the bounce back framework, where at the time of crisis, uncertainty, when people are not able to perform at their top level, but organization or for business leader, it's challenging, but this challenge needs to be accepted. And what business leaders can do to optimize or first is adopting a lean approach. Factoring can be used to optimize labor, material, and equipment. This can help increase productivity while reducing headcounts by removing large amount of process waste that exists in construction sector globally. By upskilling the businesses to use lean tools, techniques, and processes can help in accelerated and sustained results. So adopting a lean approach is really a need of the hour. Building your innovation muscles. Yes, why? Because in terms of innovation process, cutting steps and accelerating timelines is not the same as cutting corners. Companies need to experiment and try new ways of achieving outcomes quicker and more efficiently. These two words play an important role in innovation today: quicker and more efficiently. Finding ways to make innovation project more between core proprietary company capabilities versus leveraging external partners and more open innovation platform is the need of the hour. So very, very important two elements: adopting a lean approach and building your innovation muscles. Third, improve employee skills with trainings. Another important area of productivity and performance. When people right now, it's a crisis situation and people need to bounce back. Every time when this kind of a situation comes, knowledge, skills, and attitude will be the survivor. Knowledge, skills, and attitude will be the survivor. And we need to empower our people with the right knowledge, right skills, and right attitude. If we are not able to do it as a business leader, we will be in a challenging situation for a longer duration. Use technology to improve operations. Yes, so far, the globe, they have this mindset of still not adopting technology, or their resistance in using more technological inputs. So my dear friends, it's very, very important for us as a business leader to use technology to optimize major operations in our business. Making, leader in future, we need to focus on money making and high productive activities, and we need to use technology to outsource, to improve our operational efficiency, and to free ourselves from operational issues and focus on what we are best at, and that is bringing right people on board, right clients on board, getting money, and improving cash flows. And preparedness. You need to be proactive and prepared. That we all have learned during this COVID crisis, and we have learned in various other situations throughout our journey of business leadership. So I want to give you 4 important elements right now to bounce back. First is plan your liquidity weekly and daily. Very, very, very crucial element. If you have not already done so, prepare your 13 weeks, 12-week cash flow model today. For next 90 days, you must have a model in place. Update it, medium or worst case. 3 different scenarios you need to be prepared with. Best case scenario, medium case scenario, and worst case scenario. And understand and underline the drivers which drive each and every case scenarios. You need to plan your liquidity weekly and daily. Second, evaluate and strategic partners. So now is the time where you can actually do a lot of negotiations on different price issues, on getting different contracts. So consider price incentives like offering a small upfront discount, but requesting faster collection with customers who are well funded right now can improve your cash flows. Run various scenarios through your their financial and liquidity impact, and try to the best strategy, get the best strategy for you, so that you don't have a liquidity crunch in for the next 90 days or maybe 180 days. Third, seek non-traditional financing sources. Very important. I think most of you might be doing it, but I want to also emphasize here, one thing is almost certain: your capital structure will change during this period. Be prepared to define it proactively and not reactively. Don't be complacent. With your 13 weeks cash flow may put you at ease, prepare you for the worst case scenario and the worst. Even if you don't believe you need it now, more cash in your system, still consider it getting an extra cushion to provide you peace of mind, because this will allow you to keep your capital structure. Short-term financing like credit card or predatory loans with long-term time horizon. Very, very important for you for seeking non-traditional financing resources. Finally, a proactive approach as well as a preparedness. For a preparedness, an approach requires is communicate. Very, very important. Whether it is your bank, your employees, it's the time to dispel panic. Let them know the thorough measures you are taking to plan and prepare. Your bank, your investors and employees are your team, and collectively rooting for you to overcome these challenges. Concise but regular communication can keep the lines open and facilitate any additional relief you may need. 8th element, partnerships and collaboration. The new world post-COVID will be the world of partnership and collaboration. And why we need? Because it is the specialization solution. We can't be the master of all trade. We need people of different specializations to come, and if we are together, we can offer more services, a better one-stop shop solution for our clients. So since humans first began trading goods and services with one another, it's been clear that one individual or entity can't be the best at everything. Hence, partnerships are valuable because they allow each company to focus on what they do best. Each business can continue its specialty work and rely on its partner for work outside its realm of experience. Second, very, very important, when we do collaborative competitiveness, it solves a lot of issues. The collaborative network and opportunities may provide respective organizations the access to resources that would otherwise be beyond the scope of single business. Individuals' businesses can face several limitations when trying to compete in global market. This may include scale, expertise. Through collaboration, businesses can complement each other and specialize in different areas to compete in market, usually beyond their individual reach. And as in crisis, and now most of us are getting these suggestions that we need to diversify our business, go into different businesses, don't rely on one source of income. Collaboration and partnership will play a very, very and strong important role. Third, collaboration reduce unnecessary risks and amplify growth. We all understand this model. We have already done this. Finally, very, very important element, partnerships and collaboration is educational. We learn from each other. When we do collaboration, two professionals, two experts of different fields, different organizations, when they come together, they share a lot of great educational experience, wisdom, which is really, really transformational. Let me move ahead and share with you the ninth element of profits and provisions. What you need to do for ensuring profits and provisions. What is there? First is expand your market. Very, very important. How much it is possible for you, align in new geographic market areas by adding complementary services or product, by entering into cooperative sales agreement. We will help businesses gain new clients as well as maintain existing ones in the times of crisis. Very important price. Second important is owning your price strategy. Price is the single most important factor in decision to purchase a product or service. And when price war is expected, I hope all of you are expecting a price war post-COVID. And we need to come out of this red ocean, and the faster we are able to come out of this red ocean and create something in blue ocean, we will have a better in the market. It is always preferable to know how your customer feel about your product and services, so that change in price encourage the market behavior you want before implementing any price strategy. Always consider your prices as temporary right now and adjust them to meet the market and competitive circumstances. Very, very important. Third, capitalize on profit leverage effect. Very important. I think most of the business leaders understand this, but even if there are certain people who don't, I want to share it. Very important. Every dollar saved in production of good or delivery of services adds $1 of profit to your bottom line without having to sell more. However, selling another dollar of good or services only add a fraction of the dollar to the bottom line, because every sales has a cost attached to it. Profit leverage effect, which drives home the importance of minimizing your cost of sales without reducing your quality. And you can achieve this through resourceful procurement. The word is very, very strong, my dear friend. It's resourceful procurement, and by re-engineering processes to be more efficient. Realize the importance. Many of the people in the small and medium enterprises and across the globe have realized this importance, and that they need to create a crisis fund now. Because whether it is personal, emergency, national or business crisis like downturn or pandemic, we are all bound to encounter periods of hardship in our life. And in times like this, financial safety net can make all the difference in navigating the stormy sea. People who are having that crisis fund, people who are having that emergency fund, are able to have a little peace of mind. People who were not having, were facing that frustration, anger, depression. In last 71 days, I have personally felt that pain in many people. I have personally felt that, people going through a hard time in giving salaries to the people, in salaries to their employees, to their vendors. Why? Because they have never created or they've never realized the importance of a crisis fund. And today, people and business community leaders, business leaders across the globe have realized that today a crisis fund needs to be created. And because you cannot predict further any more COVID. There's no certainty that no COVID, no Corona or something like this will never come in future. So today, very important is to create a crisis mind and a good life. So my dear friends, this was my 9P business organization bounce back framework. I want to just repeat for all of you. The first, it starts with perception and position. Second element is people and passion. Third is planning and prioritization. Fourth is personalization. Fifth is power. Sixth is proactiveness and preparedness. Eighth, partnership. And finally, the ninth is very, very important. I want to share just one my mission, which I'm right now on. I think a man on a mission. Yes, this is the title given to me by people in my country. I would love that. I love this title, that I made this title my tagline. I'm a man on mission. With these kind of bounce back frameworks, I'm trying to make my country bounce back, supporting people, be it in business community, business leaders, business managers, leaders of various different organizations. I'm creating various initiatives. I'm creating, making them have a different perspective about how businesses needs to be done. So this is India Bounce Back is one of my great initiatives which I'm taking in my country. If people of this DC community, fraternity, people in the Asian community, trainers in India, organizations, all of you, if you really want to support India Bounce Back, you can get in touch with me to understand what kind of mission, what kind of strategies I'm creating to support as an individual, along with my team, to support India Bounce Back. Similarly, people in India who is watching me live right now, if you really want to support India Bounce Back, any people, any business community leaders and professionals, connect with me and I will tell you what all together we can do to support the country bounce back.
Thank you.
Dear friends, yes, so just the last slide. Right? If you really want your business leaders to be empowered with this 9P bounce back framework developed by me, you can connect with the team of Directive Communication International DCI. And in case of any queries, you please feel to connect with me at my email address, connect my number. And I really want to thank each one of you for listening to me and create the world we love to live, grow, and cherish. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anshul, for sharing your heart out and sharing with us the 9 P's of the bounce back strategy. Pretty interesting and very aptly written. Yeah, we are actually very tight on time. I'm not sure whether we can actually take any more questions, but I would encourage for those of you that have any questions. He has shared. Dr. Anshul has shared his email, so perhaps you guys can actually drop him an email and ask him more questions, and I'm sure he has apt answers for you as well. Now, we are really tight on the time, so I just want to thank Dr. Anshul for his brilliant sharing, and I wish him all the best, and I wish everyone here all the best as well. So back to you, the team at DCI, to manage and prep for our next speaker.
Ray, up there, am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah. Angus?
Challenge with
Hi, this is Arthur Karmazzi, best-selling author and currently ranked as one of the world's top 10 thought leaders in organizational culture and leadership. So everybody's going to be using DC psychology to explain the solutions to overcoming the COVID-19 situation. But what is DC psychology? So we're going to share with you a whole bunch of little excerpts from the video of why you need DC psychology and how it works and what it is. So this is an infographic video, and let's get to part one. Now behind me, I've got an infographic, and this kind of will give you a brief overview of, well, why you need DC psychology in your organization. So let's look at the global statistics on organizational health, all right? So these statistics are around the elements of human capital, but affect how human capital is affecting everything else: innovation, profitability, expansion, having competitive edge, sales, everything, literally. All right, so let's look at one of the elements that a lot of people don't really take into consideration, and that is basically people value ROI. Right? So let's just say that you hire somebody and you pay them $10,000 a month. All right, now this person, obviously you're hiring them at $10,000 a month because they have the experience, knowledge, wisdom, and ability that is worth $10,000 a month. Well, apparently, most people in an organization, okay, are actually performing at 68% of their actual potential. Now, in the beginning, of course, when people first start working, they don't really know the organization, they don't know the systems very well, so they're not going to be as competent, even though they may have the skills. Now, once they get the skills, if they understand the organization, if they're excited and still as passionate as they were when they first started, they're probably going to give you 100%. The problem is that most organizations don't support people maintaining that high level of passion and excitement. And so therefore, most organizations globally are on an average losing about 32% of their employee salary value, which means that basically out of $10,000, you're only getting $6,800 worth of real value for that specific employee. And if you add that up times all of the employees, well, that can be a lot of money. So let's look at the next one. Skill implementation. All right, so only 13% of employees are actually applying the full scope of their skills to solve problems and achieve results. Now, how does that work? Well, okay, let's look at this. Okay, you may have a skill. You may know how to do something. You may have some great ideas. You may be super innovative. But if you're not in an environment that supports you using those skills, oftentimes just like, oh, why bother? Or, oh, I'm already too busy. Oh, it's not my job. It's not really my place to say. So these are some of the common factors that you will hear in organizations. In fact, only about 13% of employees globally, okay, based on various studies, are applying their full scope of their skills, which basically means you've got a lot of human potential that is not being utilized by your people if you don't have an environment, or for that matter, an organizational culture that supports it. Which takes us to organizational culture. 51% of employee performance can improve with the right organizational culture, which basically means that right now, if you're paying that $10,000 a month for each employee, or let's say for a group of employees, which means you could get over $15,000 of actual value based on the mean and the norm of employee ROI if you have the right organizational culture. So, how do we develop the right organizational culture? Well, that's why we're here, to apply directive communication psychology.
Wow. Hi, welcome back. And thanks so much for this wonderful feedback on various channels. Thank you so much. Now it's the time to meet a very, very experienced trainer, Raymond Foong. Now, Raymond, I want to just give you his official introduction, and he is going to really, really inspire you with his word of wisdom today. Raymond Foong is principal consultant of Directive Communication International, one of the leading experts in assisting organizations in solving the 6M issues, such as management, material, method, or his operation optimization methodology has earned him Masters of Process Operations and System Creators, which has assisted on their people performance, process flows, inventory, wastages, supply chain, and quality management system. He's a certified trainer for directive communication psychology and a master analyst in human profiling from Universal Corrector Methodology on human profiling. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome the man who is masters of creating operations and processes and who is able to help and the wonderful re-engineering operations in time of crisis. I believe this is a very, very strong point for all the manufacturers across the globe. Raymond, can I see you live? Come on. Yeah, hi, welcome. How are you? Unmute yourself. Unmute. Hi, Raymond, are you there?
System crashes,
Wow.
optimizations, and also I have led my company to the ISO 9001 certifications. So what do we do? Directive Training International, we help organizations to relook, to redesign, and re-engineer their business. So in order for them to optimize their operation process and to maximize the utilizations of their available resources. It is very important for organizations nowadays in order for them to survive. So they got to think big, but to start small. So the current scenario enables the company to relook and to be proactive in order for them to be able to survive. The MCO has driven many organizations to experience a disruption in their supply chain management processes and also in their nature of their business. And currently, the worst hit in Malaysia are the SME, the small medium enterprises. We have about 970,000, and this has accounted for about 98.5% in the business establishments. 60% from these SMEs are Malaysian owned, and of this, there are about 89% are from services. So now it's not really a time for them to expand, but it's more of the time for them to streamline their current process and also to reduce costs, to enhance the quality levels, and also pick up the services to ensure prompt delivery to their customers. So, re-engineering, also known as business process re-engineering, in short they call it BPR. It means to restructure the organizations, especially exploiting in the areas of technology, methodology, and also change the current ideology from the traditional ways of doing things from transactional to transformational. And re-engineering also requires the organization to look closely into all areas, their strengths and weaknesses, and also ask all types of questions for the betterment of the organization in order to prepare them for the necessary change. In re-engineering, it also cut down process redundancy. Anything that is not usable and not useful, they have to cut it down and ensure that the cost of the enterprise is being controlled and to be more visible and transparent. So everyone knows where they are heading, they know what they are doing. As the saying goes, if they know where you are going, you will end up somewhere. If you do not know where you are going, you end up nowhere. So there are a series of activities by business process re-engineering. It's either they can be done through people, and people are considered as an asset to the organizations, or they can be done through machines, some of which may be automations or semi-automations. So now the new trend they're talking about now is the Internet of Things, which actually is going through a process called digitalizations. Now, what would be the objective of this business process re-engineering? The objective is for the organizations to develop result-oriented, committed workforce. As we know, their workforce, they are important. And therefore, the company has to rely on the talent, knowledge of their workforce, and also their commitment and involvement to have a sense of belonging to the organizations, so that whatever they do, they always think about cost consciousness, they always think about quality, they always think about productivity, and they always think about the customer as the end in order to fulfill their expectations and meet their satisfactions. The next thing is to eliminate unnecessary activities and thereby to help in reducing the organization complexity. Make it very simple so that people can be able to follow. Organization has to continuously plan for growth, developing their people, and developing their business. Nowadays, they have to change the way that they are doing things. It's no longer the same thing. As you can see, these periods, COVID periods, has brought about many dramatic changes. And one of the changes that experience is they are going through e-commerce rather than going to the traditional ways. And now organizations also aim to achieve performance, high performance in areas that are important to the customers as well as also to other stakeholders. Another area is to reduce the operation costs and optimize the utilization of all the resources that they have. And resources can be man, it can be machine, it can be methodology, it can come from material, it can come from the management, and also it can come from the money. So it's a financial resources. How do we handle all these financial resources? So that this is to increase the company's profit, to improve competitive advantage in the marketplace so as to enhance the public image. So what are the benefits of the organization would benefits from here. So we talk about the benefits. The benefits is to optimize the operation process so as to achieve a better processing flow. If the flow is right, the outflow will be right. Like the saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. So there are many processes, as we know, right from the supplier part of it, and when they brought in the raw materials, it has to go through the various production processes. And if these various production processes has been controlled efficiently and effectively, then at the end, we would have good finished products being produced out. And these good finished products will then be distributed equally to all the customers, whether locally or globally. And on top of that, the services that is being performed by the organization is also very important factors for the customers to gauge the company performances. The next one is how to enhance operation efficiencies. So from the existing resources, we know all company has limited resources, but they have to know that all these resources has to manage very well in order for it to provide maximum benefits and also at optimum cost. Identifying potential risk is one of the latest requirements for the ISO 9001 series, which is a certification body that actually qualified to assess the quality management system of a company in order to give confidence to the customer to buy the products or services for the organization. And in this highlighting of risk, it actually highlights all the activities, the potential danger. It's just like a contingency plan, where there's a plan A and a plan B. So in order to reduce human errors, because we know that people are very succinct to mistake. And because if they are not familiar with the process, then what would happen is they will not be able to control the process well. And when they do not control the process well, there are always uncertainties. And when uncertainties arises, then there will be mistake. And mistake will then cascade down into defective. And defective then will go down to result in a lot of wastage for the companies. And this is where we want to avoid all this. Another possible risk factors that the company would encounter is the environmental risk. No one knows what happened. If there is a flow, and the flow of nature, examples, if there's a heavy rain and the company has encountered a flood, so what would happen to their factories? Their factories will be flooded, and this then will help to organizations not to prevent this, but for them to unable to foresee this if they are not prudent enough. Then this will result in wastages and also damage to their machineries, which will then result in cost to the organizations. So risk factors has to be addressed by all organizations, be it small or big. The next benefits is to exploit and the use of space efficiently. Companies have limited space, and this actually happens in the logistics sectors, whereby at their store environment, they always claim that they do not have enough of space. Why? Because they do not actually run the operations well. When materials comes in, they will place it at the individual rack. But as more materials come in, they're going to place more materials, they need more racking system. But what happened is there must be an inflow and an equal outflow. If the items comes in and the items do not go out, so then the whatever space that we have will be fully utilized. And then you can see that when more materials come in, there will not be enough place for them to store the materials. So this results in a lot of complexity for the logistics sectors. So what we always advocate is the company has to be very prudent in the efficient use of their space. An important factor is to achieve employee satisfaction. You see, employees are the assets of the organization, as most companies, claims. So by cutting down a lot of tedious jobs, for example, repetitive tasks, non-value activities, and therefore they will waste a lot of time trying to do things manually. We also have to control costs by using of technology integrated into the system in order to enable the people to better perform their tasks, to tap into the employees' efficiencies and knowledge talent, and to provide quality services to achieve customer satisfaction. So what re-engineering actually, what does it mean to management? Business process re-engineering, it involves the radical design and of core businesses to achieve dramatic improvements in the productivity, in the cycle time, in the process, and the quality. So we are going to share with you some of the success factors from this implementation of the business process re-engineering. Cigna corporations, they save $100 million just by improving on their customer service. And Ford, the American vehicles manufacturer, they increase the speed of payment and therefore they improve the company relationship with their long-term suppliers. This gives the suppliers a confidence that the company is taking care of them. They have the interest to work for a long-term relationship, and therefore the suppliers would deliver the items all on time. So what would be the steps in implementing this business process re-engineering? Let's make it very simple. First thing, we have to define the objective very clear. And then second steps is we have to start developing a framework. The framework should start from the very beginning to where the customers would place an order with the organizations, and then the sales then will interact with the suppliers, and then the suppliers would bring in the necessary raw materials to the company logistics side, where the incoming would receive the materials, and then they would issue to the production process. And the production then would go through the various processes, and they would transform the raw materials into the finished goods. And then finished goods would be kept at the store, and this is where is the task of the finished goods store to distribute the items promptly to the customers as promised by the sales. And at the end, if the customers receive the items on time with the required quality and the quantity, the customers would be happy. So after that, what will happen is, then when the whole process has taken place, the step 5 is to formulate a redesign plan. And then this design plan would be implemented, and then they will be monitored by the company project team to see and whether it is successfully be implemented. If there is any hiccup, then they will take action plan to correct the situations. At the end, they will then document all the result, and then they will have a positive outcome. In this way, then we will meet the customers' expectations and also meet their satisfaction levels. So the next one we would go through is the analogy of a healthy organization. We are comparing an organization with a tree. Okay, as you can see here, there are two trees here. We name it as A and B. Now, in tree A, you can see that the leaves of the tree are more than the roots. But in tree B, in the picture B, which is actually blocked by the company logos, actually there's a picture B. You can see the leaves are actually lesser than the roots. So what does it mean here? It means that now the leaves actually represent the revenues brought in by the organization, the number of customers at its marketplace. Whereas if you look at the roots of this tree, the roots represent the management and all its resources in order for it to operate the business. So in here you can see in tree A itself is a healthy organizations, but in tree B it's not that healthy. We will show you more of this. Now, you can see here, tree A has more leaves, okay? So we term it as more healthy, because if the revenue exceeds the expenditures, which means that it's a healthy organization, and the company would reap in profits and also reap in a lot of others benefits for their own employees, by virtue they have the finance. The finance side would be also in healthy situations. So let's look at the other part of it. Now, if you look at here, the roots are more than the tree leaves, which means that this is an unhealthy situation. It means that the expenses of the organization are more than the revenue being brought in by the company. And when this happens, it doesn't augur well for the organizations. It's not only for survival, but eventually the company will face a very situation in order to cover all the expenses. So this is not a healthy situation for the company. And let's look at the other part of it. So what happened here is, for a healthy organization to stay, we have to follow on the 7 M's. Now, in the 7 M's, as you can see, the first M is the man. And man would be responsible for managing the organizations in every aspect. And the organization also requires material for the organizations to process the operations. The second M is the materials. And also, we need machineries to run all these materials. So that would be the third M. And for the fourth M, the methodology that is being used by the organization, whether technology can be traditional or the technology can be transactional to transformational, which means that it's a new way, a new approach of doing by means of either semi-automation or automations. And then we have the money. Money is the lifeline of the organizations. If the company is healthy with enough of healthy cash flow, and then therefore it will keep all the resources in a healthy situation where it can suffice the supply requirements, and also it can pay the salary and all other benefits to the employees, where it can keep everything going at a very stabilized type of movement. Finally, we have manners. Now, manners here would be important. Manners here means business services. And nowadays, we make a difference in running a business. When every company say their products are good, which is true in the eyes of the company, they say their products are good. But every company is also claiming that their products are good. So the next strategy is to use people differentiation. People's differentiation here means that they can actually provide services that exceed the customer satisfactions. And when they exceed the customer satisfaction, it means that the customers would be delighted to have this organization and they're willing to continue business to do with the company. So here we have had a lot of organization by using this 7M, focusing on each one of them to help them to identify the process, the important areas whereby they always encounter problems. We actually help them to define where are the causes of the problems, the roots of the problems, and we will come up with action plan. With our experience and technology, we recommend them which are the best ideal way in order for them to reduce costs, enhance quality, reduce accident rates, and of course to boost up the morale of the people and to work efficiently and effectively. So you can see an ideal organization here would have a very prudent management. I will show you this. Prudent management here means that, as you can see from this picture here, their leaves are much more than the roots. And because of this, they are known as a lean management team with greater output. Now, I'm going to give you some examples of optimization process where we have help organizations. Example is the purchasing. So in purchasing, we know one of the problems that faced by purchasing is items that did not come on time. And when items did not come on time, then their counterpart would be very frustrated because we will disrupt their planning, especially on the production side. But this is the external factors. However, more importantly, we have pointed out to organization where it is actually the urgent request. Now, how many of us actually has experienced this? Then when you put up a request to your purchasing department, it's always urgent and urgent and urgent. So on the purchasing side, when we receive the purchases requisition, when we look at it, it's supposed to have 1 week lead time for us to process the order from the suppliers. However, when they given us too short a lead time, so what do? It becomes a very urgent request. And when it's urgent request, so we will encounter problem trying to get the materials on time by chasing the suppliers. And by chasing the suppliers also would have a lot of issues trying to rush up the orders for us. So the quality level may not be there. The exact quantity may not be fulfilled. So when the items is being rushed, sometimes we incur extra costs. The suppliers will build up the rushing costs by overtime producing the departments, and this would affect their delivery. And of course, not only that, it will also disrupt our planning. So the strategies for here is to educate your user so that the user would know exactly the lead time in order for them to place for the orders, and they would follow their plan in accordance to the lead time given by the suppliers. Another strategy is to set up a monitoring board in order to find out how many cases of urgent requests. So this will reduce the cases whereby also it will reduce costs. And then we can also document all the late purchase requisitions by using the key performance indicators to serve as a performance gauging. Now, we are going to the next one, which I'm going to show you is The second example here is the control of quality. Now, would you agree with me that 90% of the problems that happen in the organizations, they are not new problems. They are repeated problems. Now, we always end up conflicts between production and quality. And therefore, we have problems in the quality levels because production department they always have this mindset that quality is the baby of the quality department, and therefore their own primary function is just to produce and produce. However, they do not realize that when they produce the items, if it's not of quality, then it's of no use, because what they produce and send up to the customers, it always end up having reject or having up defective goods, not to the satisfaction of the customers. So in advanced country, the strategies to do that is, it's not that you do, I check. So their new quality checking system is I do, I check. And therefore, they have changed the system to all those production workers. Now, if you are doing the items, now you would be the one responsible to check up the items. So then what would be the quality functions? Now, for the quality department, it's not that they are not going to have any jobs, but they will take up a bigger role in order to provide training to the workers to help them to identify the quality criteria, to differentiate between what is the quality defects and what is the good items being produced. And by following these new methods, their process would improve. And we would expect in this case a defective would be straight away detected from the very beginning of the process, rather than can be any process part of it, which is by then it will be too late for the people to find out. And especially when it reaches towards the finished products, all the processes done and the time done will be wasted. So, the third one I'm going to share with you in optimizing one of the processes here, the example is inventory. Inventory in an organization is a big money. If the organizations, especially the logistic part of it, they do not control the inventory, and inventory can come in three parts. We have the raw materials, we have the work in progress, and also we have the finished goods. So if these areas is not being controlled from the very first part of it, it will result in a lot of building up the stock, which is unnecessary. It will occupy the space, and also it means it results in high holding costs. Now, why do you think this happened? You see, when there is no interaction between a production and the logistic part, the production has this so-called the economics of scales. And what is this economics of scales? It means that when the production produce an items, they use the same production plan to produce a batch production. Batch production means there is quite a substantial quantity in one batch. And therefore, they reduce the possibilities of having to change the process too much. For example, in a die set, they have to set up the die set. And to set up the die set, sometimes it takes a very long period of time. So if they can just set up the die set and keep on running the productions, so they will have a lot of production being produced out with the same setup, production setup. In this way, they have economics of scale. Economics of scale means that in one piece they produce with the same timing and with the same quality levels. So it justifies the maximum utilizations of their machines. Now, come back to here. This is what happened. There's a conflict between production and the logistic warehouse. For the logistic, we know they always face this problem of insufficient space. But when the production produces too much of these stocks, and this stock comes all out to the logistic side, The logistics side cannot send out as fast as the production that produces out. So they have to keep into the store and then have to look at the orders that's brought back by the sales, and then they will distribute accordingly to the various customers. But when the speed of the production that churns out all the stocks that comes into the store, it will have experience a very high inventory levels. Now, let's picture this. Where does all this raw material comes from? It is being supplied by supplier, right? And supplier or vendors, as they've been called, when they supply all these raw materials to the organization, they have so-called a credit periods. When the credit periods reaches, may it be 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days, the organizations has to then pay to the suppliers or the vendors. Now, money has already been taken up and paid to the suppliers. However, the materials are still lying at the store, and the store will be keeping raw materials, and during the process in the production floor, we would have work in progress materials, and at the end, at the warehouse, we would be stocking up a lot of finished goods. So what happened? It results in very high holding costs. And the company is carrying this cost, but they are not receiving the revenue at the immediate time. But they're keeping all this stock, and this stock can account for very high value because they are a current assets. Okay. How do then small business cope up during these COVID periods? We will suggest them to continue what they have been doing. Forget about expanding during this time. Now, they have to relook at optimizations on all problem areas and see which area, look at it thoroughly, which area they can improve, which area they can cut costs, which area they can improve their processes, which area they can improve the quality. So now is the time for them to relook into all these aspects. Look at it thoroughly, more in details. The next thing is, if they can go for digitalizations. Change from analog to digital from now. Because it is important for the organizations to move to a new modern way of doing business. You no longer can able to stay where you are now. You have to change. I give you examples whereby the quartz watch, if you remember the quartz watch in the 1970s. So the Swiss watch was very popular at that time. And the Swiss, they are very proud when they're able to produce a very high quality watches. And then Seiko from Japan, they developed a new technology. And the new technology is called the quartz. And this quartz can be so accurate that it given a very minute seconds differences. And because the Swiss is so proud of themselves, they do not switch and they do not believe in going for this technology. As a result, we all know the analog watches has become the past, and slowly it's already phased out and it's been taken by technologies. Now, the next and most important thing is to develop and upgrade the skills of the employees. The employees are the assets of the organizations, and therefore the employees has to be developed in their skills and knowledge so that they are able to contribute and be competent in performing their tasks. There's no more tedious way of doing the traditional ways of using human. Digitalization is the key now. And in order for us to implement digitalization, is also equally important for the organizations to embark on developing the people, so the people would be ready. And when the people are ready, they would have the skills, they would have the knowledge, and they would have the competency in order to operate the business efficiently and effectively, that they can help the organizations. So one of the ways in which they can help the organizations in developing the people is to what we call here using the color brain, directive color brain methodology. So directive color brain methodology here means that we have to know the behavior of the people. We have to know the competency and skill of the people. Now, I'm going to show you a slide on what is the color brain methodology that we have been using to help in a lot of organizations. All right. So in here, there's a people development program. And I'm also a certified trainer for Directive Communication International. So we help organizations by optimizing the process, also using color brain technology. Now, as we all know that each one of us has a unique way of doing things. So the important thing is that, do we know the right fit for the respective profession and departments that this person has been placed in? There is a vital difference here. By going through this directive color brain technology, you actually know the genetic processing of their brains, which expertise they will be placed in. And therefore, when we place them in the right department, they will perform the job better than the normal person. And this is where companies find that sometimes they find it very difficult. They do not understand why some people are performing so well and they can understand their superior, they can interact with their peers and the subordinate. But other people find it so difficult to understand the people. Like I have been doing projects for a very long time in helping organizations. And for example, in these optimizations of processes, I have used a lot of mini project ideologies in order to help them couple with the directive communication color brain, put the people in the right perspective, with the right at the right place, with the right work that they should do. And by doing this, the company has found that their people has becoming better and better in terms of their performance, and they have becoming more and more versatile and more agile in order to carry out their tasks efficiently and effectively. So here, I would like to end up these presentations, and we really thank you for listening. Now, I would like to encourage all of you to relook at how you can optimize your process, not only in manufacturing organization, but also in other commercial. It can be applied to any other services also. With that, my name is Raymond Foong from Directive Training International, and I want to thank all of you for being here, and thank all of you for spending this time, your precious time, to be here to be with us. And we hope that our information here will enlighten you, at least for your knowledge, and better still, to take action to provide the necessary actions. So in order to help your organization to reduce costs, optimize your operation, enhance the profit levels. With that, I wish all of you good health, joy, happiness. And this is Raymond Foong here from Directive Training International in collaboration with Directive Communication International. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. It was really a wonderful session, Raymond Foong. It was really insightful.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, can I ask you one question? I think it's coming from a social media person. He's asking. The name is unknown. Is a phone name, but he's asking,
Certainly.
What are the 7 wastes in lean management during this COVID period in order to help organization to cut costs?
Okay, it's very important for organization to go lean. And one of the methods in order to go lean is to reduce the waste. So there are 7 ways. In fact, we have an additional way now. So the first one is overproduction. Overproduction will result in wastage and also high cost for the organizations. When we build too many things, the production itself will be in excess to keep excess of stock. So this is what we really don't want. Because by doing something that is unwanted, then when there's really wanted options, we could not supply in time. The second waste is overprocessing. When the processing time is too long taken to do an items, which means it's a waste of time. That time could be used to do something more valuable and more insightful. The third thing here is over inventory. Over inventory, just now I gave you the examples. When an organization has too many stock in the logistic warehouse, so what happened was it results in high holding costs. And that means less cash flow for the organizations. So the fourth one is unnecessary motions. Now, we have been to many companies giving coaching and as well as training and consulting services. We have also seen that people are moving here and there, what we call it sometimes busy for nothing. Because in our assessment, we have a tracking system whereby they actually have monitor every aspect from the time and also the distance where they move in order to perform their daily tasks. So we found that there are some motion which is unnecessary. Example like putting the store very far away from the production process. So when the production people, they require the items, they have to walk so far, and during the process of walking, it's really an unnecessary motion. So this could be reduced if they just have to shift either their store, logistic store nearer to the production process, or they can put the items on time delivery. So when this boils down to the production plan, if they plan it properly, like Toyota JIT. So how Toyota JIT works? By the way, JIT means just in time. It means that when the production assembly requires the items would be delivered to the factory floor or assembly plant just an hour or half an hour before the production starts. So this saves them tremendous of time as well as space in order not to utilize it now for storing of material. So the fourth one is motion. The fifth one we go is the defects. Defect is very detrimental to the organization health. If you refer to the 3 just now, too many defects, too many rework result in wastage. And the people can do productive work by doing new products, but now they are taking the same time in order to do the rework. So this is very unhealthy. And the sixth one is unnecessary transportation. I have seen companies whereby they deliver the products as long as they have some products, finished products, they will start delivering. So the planning is not optimized, which means that all of us know the transportation nowadays are very expensive. Not only in terms of the road that they cover to maximize the delivery, but also on the vehicle maintenance and also the payment to the employees who are manning the transport. And the seventh one is unnecessary waiting. There are a lot of idle time. If you look at the organization, especially the factory side, if the planning is not perfect, so what happens? People will be left idle, waiting for the material to come or waiting for the material to transfer to the next process. And now we have the eighth waste here is non-utilized of talent. Talent for an organization, they are very important. If you use the people properly, they will be very effective in competency, in performance-wise. And this is where we are very concerned about the 7 ways now go to the 8 ways.
Wow, thank you so much, and it was really, really insightful. I think it is really, very insightful and very to the point information for most of the manufacturers watching right now. I think they are really able to, your knowledge really able to add a lot of value to them, and they'll be able to save the cost. Thank you so much for joining in today and for sharing wonderful insight. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was really, really amazing.
Thank you,
I would like now the lady behind this whole thing to come on stage. And Lily, are you there?
Yes. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Dr.
Hi.
Anshul.
Hi, how are you? And we have Arthur. Hi, Arthur.
Hi. It has been an amazing day. Wow.
I would like, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 2 important people behind Reboot 2020, Arthur F. Karmazi, the leadership guru, and Lily Lo, who's been doing all what is required to make this successful. Very, very, I'm really excited that I'm able to see a lot of energy, a lot of information today, amazing presentations. What do you say, Lily? How was your experience for the day?
It has been amazing. That's the word that I can think of, right? We are at the backstage. I can tell you there have been a lot of sweats because there are some technical issues here and there. Which you guys may not know. We are just trying to hold the fort to make it work. And yes, we did it, and it went well, I should say. Yeah, Arthur, don't you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just, it all appears seamless, but behind the scenes, there's a lot going on.
And one, Lily,
yes.
Whenever Arthur never takes tension. Arthur gives tension. so behind his face, even if there is a crisis, you will see him giving a confidence, giving a positive boost. That's him.
But I got to give credit to Afik and Agus and Lee Win, who literally have been behind the scenes, solving all the problems, making things happen. I mean, they have literally made this conference, a real, work. I mean, it was them who has really be taking care of everything. And Lily, of course, has literally been doing most of the work. I just show up.
Yeah. So it's better now. I would leave the stage to both of you to conclude the session for the day, and I will take a leave. And all the best. I think I am super excited to contribute more and more. And Arthur, this was today's. I think it's a wonderful tribute by all the DC trainers to you. The way they are interacting, the way they are doing. It's your hard work. It's your baby, which has, I think you are feeling so proud today. Looking at all the trainers you have groomed across the globe, coming and sharing, and then in another 3 or 4 more days, they are going to share a lot of things with you.
Absolutely. I mean, everything from, like sales today to, manufacturing to, of course, like all of the different strategies that you and the other speakers also came up with. I mean, that was absolutely, it was breathtaking. It was breathtaking.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll leave both of you to conclude the session. Thank you so much, Arthur, for everything. Thank you, Lily. Thank you.
Yeah. See you. Yeah.
See you. Bye.
Okay.
Okay, so this is it, everybody. Tomorrow we're going to start one more time at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, that is 1 o'clock at Singapore, Bali, Malaysia time, which is basically GMT +8. So, Lily, how do you feel today?
I feel really good. I mean, as I said earlier, we did face some technical issue, but I'm proud. I'm proud we have gotten day 1 done, and it's good. Thank you, Raymond. You're at the backstage. I can see you. And you have been sitting there very patiently, right? With all, your effort in contributing and making your session. And like I said, right, this pandemic, right, people like, who are in the 50s and above, I can tell you it has been very, very challenging. And tomorrow I'm going to talk a little bit more about the generations and how each of the generation is adapting and adopting all these changes, and each generation take it very differently. Their view towards that, and a lot of stress is on the baby boomers, actually. We are the ones that have the greatest learning curve, and it is so sharp that we have to take it immediately, take it, run, and go. And that's, I'm taking this Reboot conference as the living example how I survive and I want to revive, and moving forward, I want to thrive. I want to thrive in the digital world. Yeah. Yes, Arthur, back to you.
Absolutely. And, it took a global pandemic for Lily to get online. But at least she got online.
Yeah, we don't want another of such to happen just to make me, to do it. But it is really an experience. Really an experience.
And this is again the thing, because with everything that we're learning from multiple people and multiple perspectives, literally, the marketing, the sales, the applications, the strategies, the mindsets, the systems, okay, all of the stuff that, even just what we learned today are really instrumental in making or creating an opportunity. And that is really the key, because even if there are people that have been taking pay cuts, it kind of sucks if you have to take a pay cut. But the alternative, of course, is that now, they're learning new things, they've got new skills, new perspectives, and it's all about, how you see things and what you're learning in the process. One of the things that has happened throughout this current pandemic is that more people are actually learning more than they were before, because they're less busy and they have more opportunity to upgrade themselves, and that is one of the real great benefits of this pandemic.
Yes, certainly. And we do have a couple of comments, right? We have Joey here to say thank you all speakers for the sharing. Yes, we want to thank all 7 speakers, from Elle Razif to Professor Murali Rahman, Khalid Virendra, Raymond Phoon, Dr. Anshul, and Raymond Foong lastly. Thank you. It was certainly very, very fruitful, right? And there's another comment from Edmund Chi, and he says that indeed it is a very fruitful day. So Edmund, continue to stay with us, and we still have 4 more days to go. And tomorrow we have 8 sessions.
Don't forget, we've got some panel sessions. So make sure that you send in. Okay, you should have received an email. Make sure you send us the questions for the panel session. Okay, so this is the panel session with myself, Marshall Goldsmith, Ron Kaufman, Rhiannon Reese, Jonathan Lowe, and Andrea Zoya, all going to be on a panel that, these are powerful people who are, very well versed in their particular areas of expertise. And asking a question right now to get these people to answer is going to be a major benefit, especially if it's something to you. So, there's going to be, so send us the questions as soon as you can.
Yes, right. And tomorrow we will see you again at 1 p.m. sharp. Malaysia,
All
Singapore,
right.
GMT
1
plus
p.m.
8 time.
Be there or be square. Whoa. All right. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.